The story unfolds in an era where martial arts reigns as the ultimate weapon. At this very moment, the righteous path has fallen into decay, and the demonic path rises supreme. The Blood Demon, exclusively reviewed by Shroomhua. This is a full Manhua recap. The heavy clanging of a weapon forge echoes through the air as fiery red sparks burst forth with every powerful strike. Tang Sichuan, his back to us, tirelessly hammers away at a glowing piece of metal, sparks flying with each powerful strike. His grip is firm, his arm muscles taut as he brings the heavy hammer down with precision and force. Tang Sichuan's focused gaze reflects the fiery intensity of his work, a deep determination etched onto his features. Phantom image of Tang Sichuan, a younger, more carefree version of himself, appears behind him, asking if he truly believes this endeavor will succeed. The inner voice of Tang Sichuan questions his path, wondering if he is truly committed to his revenge. The phantom figure of Tang Sichuan mockingly suggests that if he's only going to speak nonsense, he should disappear. He further probes, asking if Tang Sichuan's hesitation stems from guilt. The inner voice continues to taunt him, stating it's far too late for him to be seething with rage for revenge. Tang Sichuan brings his hammer down once more, the strike resonating with a forceful impact, silencing the internal whispers. A haunting memory flashes. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, stands ominously over a hanging figure, evoking a pained cry of "Assault" from Tang Sichuan. A tattered red banner, bearing a dark symbol, waves against a desolate, war-torn landscape, signifying a past tragedy. Flashback continues, depicting widespread destruction and a lone figure amidst the ruins, the air thick with sorrow. Tang Sichuan cradles his dying father, blood staining his robes, his face contorted in a cry of "F father" as grief overwhelms him. Rain pours down, mingling with Tang Sichuan's tears as he screams into the desolate night, clutching his father's lifeless hand. Back in the present, the inner voice of Tang Sichuan questions his hypocrisy, asking how he can seek revenge after creating the very tools of murder. Tang Sichuan's eyes narrow, his expression unyielding as he listens to the phantom's words. He dismisses the accusation as nonsense, a silent defiance against his inner turmoil. Tang Sichuan's face hardens, his eyes glowing with an unwavering resolve as he declares, "I don't care. I will not change my decision." Tang Sichuan carefully carries a wooden box, its contents unknown but clearly significant. The narrator reveals Tang Sichuan's identity as the Blood Cult's blacksmith, a demonic artisan who has lived this life for 15 years. Tang Sichuan walks towards a grand, traditional building, his steps heavy with the weight of his past. He reflects that no matter how he tries to justify it, the tragedy was born because of him. He approaches the imposing gates of the Murim Alliance, a name that now holds deep personal significance. With his own two hands, he intends to act. His face is grim, his resolve set as he prepares to face the consequences of his actions and his past. A booming voice announces, "Enter, demonic artisan," as Tang Sichuan steps through the grand entrance. A vast crowd gathers in a magnificent courtyard, celebrating as a red banner with a dark symbol proudly waves. The crowd roars, "All hail the divine demon!" Figure stands before the assembled masses, proclaiming that the demonic heaven has conquered Zhongyuan after 15 years. He declares that the blood cult has finally risen to the top of the Jianghu as its rightful lord. He then dramatically announces the name of their leader, the Blood Demon. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, appears, radiating a menacing aura. In celebration, the demonic artisan, Tang Sichuan, has created the 11th divine weapon, a monumental achievement. Tang Sichuan, the demonic artisan, walks with purpose down the ceremonial path, carrying the wooden box containing his creation. He approaches the Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, presenting the box with the newly forged weapon. A powerful purple energy emanates from the box as the Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, looks on, anticipating the unveiling of the 11th divine weapon. The box snaps open, and for a moment, the world is consumed by a blinding violet radiance. But as Tang Sichuan stares into the void, his confusion turns to shock, realizing the 11th divine weapon is seemingly invisible to the naked eye. His eyes narrow, burning with a cold, murderous intent as he prepares to settle a debt long overdue. The formless weapon begins to resonate with his killing intent, manifesting as a spectral blade of pure energy. He declares that today, everything ends. The thunderous crack, he launches himself forward, his foot shattering the stone beneath him as he breaks the sound barrier. Tang Gung recoils in disbelief, his face contorted with rage and fear as he demands to know the meaning of this sudden betrayal. The air thickens with killing intent as Tang Gung spits out a curse, his pride wounded by the audacity of the young master. A massive pillar of purple chi erupts, tearing through the hall and obliterating everything in its path as the true power of the weapon is unleashed. Tang Gung stares in horror at the gaping hole in his side, his robes shredded by a force he couldn't even see coming. Tang Sichuan doesn't stop, raining down a barrage of spectral daggers that streak through the air like falling stars. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, remains seated, watching with an eerie calm as a colossal blade of energy descends toward his head. The legendary martial artist doesn't even flinch, his gaze remaining fixed and cold as the world around him trembles. The impact is cataclysmic, sending shockwaves through the courtyard and throwing the surrounding guards back like ragdolls. Tang Sichuan gasps for air, his body trembling from the sheer strain of outputting such a massive amount of chi. But as the dust settles, his heart sinks. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, is completely unscathed, his expression one of mild boredom. Refusing to yield, Tang Sichuan forces his chi to circulate one more time, his palm glowing with a desperate final light. With a casual flick of his finger, the Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, parries the invisible strike, redirecting the lethal energy with ease. The air screams as a vortex of purple flames erupts, Tang Sichuan burning through his very life force to fuel the technique. Blood sprays across the floor as the counterpressure of his own technique begins to tear his muscles apart. His vision blurs, but his eye remains locked on the target, fueled by a vengeance that transcends physical pain. Final, desperate explosion of energy levels the remaining structures, leaving nothing but a smoldering crater. The shockwave clears the battlefield, revealing the absolute devastation wrought by the formless dagger. The onlookers stand paralyzed, unable to comprehend how a mere youth could possess such world-shaking martial arts. Tang Sichuan stands at the edge of the pit, his breath coming in ragged hitches as he searches for any sign of his opponent. The silence is broken only by the sound of blood hitting the stone, a grim reminder of the price he's paid. He stumbles, coughing up a mouthful of crimson as his internal organs begin to fail from the chi backlash. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, steps out from the shadows, his voice a chilling whisper as he finds the display interesting. He reaches out, plucking the invisible dagger from the air as if it were a mere toy, noting its lack of physical form. Admiring the craftsmanship of the soul-bound weapon, he decides that Formless Flight Dagger is indeed the perfect name for such a masterpiece. Tang Sichuan's blood runs cold. The monster knew about the weapon's secrets all along, and worse, he's completely unharmed. Before he can react, a palm strike hits him with the force of a mountain, sending him reeling back. He collapses, the last of his strength leaving him as he groans in agony. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, looms over him, lifting him by the throat like a broken doll and mocking his lack of realization. With a cruel smirk, the legend reminds him that even as the successor of the Tang clan, his quest for revenge is nothing but a futile dream. Tang Sichuan spits blood into the founder's face, telling him to keep his family's name out of his filthy mouth. The founder's grip tightens, his eyes flashing with a deadly light as he laments that he can't even spare Tang Sichuan's life now that his core is empty. Struggling for his last breath, Tang Sichuan curses the demon, promising that his soul will haunt him for all eternity. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, simply smiles, raising the formless dagger one last time, hoping the youth will finally fulfill his expectations in the afterlife. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, looms over his descendant, his voice a cold whisper of finality. "I shall give you your life's last gift," he declares, the formless dagger shimmering with lethal intent. Dark energy swirls around the founder's mouth as he begins a forbidden incantation, the very air vibrating with the weight of his demonic power. Tang Sichuan's eyes widen in sheer terror, his pupils contracting as he realizes the sheer scale of the power being unleashed against him. What is he saying? He thinks, frozen in the face of death. In a flash of blinding white light, the strike is delivered. Tang Sichuan is sent hurtling through the air, his body a mere ragdoll against the founder's overwhelming force. Tang Sichuan screams in agony as the demonic energy tears through his defenses, the impact shattering his internal flow and leaving him completely vulnerable. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, extends his hand, a blinding orb of concentrated energy forming at his palm. This is the end, a final execution for the youth who failed to meet his expectations. The energy erupts into a massive, spinning blade of light, cutting through the darkness with the precision of a master executioner. The world dissolves into a chaotic blur of red and white as the technique connects, the sheer force of the Blood Demon's legacy erasing everything in its path. Tang Sichuan gasps, the light reflecting in his eyes as he stares down the barrel of his own mortality. Sweat and blood mingle on his face in his final moments. The formless dagger finds its mark. It pierces through Tang Sewun's skull with a sickening crunch, blood erupting into the air as the killing blow is finally struck. As his life fades, Tang Sewun's consciousness begins to drift. Where did it all go wrong? He wonders, the darkness of the afterlife closing in around him. Falling into a deep, watery abyss, the regrets of a lifetime surface. But I could never live freely, not even once, he laments, sinking further into the void. The silence of the depths is suffocating. If I had known the future, he thinks, a desperate wish for a second chance echoing in the empty space. His eyes remain open, staring into the nothingness. He remembers the day the world was united under the demonic path, the beginning of the end for everyone he ever cared about. Suddenly, the scene shifts. The cold abyss is replaced by the sight of warm, freshly prepared meat on a plate. The smell is intoxicatingly real. More dishes appear, steamed buns and sliced pork. It looks like a feast, a stark contrast to the battlefield where he just met his end. A fist slams onto the table with a thunderous boom, scattering the food. "Hey!" A voice roars, shattering the peaceful illusion. The Tang clan senior guard stands over him, face flushed with anger. "Are you listening?" he bellows, his patience clearly at its limit. Tang Sewun can only blink in confusion, his mind still reeling from the sensation of a dagger in his brain. What? He mutters, unable to process his surroundings. He looks around the bustling tavern, the noise of patrons and clinking glasses overwhelming his senses. Where am I? He asks, his voice trembling. Everything is so loud. A man nearby is stuffing his face with a bun, oblivious to Tang Sewun's existential crisis. "Cook, my head!" he groans, clutching his temples. Tang Sewun touches his face, the skin warm and intact. "I thought I died, but I'm hearing and feeling too clearly," he realizes, a spark of hope and confusion igniting in his eyes. Tang clan senior guard isn't finished. "What about the blood demon? You're not listening to me at all," he shouts, slamming his hand down again. He marches toward Tang Sewun, his massive frame casting a shadow. Mr. Tang, what are you doing? Get it together," a bystander cries out in alarm. The guard raises a hand high into the air. "A dog that does not listen," he growls, his face twisted in a sneer of contempt. "Requires a beating." With a swift, brutal motion, the guard delivers a heavy slap that sends Tang Sewun's head snapping to the side. Tang Sewun stares in shock, his hand slowly moving to his stinging cheek. The pain is real. This isn't a dream, he thinks, his mind racing to catch up. "Hey, are you listening now?" the guard demands. Tang Sewun looks at him, then at the others. "Ju Nampiang, Meng Guk, and Li Hozong," he whispers, recognizing the faces of the dead. He turns his head sharply, a sudden realization hitting him like a physical blow. "Then is the one behind me," he thinks, his heart hammering against his ribs. Single drop of liquid falls, splashing onto the floor. The sound is tiny, but in the silence of his mind, it's as loud as a drumbeat. The liquid pools on the wood, a grim reminder of the reality he's just stepped back into. A young woman, Lady Hua, sits huddled on the floor, her clothes torn and her body trembling with uncontrollable sobs. "Young leader," she whimpers, her voice broken. Tang Sewun's eye twitches, a flood of memories returning with agonizing clarity. He sees the scene of a past tragedy, a moment he thought was buried forever. The memory of finding her in that dark room, the rope hanging nearby, and the sheer helplessness he felt back then. It's all happening again. "Yes, I remember now," he thinks, his resolve hardening. The confusion is gone, replaced by a cold, burning determination. He looks at his hands, then back at the tavern. This is 16 years ago, when Li Hozong was celebrating becoming the Murim Alliance leader's disciple. He looks at Lady Hua, her tears a testament to the horror she's endured. "On this day, Seol was raped and I was unable to protect her," he thinks, using her familiar name. He stands before her, a silent guardian in a world that has yet to fall. "I'm certain of it," he thinks. The timeline has reset. He has returned to the turning point of his life. Tang Sewun begins to shed his outer robe, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. "Am I dreaming or something?" he asks himself, but he already knows the answer. This is his second chance. With the memories of a grandmaster and the knowledge of the future, Tang Sewun prepares to rewrite history. The blood demon's gift wasn't death, it was a new beginning. Tang Sewun gently reassures the weeping woman named Seol, telling her that everything is now okay and she has nothing to worry about. With a heavy heart, Tang Sewun apologizes to Seol for his past failure to protect her, a regret that echoes in his mind, wondering if this moment is even real. Tang Gung glares down at Tang Sewun, demanding to know what he's muttering, while Tang Sewun's resolve hardens, vowing to rewrite everything in this timeline. Before Tang Gung can strike, Tang Siwun's hand shoots out, seizing his wrist with an iron grip, halting the attack mid-air. Tang Siwun offers Tang Gung a final opportunity, stating that if he possesses any humanity, he should offer a genuine apology. Tang Gung snatches his arm back, his fury erupting as he accuses Tang Siwun of having lost his mind. Tang Gung rages, claiming he only played along because of Seol's supposed seduction, then challenges Tang Siwun, asking if he has a death wish. Tang Siwun calmly counters, revealing that Seol had rejected Tang Gung's proposal outright, prompting Tang Gung to angrily demand silence while he's still being nice. Tang Siwun retorts with a scathing insult, suggesting he would have rejected Tang Gung too, given his appearance, which sends Tang Gung into a full-blown rage, screaming for him to shut up. Tang Siwun continues his verbal assault, adding that Tang Gung also smells like shit. Tang Siwun's verbal attack escalates, declaring Tang Gung's personality even more disgusting than his face, as Tang Gung begins to draw his sword. Tang Siwun's cutting words imply Tang Gung's very existence is an offense, but he's cut off as Tang Gung lunges forward, sword raised, vowing to silence him permanently. With a furious roar, Tang Gung unleashes a powerful sword strike, a shimmering arc of energy slicing through the air towards Tang Siwun. Tang Gung stares in disbelief, shocked that Tang Siwun dodged his attack, then roars in indignation. Tang Siwun's eyes narrow as he coldly reminds Tang Gung that ambushes are strictly forbidden in the Orthodox Murim. The collective cry, Tang Gung and several other Tang clan members launch a coordinated assault, their blades flashing as they close in on Tang Siwun. Tang Siwun fluidly evades the incoming strike, his mind flashing back to a painful memory of his past self, unable to resist such attacks and suffering a brutal beating. Moving with impossible speed and grace, Tang Siwun becomes a blur, effortlessly weaving through the barrage of attacks aimed at him. Tang Siwun lands lightly, his posture perfect, as Tang Gung presses his attack, unwilling to yield. A confident smirk plays on Tang Siwun's face as he holds his blade, provocatively asking if this meager assault is truly all they can muster. Tang Gung, mid-leap, shouts down at Tang Siwun, accusing him of arrogance despite only barely managing to dodge his relentless attacks, as Tang Siwun parries another blow. Tang Gung unleashes a devastating, fiery sword technique, his blade leaving a scorching trail as it cuts through the air. Tang Gung descends with a thunderous strike, confident that Tang Siwun cannot evade this attack, bellowing for him to die as the ground shatters beneath his blade. Tang Gung's eye widens in pure shock, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as Tang Siwun coolly retorts, questioning if things aren't working out for his opponent anymore. Sparks erupt as Tang Siwun effortlessly parries Tang Gung's powerful strike with his own blade, leaving Tang Gung in utter disbelief, muttering impossible. The blades grind against each other with a screech of metal, sending a shower of brilliant sparks into the air, a testament to the raw power of their collision. With a surge of power, Tang Siwun forces Tang Gung back, the sheer strength of his counterattack eliciting a pained grunt from his opponent. Tang Siwun's eyes gleam with fierce determination, his long hair sweeping back as he prepares to unleash his true power. Moving with lightning speed, Tang Siwun delivers a devastating kick, sending Tang Gung spiraling through the air with immense force. Tang Gung crashes violently against the far wall, a choked cry escaping his lips as the impact reverberates through the room. Gasping in pain, Tang Gung struggles to regain his footing, his body slumping as the full force of Tang Siwun's attack takes its toll. Tang Siwun's eyes blaze with a terrifying crimson light, a dark and potent aura radiating from him, signaling a shift to a more ruthless demeanor. The raw, unfiltered power of his transformed state is evident in the chilling glow of Tang Siwun's eyes, promising swift and brutal retribution. The swift, practiced motion, Tang Siwun draws a flurry of hidden needles, their sharp points glinting ominously in the dim light. Tang Gung's eyes widen in terror, a desperate, choked "wi" escaping his lips as he attempts to shield himself from the impending assault. Tang Siwun unleashes his deadly hidden weapons, a storm of blades and needles, as a crimson spray erupts, painting the scene with brutal efficiency. Standing victorious, Tang Siwun's leg is splattered with the fresh blood of his fallen foe, a chilling testament to his deadly precision and newfound power. But that brutal victory was merely the prologue. The true test, the true darkness, was only just beginning to unfurl. The defeated foe, Li Hozong, writhes in pain and disbelief, a spectral image of Tang Siwun's furious power looming over him, eyes burning with a menacing crimson glow. Li Hozong, battered and broken, struggles to comprehend his defeat, questioning how a weakling from the fallen Sichuan Tang clan could best him, especially one who couldn't even utilize a dantian. He accuses Tang Siwun of evil sorcery. Heavy weight of a single word hangs in the air, echoing the grim truth of Li Hozong's actions. A traitor. Tang Suwun's eyes, blazing with an infernal red, narrow in cold fury. He declares with chilling resolve that he will not let Li Hozong's betrayal go unpunished. Tang Suwun acknowledges Li Hozong's desperate plea to keep his distance. As he steps closer, Li Hozong, cowering on the floor, begs him to stay away. Tang Suwun, surrounded by crackling energy, asserts that he is no hero, his words a grim promise that he intends to finish this confrontation decisively. Li Hozong's face contorts in pure terror, a single tear escaping his eye as Tang Suwun's final, ominous words cut through the air. Look forward to it. Tang Suwun stands poised, his blade glowing with a malevolent red energy, a dark smile playing on his lips, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Tang Suwun acknowledges Li Hozong's desperate plea to keep his distance. As he steps closer, Li Hozong, cowering on the floor, begs him to stay away. Tang Suwun, surrounded by crackling energy, asserts that he is no hero, his words a grim promise that he intends to finish this confrontation decisively. Li Hozong's face contorts in pure terror, a single tear escaping his eye as Tang Suwun's final, ominous words cut through the air. Look forward to it. The tip of Tang Suwun's blade, radiating intense red energy, hovers menacingly close as he declares that Li Hozong's heart will be his next target. Two Murim Alliance members watch in stunned silence as Li Hozong lies defeated, one exclaiming in shock, "What is this? Li Hozong lost." The Murim Alliance member expresses disbelief at the outcome, having considered the battle between their leader's disciple and a half-wit from the fallen Tang clan to be a predetermined victory. Another Murim Alliance member nervously addresses Tang Suwun, suggesting it might be prudent to stop the confrontation here, wary of the escalating violence. With a panicked expression, the Murim Alliance member decides to retreat, urging his companions to follow as they flee from Tang Suwun's wrath. Tang Suwun's back remains rigid, his aura still radiating with suppressed power as the fleeing figures vanish into the distance. Within Tang Suwun's core, a luminous purple orb pulses with raw energy contained by crackling electrical currents, a sign of the immense power he struggles to control. A trickle of blood escapes Tang Suwun's lips, a testament to the internal struggle required to keep his true strength hidden. Gritting his teeth, Tang Suwun acknowledges the pain, steeling himself to endure it. He cannot, he thinks, reveal his demonic energy in this place. Tang Suwun looks down at the defeated Li Hozong, who lets out a pained cry. Tang Suwun reflects that being looked down upon no longer mattered to him. His gaze shifts to Lady Hua, slumped lifelessly against a wall. Tang Suwun's thoughts harden, believing that even as a human being, one should maintain basic decency. Li Hozong, covered in blood, screams in a mix of terror and rage, ordering Tang Suwun to get lost as his defeat becomes undeniable. Tang Suwun delivers a final, powerful strike with his glowing blade, proclaiming that Li Hozong is the kind of scum who deserves to die. Li Hozong screams in agony. A devastating blow from Tang Suwun's weapon sends Li Hozong reeling, the impact radiating outwards in a burst of energy. Tang Suwun's eye widens in a sudden flash of realization or shock, as if something unexpected has just occurred or been revealed. A flashback sequence begins, showing a hand gripping a blade mid-strike, the weapon glinting with deadly intent. The flashback continues, depicting a dynamic clash between two warriors, blades arcing through the air in a blur of motion. Back in the present, Tang Suwun crouches, his expression grim and alert, sensing a new threat emerging. A voice from a group of armored figures declares that they can no longer stand by and watch if the conflict escalates further. Tang Suwun identifies them, his thoughts racing. The armored figures are revealed as the Escort Dragon Guards, the direct bodyguard unit assigned to each of the Alliance leader's disciples. The leader of the Escort Dragon Guards, Sun Wugan, scoffs at the defeated Li Hozong, calling him an idiot as his identity is revealed. Tang Suwun's eyes blaze with renewed fury, a chilling realization dawning on him. So they've been in cahoots since then? The narrative shifts to a grim historical event, the Sichuan blood disaster, a dark chapter in the Murim Alliance's past. During the disaster, a devastating betrayal led to the simultaneous death of 30% of the Murim Alliance's forces, leaving behind a scene of utter carnage. Tang Suwun, his eyes burning with vengeful resolve, declares that he must execute them here, no matter the consequences. One of the Murim Alliance members challenges Tang Suwun, asking what he will do if they refuse to stand down. The Murim Alliance members show disdain for the fallen, remarking that all this trouble is for someone who isn't even a formal disciple, questioning the Escort Dragon Guard's right to interfere. The Murim Alliance members' face contorts in surprise and indignation, realizing the gravity of Tang Suwun's words. He thinks to himself, confirming that Li Hozong is indeed still in his final verification period, but wonders how Tang Sewun could possibly know such classified information. Tang Sewun accuses them of hypocrisy, stating they did nothing while an innocent woman was harassed, yet now they dare to speak of justice. The Murim Alliance member, outraged, shouts at Tang Sewun, declaring him impudent and asserting that punishment is not for the likes of him, as personnel matters are governed only by the Alliance's laws. Tang Sewun simply responds with a dismissive, "Ha-ha." The Murim Alliance members' thoughts seethe with anger, questioning if this is truly the standard of the Orthodox faction. Tang Sewun's eyes glow with a sinister red as he sarcastically agrees, finding their fair and impartial standards truly amusing. Enraged by the insult, the Murim Alliance member draws his sword, yelling at Tang Sewun for daring to disrespect the Great Murim Alliance. He issues a final ultimatum, warning Tang Sewun that this is his last chance, and if he doesn't kneel and beg for forgiveness, he will suffer grave consequences. Tang Sewun, unimpressed, retorts that for an escort dragon guard leader, he certainly has a slick tongue, clutching his blade. He further taunts the leader, questioning if he climbed to his position merely by talking. The Murim Alliance member's face turns crimson with fury, his arrogance now piercing the heavens, his fist clenched tightly. With a roar, the Murim Alliance member commands his subordinates to seize Tang Sewun, who moves with blinding speed, deflecting incoming attacks as he internally assesses his opponents. Tang Sewun parries a blade, thinking that while Sun Wugeson might be at the peak realm, these three are still first-rate martial artists. Blades clash with a sharp kagagak as Tang Sewun skillfully parries a direct strike. Another swift parry rings out with attack, sparks flying as metal grinds against metal. Tang Sewun narrowly evades a wide swing, his movements fluid and precise, a shook sound echoing. He ducks under another fierce attack, a sook sound highlighting his incredible agility. With a powerful chiak, Tang Sewun lands a precise kick, disrupting his opponent's stance. Tang Sewun twists his body in an impossible angle, a shook sound accompanying his effortless dodge of a downward strike. Surrounded by two attackers, Tang Sewun moves with a wake of intense speed, facing down the simultaneous assault. His eyes narrow with a sook of deadly focus, assessing every move of his opponents. Tang Sewun unleashes a flurry of parries and dodges, a rapid chua-chua-chua of motion as he navigates the onslaught. Mid-leap, Tang Sewun reflects that due to the aftereffects of his one-point kill, he only has about 2 years' worth of inner energy left. He resolves to finish this battle quickly and decisively, knowing his limited reserves. The Murim Alliance member lets out a fierce HAH as he stomps the ground, preparing a powerful strike. With a swift sook, Tang Sewun launches himself into the air, evading the Murim Alliance member's lunging attack. Tang Sewun's knife strikes true, eliciting an ugh of pain from the Murim Alliance member as he takes a direct hit. With a resounding chwak, the Murim Alliance member collapses to the ground, defeated. Tang Sewun follows up with a powerful downward strike, a pyong sound accompanying the force of his blade. Another Murim Alliance member is sent flying by Tang Sewun's overwhelming attack, leaving the leader in utter shock, exclaiming, "W!" Tang Sewun's blade slices through the air with a rapid tatak-tatak, demonstrating his devastating precision. A desperate Murim Alliance member screams, "You bastard!" as Tang Sewun's relentless assault continues. Tang Sewun prepares for his next move, his grip firm on his weapon, a chio sound indicating his readiness. An opponent looks up in sheer terror, thinking, he's a monster, as Tang Sewun looms above, his presence radiating immense power. Despite the overwhelming odds, a defiant Murim Alliance member glares, refusing to give up and yelling, "Stop messing around." Tang Sewun's eye remains calm and utterly focused, a silent promise of the inevitable conclusion. The opponent, driven by fury, unleashes a powerful kick, aiming directly for Tang Sewun, who is caught in a blinding flash of impact. Tang Sewun is sent flying through the air, daggers clutched in his hands, as debris explodes around him from the sheer force of the blow. He crashes to the ground, scattering his hidden blades, the impact jarring his entire body as he struggles to regain his footing. A trickle of blood escapes Tang Sewun's lips as he looks up from his defeated posture, the opponent's imposing foot looming over him. The opponent stands tall, demanding to know who Tang Sewun is to run wild without knowing his place. The opponent continues to mock Tang Sewun, declaring him nothing more than a third-rate martial artist, and that is his true station. He presses on, asking if Tang Sewun understands the price of such disgraceful antics, while Tang Sewun dismisses his words as mere noise. Tang Sewun, eyes closed and bloodied, internally expresses his annoyance, finding the opponent's incessant chatter too noisy to even rest for a moment. A determined glint enters Tang Sewun's eyes as he realizes this is his only choice to forcibly open his upper energy core. His face contorts in pain and resolve, blue lightning crackling around him as he pushes past his limits to unleash his hidden power. The opponent, startled by Tang Sewun's sudden surge of energy, lunges forward with his sword, demanding to know what Tang Sewun is doing. Tang Sewun stands empowered, facing the opponent, who dismisses his new trick, certain the outcome remains unchanged and mocking his past alliances. With fierce resolve, Tang Sewun grips a glowing blue dagger, his entire being radiating potent, crackling energy. The opponent responds with his own surge of green lightning, challenging Tang Sewun and asking if he truly wishes to die. He leaps into the air, sword raised, vowing to grant Tang Sewun's death wish with a powerful strike. Tang Sewun stands firm, his expression unwavering, ready to meet the incoming assault with his newly unleashed power. A blade of pure, shimmering purple energy cuts through the air, leaving the opponent utterly bewildered and questioning its origin. The opponent, reeling from the unexpected attack, wonders if the energy had entered his upper core before, confused by its sudden reappearance. With a desperate lunge, the opponent declares the fight over, convinced that whatever the reason for Tang Sewun's power, victory is now in his grasp. Two daggers lie discarded on the floor, wisps of energy still emanating from them, marking the aftermath of a fierce exchange. Tang Sewun, bathed in radiant blue energy, prepares to deliver a decisive blow, vowing to finish the battle in one swift strike. The opponent stares in disbelief, his own energy fading, utterly shocked by Tang Sewun's power and questioning what just happened. A new, venerable figure steps into the arena, his presence commanding attention as he walks past the defeated opponent. Tang Sewun looks on, surprised, as the imposing figure of the Murim Alliance leader appears before him. The Murim Alliance leader places a hand on Tang Sewun's shoulder, beginning a solemn warning, "You must." He continues his admonition, looking down at Tang Sewun, urging him to never use that power recklessly, child. Tang Sewun gazes up at the Murim Alliance leader, a profound realization dawning upon him about the identity of this powerful man. Around them, several figures kneel in reverence, collectively paying their respects to the Murim Alliance leader. The narrator reveals the full title of the esteemed figure and the master of the Murim Alliance. Tang Sewun remains surprised, still processing the presence of the Murim Alliance leader. The Murim Alliance leader reiterates his profound caution to Tang Sewun, emphasizing, "You must never." His warning is clear and firm, "Use that power recklessly, child." Tang Sewun continues to contemplate the Murim Alliance leader's words and his imposing presence. The Murim Alliance leader's feet move with purpose, leaving Tang Sewun's discarded daggers on the floor, a silent testament to the recent battle. The scene holds, with the kneeling figures continuing their respectful posture before the Murim Alliance leader. The Murim Alliance leader's wise and powerful gaze settles over the scene, his authority undeniable. The Murim Alliance leader's wise and powerful gaze settles over the scene, his authority undeniable. Tang Sewun's eyes widen slightly, a silent acknowledgement of the formidable presence before him. A subtle shift in Tang Sewun's expression reveals a deeper contemplation, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Grim reality of the intensifying war with the blood cult unfolds, revealing the Murim Alliance's increasingly apparent defeat. Blades flash and bodies blur, a desperate struggle for survival amidst the relentless onslaught. The narrator grimly observes that most warriors eventually succumb, forced to kneel before the overwhelming might of the blood cult. Yet, amidst the carnage, a lone figure, battered and bloodied, refuses to yield, clutching broken weapons in a defiant stand. Standing tall, the Murim Alliance leader radiates immense power, his sword glowing with an ethereal light, a beacon of hope against despair. Back in the present, Tang Sewun's hand instinctively tightens around the hilt of his hidden dagger, a silent readiness for any threat. Tang Sewun firmly reminds himself, this isn't the time to be getting sentimental, his gaze sharp and focused as purple energy subtly emanates around him. Tang Sewun internally muses, relieved that the Murim Alliance leader failed to detect his formless flight dagger, noting that even the legendary Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, hadn't noticed it before. A bead of sweat trickles down Tang Sewun's temple as his thoughts shift, realizing, then my next problem is... Tang Sewun internally strategizes, wondering if he could counterattack with his dagger should the Sword Emperor's attitude shift to the worst-case scenario. A subtle ho-ho is heard, hinting at the Alliance leader's awareness. Tang Sewun admits his inability to perceive something, while the Murim Alliance leader, intrigued, acknowledges this as a truly unprecedented experience for him. The Murim Alliance leader, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, declares, "Child, it seems you have quite an interesting talent." Tang Sewun's expression tightens, a mix of surprise and apprehension crossing his features as he processes the Alliance leader's words. The Murim Alliance leader's voice softens, expressing concern to someone off-panel. "You must have been very frightened." Comforting hand gently pats ahead as the Murim Alliance leader reassures, "Everything's okay now, child." The Murim Alliance leader gently advises Haeyoung, "You can rest a little more and get up later," as she leans into his comforting presence. Tang Sewun glances back, a ripple of surprise crossing his mind as he questions, "Who is she? I didn't even sense her presence." A frustrated voice scolds the Murim Alliance leader, demanding, "You bastard, why did you suddenly disappear on your own?" The Alliance leader calmly explains, "I didn't have a moment to spare because I sensed ripples of innate core energy." Tang Sewun's mind races, a name surfacing as he thinks, "Bo Yun? Is she really?" His gaze drifting to the figure recovering on the floor. Formidable Divine Nun Bo Yun, former leader of the Amei sect and renowned Crouching Tiger Divine Physician, stands revealed, her presence commanding respect. The narrative transitions to Chapter 3, titled The Sword Emperor and the Divine Physician, hinting at the unfolding power dynamics. 15 minutes earlier, a serene pavilion stood gracefully over tranquil waters, a stark contrast to the brewing tensions. Chief Manager Sun, seated across from the Murim Alliance leader, reiterates with a sigh, "I keep telling you." The Murim Alliance leader, his expression unwavering, calmly asserts, "Those people will never change." The Murim Alliance leader explains his resolve, stating that far too many within the Alliance had forgotten righteousness and betrayed their duties, which is why he took on the leadership role to set things right. The gentle thud, a bowl is placed on the table as Chief Manager Sun playfully retorts, "You stupid Taoist." A soft breeze rustles through the pavilion as the Murim Alliance leader and Chief Manager Sun continue their discussion amidst the tranquil scenery. The serene pavilion, where the Murim Alliance leader and Chief Manager Sun were in discussion, now echoes with the Alliance leader's musings, suggesting one should simply spend your days leisurely drinking wine. The Murim Alliance leader lets out a soft ho-ho, a laugh that seems to carry a hidden weight, his eyes holding a distant look. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, glowing with a fierce, almost electric blue energy, indicating a profound internal disturbance. The tranquility shatters. Tang Gung, with a stern expression, admonishes the leader, declaring, "This is no time to be laughing, geezer. If you fall to your inner demons, nobody will be able to." His voice trails, leaving the unspoken threat hanging in the air, before he adds, "Stop you?" The table before them, laden with untouched dishes, reflects the gravity of their conversation. Tang Gung's frustration boils over, manifesting in a chibi-style outburst as he mutters, "That darn bastard." Tang Hairyung, looking distraught, stands over an injured figure, expressing her concern to Tang Gung. "You're always so fast to get away. Can he be saved?" Tang Sewun's face contorts in anguish, his thoughts racing as he despairs. "Damn it, how did things end up like this? I have to find a way out." Tang Hairyung looks towards Tang Sewun, who stands ready with a dagger, as she calls out, "Child." Tang Hairyung continues, her gaze fixed on Tang Sewun. "His wound is far too violent. Did you?" Tang Gung, with a piercing gaze, finishes her question, "Use an unorthodox martial art?" A blur of rapid movement indicates a swift, decisive action, accompanied by a sharp, cutting sound. Scene unfolds, revealing Tang Gung and Tang Hairyung observing Tang Sewun engaged in a fierce battle against multiple adversaries, his unorthodox techniques evident. With a strained expression, Tang Sewun confirms, "If that's right, you're exactly correct, Divine Physician." Tang Sewun kneels, wounded. As the narration explains, Tang Sewun is only a third-rate warrior, but with the use of an unorthodox martial art, he subdued a first-rate warrior. Tang Sewun turns away, asserting his stance, "I didn't wish to fight. However, as one who walks the path of the orthodox faction, I had no choice." Tang Sewun lies on the ground, surrounded by discarded daggers, as Tang Gung observes him, thinking, or so he says. His gaze sharpens, pondering, "How do you intend to?" Tang Sewun rises, a glowing red dagger in hand, declaring, "Though my clan has declined, my blood remains the same. What I did still isn't enough for someone who laid hands on a member of my clan." Taking a resolute stance, Tang Sewun warns, "Now that I've said everything, I'll end my courtesy to you here. From here on out, know that I will no longer show mercy." His eyes burn with a fierce red glow, matching the aura of his dagger, as Tang Sewun's resolve hardens. "Even if you're the one trying to stop me." The Murim Alliance leader's eyes glow with a powerful golden light as he challenges Tang Sewun. "Are you really willing to throw your life away over an emotional action?" Tang Sichuan lunges with fierce determination, meeting the Murim Alliance leader in a clash of wills and power, their forms shrouded in swirling energy. Close-up reveals the Murim Alliance leader's intense, powerful, golden eyes, now fully activated. The Murim Alliance leader confronts Tang Sichuan, demanding, "Answer me. Is your fleeting revenge more important than your life?" Tang Sichuan retorts, "This isn't mere fleeting revenge." Tang Sichuan drifts in a dark, ethereal space, his thoughts echoing, "In this life." The ominous title, Murim Alliance, looms in a dark, shadowy landscape, hinting at the grander forces at play. The Murim Alliance leader, wielding a glowing blue sword, declares his grand ambition, "I'm trying to fix this wrong world, little by little." Tang Sichuan, surrounded by a blue aura, grips his glowing dagger, his resolve unyielding, "Even if that means exhausting my own life to do it." Murim Alliance leader, lost in thought with Tang Hairyung behind him, muses, "He's walking down the path even I once wavered on. Did you think setting the world right would be easy? He still intends to move forward despite everything?" A gleaming sword hilt comes into sharp focus, radiating a subtle energy, as the Murim Alliance leader's thoughts conclude, "If your sincerity is truly that strong, then..." Tang Sichuan's eye widens in sudden realization, a sharp exclamation marking his surprise. A swift, powerful swing of a sword cuts through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering energy. The blade strikes the ground with immense force, carving a deep fissure and sending shockwaves rippling outwards. Murim Alliance leader sits amidst swirling, dark energy, his presence dominating the space as immense power emanates from him. Tang Sichuan is suspended in midair, caught within the powerful vortex of energy, his expression one of shock and awe at the display of force. Still suspended in midair, Tang Sichuan intently observes the powerful energy vortex, realizing that within its single stream, countless Taoist principles are embedded like intricate lines. He muses on the ancient saying that with insight alone, one can attain enlightenment. Despite the profound principles he perceives, Tang Sichuan finds himself simply captivated by the sheer beauty of the power unfolding before him. As Tang Gung executes a devastating sword technique, creating a blinding torrent of energy, Tang Sichuan remains mesmerized, admitting to himself that the display is so beautiful, he wouldn't mind even falling to this very sword. He identifies the formidable technique as Wudong swordsmanship, a style he now experiences firsthand. Tang Gung stands victorious, his sword poised over the defeated Li Hozong, who lies prone on the ground, the battle concluded. Li Hozong, battered and bleeding, looks up at Tang Gung with a mix of fear and recognition, uttering a choked, "Master." Kneeling in submission, Li Hozong acknowledges Tang Gung's presence, exclaiming, "Why you've come, Master?" An unnamed female physician, observing Li Hozong, coolly remarks that while it is her duty to help him, he has saved her the trouble. Li Hozong, still on the ground, mentally fumes, questioning what kind of absurd thing she is saying to someone who just came back from the brink of death. Tang Gung lowers his blade, pointing it directly at Li Hozong's face, and states firmly that his opponent went as far as to stake his life to prove his righteousness. Tang Gung challenges Li Hozong, asking him what he has done in comparison. Li Hozong, seeing his own reflection in the blade, stammers, "That's..." Tang Gung, seeing Li Hozong's reaction, concludes that he asked a pointless question, implying Li Hozong has no satisfactory answer. Li Hozong desperately protests, declaring that he too will put his life at stake. He internally blames his opponent, claiming it was their fault for provoking him first. Tang Gung cuts him off with a thunderous silence, expressing his disgust and declaring that his ears will rot if he continues to listen to Li Hozong's pathetic excuses. Tang Sichuan, having witnessed the exchange, apologizes to Tang Gung. Tang Gung, in turn, assures him not to worry, stating he will take full responsibility for Tang Sichuan's actions. Tang Sichuan expresses his gratitude to Tang Gung, while Li Hozong, still reeling, attempts to protest, calling out, "Be but master." Tang Gung turns his stern gaze towards Li Hozong, coldly stating that he has never had a disciple quite like him, a clear sign of his profound disappointment. A hand grips a sword hilt, drawing the blade with a sharp, metallic sound, energy crackling around it. Tang Sichuan stands, his back to the viewer, enveloped in crackling blue energy, his eyes glowing ominously red as he prepares to deliver his judgment. Li Hozong desperately tries to crawl away, his voice laced with terror as he screams, "Damn it, don't come near me." Li Hozong, brandishing his sword, shouts at Tang Sichuan to stay away, but Tang Sichuan, his fist glowing with power, retorts with a chilling declaration, "Even death is a luxury for you." Tang Sichuan's fist glows with intensifying blue energy as he pronounces his judgment, "Someone like you." Tang Sichuan's devastating blue energy attack strikes Li Hozong, who screams in pure agony as the force engulfs him. The sheer power of the blow sends Li Hozong hurtling backward, his body twisting uncontrollably from the impact. Tang Siwun's fist remains charged with residual blue lightning, a testament to the raw power he just unleashed. The destructive blue energy coalesces into a pulsating orb, crackling with fierce lightning before dissipating into the air. Li Hozong is sent flying across the room, debris erupting around him from the sheer force, his body now a broken mess. He slams into a distant wall with a bone-jarring crash, the impact splintering the wood and leaving him utterly incapacitated. Li Hozong's face is a mask of pure anguish, his eyes wide with terror, blood trickling from his lips as he endures the agonizing aftermath of the attack. Tang Siwun's chilling resolve echoes. Li Hozong needs to live. Tang Siwun's eyes glow with cold blue energy as he completes his thought. Li Hozong must live in order to experience pain worse than death. Tang Gung observes Tang Siwun, a silent contemplation crossing his aged features as he processes the depth of his disciple's grim resolve. Tang Siwun turns slightly to face Tang Gung, respectfully asking if he would perhaps entrust the judgment of these people to him. Two other Tang clan members observe. One internally acknowledges that if it is the Sword Emperor, he will ensure they pay a price befitting their actions. The other reflects that since the main perpetrator has been punished, he will now take a step back. Tang Siwun bows with a gesture of respect, stating that as Tang Gung has overlooked his impertinence, he shall do the same. He then thanks Tang Gung for allowing him to preserve his dignity. With his judgment delivered, Tang Siwun turns and walks away, leaving the humiliated figure kneeling in his wake. Tang Siwun gently cradles Haeyoung, reassuring her that once he finishes settling this chaos, he intends to go to her clan. As Tang Siwun carries Haeyoung away, Tang Gung calls out, asking if Tang Siwun could spare him some time then, implying a future discussion. Tang Siwun pauses, his back to the viewer, considering Tang Gung's request, and states that if their discussion is over a cup of tea, then he can spare the time, a slight, knowing smile gracing his lips as he accepts the implied future discussion. The scene shifts dramatically, revealing the majestic peaks of Sichuan, where the legendary Tang Mountain stands bathed in the golden light of sunset. Though its true name has been lost to time, the people eventually came to know this formidable peak simply as Tang Mountain, home to various sects. And nestled within its formidable embrace, a grand manor rises, hinting at the power it once held. This is the revered home of the Sichuan Tang clan, a place steeped in martial history and tradition. The glory of the Sichuan Tang clan was not destined to endure, its reputation fading like a shattered reflection. The once mighty Tang clan has fallen from grace, retreating from the ranks of the 7 great clans to become merely a mid-sized force in the martial world. A Tang clan senior guard expresses concern, questioning whether the situation is truly all right, and insists that the female Tang clan member must not take action personally. The female Tang clan member, identified as Tang Siwun's elder sister, stands with a resolute expression. One of the male Tang clan members declares their unwavering priority is to secure the young clan head's safety above all else. He continues, instructing everyone to depart immediately, a sense of urgency echoing through the assembled crowd. The female Tang clan member, with a serious expression, begins to address the assembled clan members, urging everyone to brace themselves. Her expression quickly shifts to one of surprise and confusion, her eyes widening in disbelief. She whispers in astonishment, recognizing the figure approaching with Haeyoung as none other than Tang Siwun. Tang Siwun, still carrying Haeyoung, meets her gaze with a weary but determined expression, simply stating, "I'm back." Haeyoung, still nestled against Tang Siwun's shoulder, stirs slightly and murmurs, "By the way." Tang Siwun looks around at the assembled clan members, a question forming on his lips. Where is everyone going? His foot lands with a soft thud, the sound echoing his quiet determination. Retreating to his chambers, Tang Siwun stands before a framed image on a desk, lost in a moment of quiet contemplation. His footsteps gently tap against the floor as he moves, the sounds almost imperceptible in the stillness of the room. Looking at the stern face in the portrait, Tang Siwun thinks to himself, He concludes his thought with a sigh. I really have regressed, acknowledging his current diminished state. A dark, chaotic energy swirls within, a visual representation of the internal turmoil and corrupted energy that plagues him. A surge of pain forces him to cough, expelling dark, viscous blood, a grim sign of his body's internal rejection. Kneeling in agony, clutching his chest, Tang Siwun confirms his fears. As expected, my energy circulation had failed. He recalls the true purpose of the golden energy strengthening art, a technique initially designed to aid in blacksmithing, manifesting as glowing blue energy in his hand. This art, while enhancing the body's regenerative power, was never intended for accumulating inner energy. Thus, his current suffering is a natural consequence, especially since his energy core perceives inner energy as a deadly poison. With a grimace of pain and fierce resolve, Tang Sichuan declares that he has no other option but to endure. Despite being scorned by most martial artists, this same golden energy strengthening art has bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability to forge divine artifacts. He recalls the reverse heaven energy, a technique from the blood demon's martial art learned for the sole purpose of revenge, which offered him an alternative path to overcome his current predicament. His feet shimmer with vibrant blue energy, propelling him forward with incredible speed and agility. Engulfed in a luminous aura, Tang Sichuan reflects that even before his regression, his deformed energy core remained an unyielding obstacle, impossible to remove by any means. He focuses on the swirling blue energy around his core, acknowledging that this fundamental flaw remains an immutable truth in this life as well as golden energy crackles around him. He unleashes a powerful punch, a blinding flash of golden energy erupting from his fist, demonstrating his revitalized strength. With fierce determination, Tang Sichuan vows to himself, "But this time, I'll move forward faster." As the sun dips below the horizon, the Sichuan Tang clan estate is bathed in a final, blood-red glow, signaling the end of one era and the dawn of another. The sky darkens into a deep purple, mirroring the heavy atmosphere settling over the martial world. Under the cold light of a full moon, the winds of change begin to howl through the ancient eaves of the manor. Inside his private quarters, Tang Sichuan opens his eyes, feeling the surge of power. He notes with satisfaction that his meridians and upper energy core are now perfectly synchronized. Energy crackles around him like static lightning as he confirms his internal state. His cultivation has finally reached a stable phase, anchoring his soul to this new timeline. He analyzes his progress. The golden energy strengthening art has peaked at 5 stars, while the blood demon's reverse heaven energy is just beginning its ascent at 1 star. Both techniques are high-tier arts that draw from the upper energy core. The golden energy art acts as a restorative force for his innate core energy. Meanwhile, the reverse heaven energy works to expand the total capacity of that core, creating a perfect cycle of growth and recovery. Synergy is beyond anything a normal martial artist could conceive. Tang Sichuan is essentially building a foundation that defies the natural laws of cultivation. With a slight smirk, he realizes he can now wield his innate core energy without restriction. The power is intoxicating, but he must remain cautious. He focuses on his breath, suppressing the violent aura. If he's to survive the coming storm, he cannot reveal his true strength too early. He seals his presence so tightly that not even the scent of his energy leaks out. Looking at his tattered robes, he decides it's time for a change of attire. As he moves, he senses something strange. A familiar weight rests against his palm, glowing with a ghostly light. It's the formless flight dagger. He wonders how this legendary weapon managed to regress through time along with him. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden sound. Someone is approaching his room with uncharacteristic haste. Young servant peeks through the sliding doors, his face pale with anxiety. He hesitates, unsure if he should disturb the young master. The boy stammers out an apology, correcting himself as he addresses Tang Sichuan as the young clan head. He brings word that the clan head requires his presence in Manhua Hall. Tang Sichuan remains calm, telling the boy it's fine. He knew this summons was inevitable. The gears of the Tang clan are finally starting to turn. He looks at the servant and calls him by name, Zhang Il. The boy is startled, wondering how the young clan head could possibly know who he is. Tang Sichuan simply walks past him, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. To Zhang Il, it's a first meeting, but for Sichuan, it's a reunion with a loyal shadow. Soft, genuine expression crosses his face. It's really good to see you again, he thinks, cherishing the sight of a friend who was lost in his previous life. He steps out into the morning light, the crisp air filling his lungs. The estate is already bustling with activity. As he walks through the courtyard, whispers follow in his wake. The clan members watch him with a mix of curiosity and skepticism, sensing a change in his bearing. He arrives at the imposing entrance of Manhua Hall, the main conference center of the Sichuan Tang clan. This is where the family's fate is decided. Before he even enters, the sound of heated arguments spills through the doors. The elders are shouting, demanding to know if there's any other way to stop the impending crisis. Tang Sichuan pauses, his hand hovering over the door. The tension inside is thick enough to cut with a blade. With a firm movement, he pushes the doors open, the wood groaning under the weight of his resolve. The light floods into the dim hall as he steps inside. All eyes turn toward him, the sudden silence more deafening than the previous shouting. He walks down the center of the long hall, flanked by the elders of the clan. Their faces are etched with stern judgment and hidden agendas. Tang Gung watches him with a piercing gaze, his arms crossed. The air in the room feels heavy, laden with the expectations of a dying clan. Tang Sichuan doesn't flinch. He continues his steady march forward, his footsteps echoing with unnatural precision. He clenches his teeth, a flash of a dark memory crossing his mind. He remembers the blood, the screams, and the failure of his past life. Images of his own death and the destruction of his family haunt his vision for a split second, fueling his determination to change everything. He stops at the head of the hall and begins a formal martial arts salute. His movements are fluid, showing a level of discipline that shocks the gathered elders. The power within him surges as he brings his hands together. A faint golden light shimmers around his fists, a sign of his advanced cultivation. The voice that rings through the hall like a bell, he announces himself, I, Tang Sichuan, the young clan head. He continues, his voice filled with an authority that belies his age, have come as per the clan head's orders. The elders exchange uneasy glances. This is not the weak, indecisive youth they remember. This is a predator in human skin. Tang Sichuan looks directly at his father, his eyes glowing with an intense, golden light that seems to see through all the clan's petty politics. The stage is set. The regression was just the beginning. Now, Tang Sichuan is ready to reclaim the glory of the Sichuan Tang clan, one broken bone at a time. With the weight of his past and future converging, the Sichuan Tang clan head, Tang Muyal, issues a commanding order, stand up. Tang Sichuan, his eyes sharp with renewed purpose, acknowledges the command, rising with a resolute yes, clan head. He strides forward, leaving the assembly behind him, the weight of the clan's future resting on his shoulders. As he moves, Tang Sichuan's thoughts betray his concern. The Tang clan right now is in danger. He observes the ongoing discussion, requesting its continuation, noting the critical subject, two extremely lethal poisons. Tang Hoyol interjects, raising a hand to assert his right to speak. In that case, allow me to continue. Tang Hoyol, the chief escort of the Manhua agency, steps forward, his presence commanding attention. Tang Hoyol points an accusatory finger, stating, I believe you yourself know how serious the situation you have caused is. He then implores Tang Sichuan, for the sake of the clan, to personally appear before the Murim Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall. Tang Sichuan's internal monologue reveals his true assessment. Tang Hoyol is merely the first poison in a larger scheme. A terrifying vision of the Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, flashes, a malevolent entity cackling amidst chaos, embodying the threat. The founder's chilling voice echoes from the past, vowing, I will take everything you've built up. Without fail, the menacing promise hangs heavy, a specter of his previous life. Returning to the present, Tang Sichuan silently muses, or so he said, questioning the true nature of his regression. His fist clenches, a single, burning question dominating his mind. Did he plan for this? Tang Sichuan's expression darkens, a silent vow forming in his heart as he processes the implications of the past. With each step, Tang Sichuan's determination solidifies, a silent challenge forming. I don't know what you're plotting, Blood Demon, but I'll make you regret it. His resolve unwavering, Tang Sichuan declares, this life will be different. He stands beneath towering shelves, his gaze fixed upwards, a specific item catching his attention. His hand extends, deftly retrieving a hidden scroll from its resting place on the shelf with a soft click. He carefully examines the ancient text, recognizing it as a lost metal craft art traditionally passed down through the Tang clan's blacksmiths. His sharp eyes gleam with a newfound understanding, a spark of genius ignited by the ancient knowledge. A monochrome flashback shows Tang Hoyol confronting a younger Tang Sichuan, accusing him, you're becoming independent? Tang Sichuan, shocked, retorts, what on earth are you talking about, uncle? Tang Hoyol, with a sneer, confirms his accusation, exactly what it sounds like. Tang Sichuan, aghast, challenges Tang Hoyol, demanding if he truly comprehends the devastating consequences for the Tang clan should the Manhua agency withdraw its support. Tang Hoyol shoves him away, a cold TSK, that's precisely why I'm leaving, escaping his lips, leaving Tang Sichuan stunned. Tang Sichuan, betrayed, whispers, you uncle, how could you do this? Tang Hoyol turns his back, dismissing Tang Sichuan with, you wouldn't understand. He then reveals his long-held grudge. Ever since Tang Muyal stole the position of patriarch from me. His face contorted with dark glee, Tang Hoyol proclaims, I've been waiting for this day. A maniacal cackle escapes him as he triumphantly declares, finally the Tang clan will be mine. Back in the present, Tang Sichuan reflects on his past achievements. If I hadn't reached the 5th stage of the Golden Bell Shield back then, and if I hadn't discovered my talent for creating divine artifacts, the Tang clan would have been ruined by financial debt long before the blood cult ever invaded. Suddenly, Tang Jun, master of the medical pavilion, intervenes, angrily confronting the chief escort. How dare you be so disrespectful to the clan's direct heir? Tang Jun passionately argues, reminding everyone that among those dragged to the disciplinary hall, not a single person has ever returned in one piece, and demands that must never happen. However, Chief Manager Sun, undeterred by the emotional plea, firmly states that this difficult path is the only way for the Tang clan to ensure its survival. Another clan member addresses Chief Manager Sun, who then challenges the room, asking if any faction would dare betray the Qingcheng sect to ally with them. Chief Manager Sun continues, his gaze sweeping across the room, demanding to know if their clan possesses a master strong enough to halt the impending threat. A profound silence follows as the system identifies him as Sun Jian, Chief Manager of Internal and External Affairs. A wave of despair washes over the assembly, with many silently agreeing that no one will dare side with them, sealing their fate once the alliance leader arrives. Tang Sichuan, observing the defeatism, reflects on how the clan's strength has dwindled under Dang Hoyil's machinations. Tang Sichuan's thoughts drift to the core of their weakness, the elusive source of the Sichuan Tang clan's signature venom. He realizes that this pervasive defeatism infecting the clan is a second deadly poison far more insidious. His past self, he muses, might have been just as lost in despair. But he is different now. His eyes glint with a fierce resolve, a silent vow to repay every kindness and carve every grudge into blood, as the spectral image of a venomous beast looms behind him. A sinister-looking clan member, his face etched with suspicion, addresses Tang Sichuan, questioning how he managed to defeat the alliance leader's youngest disciple, implying the use of a forbidden artifact. Tang Sichuan's eyes narrow, a silent promise forming in his mind that the man will soon repay 10 times what he has taken. Out loud, he simply states, "You're wrong." Tang Sichuan continues, his voice firm, declaring that the man's question is entirely misguided. The suspicious clan member, now enraged and surrounded by a surging green aura, shouts that this is no time for such jests. He sneers, admitting he doesn't know how Tang Sichuan managed to defeat Li Hosong, but dismisses him as nothing more than a third-class martial artist. Enraged clan member unleashes his spiritual pressure, thinking that as a peak realm master, Tang Sichuan should be crumbling under its weight. The clan member's thoughts reel in disbelief, questioning how Tang Sichuan could possibly endure his immense pressure. Tang Gung, observing the escalating tension, commands everyone in the hall to be silent. Tang Gung, his expression stern, acknowledges the situation and directly asks Tang Sichuan why he chose to fight Li Hosong. With a confident smirk, Tang Sichuan declares that from this moment on, he will reveal everything about his actions, exactly as it happened, without holding anything back. The shocking revelation echoes through the hall. Tang Sichuan entered a death match with the alliance leader's disciple, all for a mere servant. With unwavering conviction, Tang Sichuan simply replies, "Precisely." An infuriated clan member demands if Tang Sichuan is even listening to himself, to which Tang Sichuan calmly retorts, "I am. Is there a problem?" The enraged clan member shouts, accusing Tang Sichuan of pushing their entire lineage to the brink of destruction and questioning his audacity. Tang Sichuan, his expression solemn, turns to a senior clan member, asking what the Sichuan Tang clan truly means to him. Chief Manager Sun, taken aback, questions Tang Sichuan's sudden inquiry about the Sichuan Tang clan. Tang Sichuan, however, prepares to reveal his own profound understanding of their lineage. Tang Sichuan's internal monologue reveals his core belief: every single member of their family forms the very foundation of the Tang clan. He asserts that no matter what disaster strikes, the clan itself will endure. Tang Gung realizes with a jolt that Tang Sichuan is echoing the former patriarch's last will. Tang Sichuan then firmly states that if it is to protect their bloodline, they will not hesitate to throw away their lives. Tang Sichuan declares with fervent conviction that this is the true meaning of being a member of the Sichuan Tang clan. Chief Manager Sun is left speechless, pondering Tang Sichuan's powerful words. Tang Sichuan's voice cuts through the silence, challenging them once more. "So tell me, what's the problem?" With a knowing smirk, Tang Sichuan presses his advantage, asking if they truly believe the chief escort should have stood idly by while Siola was assaulted. Enraged clan member, refusing to be silenced, interrupts, stating his question is not yet finished. The clan member, still fuming, brings up the accusation of a forbidden artifact. Tang Sichuan calmly gestures to the ground, revealing his true weapons, 2 simple daggers. The clan members gasp in disbelief, realizing the weapons are merely practice daggers. Another voice questions the audacity of using such tools against the alliance leader's disciple. The clan member scoffs, demanding to know how Tang Sichuan could possibly defeat a first-class warrior with such a trivial weapon. Tang Sichuan simply replies, "Because I used my primordial qi." The clan members' minds race, realizing the gravity of using primordial qi. It shortens one's lifespan, potentially leaving Tang Sichuan on his deathbed. Yet, the sacrifice would explain how he managed to punish Li Hosong, though one immediately recoils from the provocative wording. A clan member silently acknowledges that Tang Sichuan has truly upheld the former patriarch's final will. Tang Sichuan then turns to his uncle, asking if his curiosity is now satisfied, leaving the elder speechless. Tang Gung stares, the realization dawning on him that Tang Sichuan truly put his life on the line. Tang Gung, still grappling with the revelation, asks Tang Sichuan if he truly used his primordial qi, noting that his internal pathways appeared normal upon his return. Tang Sichuan calmly explains that the alliance leader and the divine doctor appeared just in time to treat him, leaving Tang Gung utterly stunned. An unnamed clan member vehemently denies Tang Sichuan's story, questioning why such powerful figures would intervene for someone like him. Suddenly, a panicked shout rings out, "P Patriarch!" A sense of dread fills the hall as a clan member realizes the gravity of the situation, while another frantically declares, "We have a situation." A clan member attempts to deliver urgent news about the alliance, but is cut off by another's confused exclamation as blinding light streams in from outside. The clan members stare in utter shock, their faces illuminated by an ominous glow as the true nature of the situation becomes apparent. The clan members stare in utter shock, their faces illuminated by an ominous glow as the true nature of the situation becomes apparent. Tang Sichuan lets out a dry, knowing laugh, a hand resting gently on his shoulder as if a prelude to a significant encounter. The air thickens with anticipation as the Murim Alliance leader makes his grand entrance, his commanding presence demanding immediate respect. He directly addresses Tang Sichuan, asking if he has been well. The patriarch of the Dang clan, Dang Muyil, bows deeply, extending a formal greeting to the newly arrived alliance leader, a gesture of profound respect echoed by other clan members. The alliance leader offers a polite apology for any perceived lack of proper reception, then quickly dismisses the need for such formalities, indicating a desire to move past ceremonial pleasantries. Dang Muyil expresses his gratitude for the alliance leader's gracious acceptance of his apology, attempting to continue his formal address. Interrupting Dang Muyil, the alliance leader declares he will not hold any perceived discourtesy against him, a surprising statement that clearly startles the observing clan members. An enraged clan member, Dang Hoyil, questions the mention of discourtesy, his eye burning with fury. He quickly attempts to mend the situation, apologizing for his brother's perceived rudeness and emphasizing the honor of the alliance leader's visit. Dang Hoyil formally introduces himself as the chief escort of the Manhua Bureau, a title the alliance leader calmly acknowledges. With a piercing gaze and an unspoken display of overwhelming power, the alliance leader curtly asks Dang Hoyil to remove himself from the conversation. Stunned and overwhelmed, Dang Hoyil can only stammer out an apology. The alliance leader notes the current disarray, humorously remarking on the inability to offer tea. He then swiftly shifts to the core reason for his visit, asserting his presence as the Murim alliance leader. With a grave expression, the alliance leader begins his formal address, directing his words first and foremost to the patriarch and every member of the Dang clan. In a profound gesture of respect, the alliance leader crosses his arms and bows, offering the Murim alliance's sincerest apologies to the Dang clan for the recent events. The patriarch, Dang Muyil, visibly distressed, laments his own shortcomings, acknowledging his failure as a master for not being stricter in his teachings and better prepared for the unfolding crisis. The alliance leader states his intention to provide ample compensation, not only as an apology to the victim but also to the entire Dang clan, recognizing their suffering. Dang Muyil reflects on the clan's inaction, admitting they played no part in upholding justice this time, implying that everything was handled by another. Dang Muyil reveals the truth. It was Tang Sichuan, that young man, who achieved this victory entirely on his own, without the clan's direct intervention. Given Tang Sichuan's solitary achievement, Dang Muyil declares that the clan cannot accept any compensation, a decision met with silent contemplation by the other members. Dang Muyil then presents a crucial request to the alliance leader to ensure the alliance takes charge of the narrative, preventing the distortion of facts surrounding the incident. Tang Sichuan internally acknowledges the Qingqing sect's likely strategy to spread rumors and cover their shame, a familiar pattern from his past life where such arrows of blame were ultimately aimed at him and the Dang clan. The Alliance leader offers his solemn word, reassuring Dang Muyil that there is nothing to worry about and that the Qingchang sect will face the consequences of today's disturbance. With an unwavering gaze, the Alliance leader firmly declares that the Qingchang sect will be utterly powerless to hold the Dang clan responsible for anything that transpired. Tang Sichuan silently acknowledges the favorable outcome, noting how he has effectively neutralized the Qingchang sect's influence and restored his father's prestige within the martial world. Just as the meeting seems to conclude, the Alliance leader turns, announcing one last crucial matter he needs to address, leaving Tang Sichuan to wonder what else could possibly remain. The Alliance leader's stern expression deepens, his gaze intense, hinting at the weighty words he is about to utter, building an undeniable tension. Addressing Tang Sichuan with a paternal tone, the Alliance leader begins his significant declaration, "Child, this old man." The Alliance leader's voice rings out, completing his startling proposition. "Would you like to become my disciple?" The unexpected offer sends a wave of disbelief through the entire clan, and the room erupts in an unspoken chorus of shock. The Alliance leader reiterates that one final matter remains, leaving Tang Sichuan to ponder what further revelations could possibly be in store. The Alliance leader's penetrating gaze holds, as if waiting for a response, or perhaps preparing for an even more profound statement. The Alliance leader addresses Tang Sichuan once more. "Young one, would you?" his words hanging in the air with immense weight. He finishes his startling proposition, asking Tang Sichuan directly to become this old man's disciple. The entire room erupts in an unspoken chorus of shock. Tang Sichuan's mind races, questioning if he heard correctly, repeating the Alliance leader's astounding offer to become his disciple. Clan members immediately begin to grasp the implications, debating whether Tang Sichuan would become the Alliance leader's sixth disciple, quickly correcting themselves that, with Li Hosong's expulsion, he would be the fifth. Dang Hoyil, eyes gleaming, recognizes the monumental opportunity. Every sect with an Alliance leader's disciple had historically risen to become a core power of the martial alliance, hinting at the Sichuan Tang clan's potential resurgence. The fervent hope echoes throughout the clan that the Sichuan Tang clan might finally reclaim the lost glory that once defined them. Tang Sichuan, a hint of amusement in his voice, playfully remarks that the Alliance leader is finally showing an expression that matches his true age, having dropped his stern demeanor. Dang Muyil offers his thanks to the Alliance leader. Dang Hoyil is gripped by panic, realizing that if Tang Sichuan accepts, the entire power structure he has painstakingly built over the years will utterly collapse. Despite the immense opportunity, Tang Sichuan respectfully declines the Alliance leader's offer. The Alliance leader, initially responding with an unexpected right, good thinking and cutting off Tang Sichuan's attempt to apologize, then processes the refusal, and a look of genuine shock finally crosses his face as he's stammering in disbelief. "Why you're refusing?" Undeterred, the Alliance leader issues a new directive. Tang Sichuan is to rest today and tomorrow. Accompany him to Kaifeng, leaving Tang Sichuan utterly bewildered. A look of genuine shock finally crosses the Alliance leader's face as he processes Tang Sichuan's refusal, stammering in disbelief. "Why you're refusing?" Unfazed by Tang Sichuan's refusal, the Alliance leader, still reeling from the shock, asks for his reason. Tang Sichuan, while deeply apologetic, firmly declares his future role as the sole representative of his clan. Tang Sichuan's resolve solidifies as he performs a martial salute, stating his unwavering commitment to the Tang clan as his one true master, just as Wudong is the Alliance leader's. Tang Sichuan stands tall, emanating a powerful aura, his stance radiating an unshakable conviction that echoes his declaration. Tang Gung, the Tang clan leader, observes Tang Sichuan with a thoughtful and impressed expression, acknowledging the depth of his conviction. The Alliance leader concedes that Tang Sichuan's reasoning makes sense. Internally, Tang Sichuan feels fortunate that the Alliance leader doesn't normally use his golden light eye, which could reveal his hidden powers. Tang Sichuan's inner thoughts reveal the perilous truth. Accepting privileges from the Alliance leader would be a poisoned chalice, as discovery of his demonic arts would mean instant death. Despite the refusal, the Alliance leader expresses disappointment, a sentiment Tang Sichuan shares, acknowledging the tremendous help he received from the Alliance leader's teachings. Tang Sichuan reflects on the Alliance leader's mastery, describing countless taiji layered within a single stroke, expressing his awe at Wudong's profound principles. A starburst of light erupts from the Alliance leader's eye as he realizes Tang Sichuan's exceptional insight, exclaiming in surprise, "You even saw through that?" The Alliance leader, intrigued by Tang Sichuan's talent, muses, what am I to do?" acknowledging Tang Sichuan's truly tempting potential. Stroking his beard, the Alliance leader compliments the Tang clan leader, remarking that they have truly raised an outstanding talent in Tang Sichuan. Tang Gung, the Tang clan leader, responds with a respectful martial salute, politely acknowledging the compliment while implying deeper reasons for Tang Suwun's growth. The alliance leader, looking at Tang Suwun, acknowledges that he cannot force him to join, but hints at a further gesture. A golden glow emanates from a sword hilt as the alliance leader declares he cannot return empty-handed, prompting Tang Suwun to wonder about the distinctive moonlight pattern. The alliance leader holds the glowing sword, stating his intention to add a small debt to the next generation's wave, referring to the sword's name. He presents the magnificent blade to Tang Suwun, explaining that Wave Moon possesses mystical properties that will aid him in the future. Whispers ripple through the chamber as Chief Manager Sun recognizes the legendary Wave Moon sword, forged from meteorite iron, expressing astonishment at such a gift for the young clan leader. Tang Gung, with a look of profound realization, understands the true weight of the gift. It signifies the alliance leader's official recognition of Tang Suwun as the young clan leader, far beyond a mere sword. Tang Suwun gazes at the glowing sword, a thought bubble appearing as he realizes this material to create a divine artifact just fell into my lap, exclaiming, "What luck!" A sinister, glowing smile spreads across Tang Suwun's face as the words divine artifact creation and all the preparations are complete flash, hinting at his hidden ambitions. Tang Suwun bows respectfully, accepting the sword and stating that refusing such a gift would be discourteous. The alliance leader chuckles, pleased with his acceptance. The alliance leader then reveals another personal gift, a token, instructing Tang Suwun to present it whenever he needs help. He declares that anywhere in the Central Plains, Tang Suwun's request, when presented with this token, will be treated as if it were the alliance leader's own. Tang Gung's thoughts race, stunned that after the Wave Moon sword, Tang Suwun is now receiving even the alliance leader's personal token, questioning how such immense privileges could be granted. Chief Manager Sun's face contorts in a furious grimace, seething with rage and demanding to know what makes that brat so special to receive such favors. The scene transitions to a title card, marking the start of Chapter 6, Divine Artifact Creation for the Sichuan Overlord. Quiet scene unfolds as liquid is poured into a bowl, setting a mundane backdrop before the brewing storm. A man in a conical hat sits alone, his mind consumed by frustration, muttering "damn it" in quiet fury. Sun Yugon, the dragon's successor guard commander, is consumed by a burning rage, his eyes glowing red as he curses, all because of that bastard, that damn bastard. Two men converse in a bustling hall, discussing how all of Sichuan is buzzing because of the Tang clan and speculating that they might return to their former glory if the alliance leader's judgment is correct. The conversation continues, revealing that the dragon's successor guards faced heavy disciplinary action and their commander was exiled to the Xinjiang branch. Sun Yugon's face tightens in anger as he overhears the news of his exile to the backwater mountain region of Xinjiang, realizing his career in prominent positions is now over. Consumed by incandescent fury, Sun Yugon clenches his fist, red energy radiating from him as he vows, "How can they punish me? I will repay this humiliation without fail." Scene shifts to an aerial view of the majestic Sichuan Tang clan compound at night, its traditional architecture illuminated under the moonlight, with guards patrolling its grounds. Two guards stand watch on a rooftop, their reflecting a sense of unease or contemplation under the crescent moon. Tang Gung sits deep in thought, his an expression revealing a profound worry as he muses about the excessive precautions being taken. Tang Gung sternly orders an increase in guard warriors and forbids the young clan leader, Tang Suwun, from going out anticipating ambushes. Tang Suwun, however, finds these measures way too excessive. Tang Suwun's face shows determination as he internally struggles, not wanting to disobey, yet unable to just waste time like this, his gaze falling upon the glowing Wave Moon sword. With a confident hee-hee, Tang Suwun decisively draws the Wave Moon sword from its sheath, its blade shimmering with mystical light. With the glowing sword in hand, Tang Suwun declares, "All right, let's go," as he dashes forward, leaving a trail of energy, ready to defy the restrictions and embark on his path. The night air hangs heavy over the Tang clan estate as a lone guard stands watch, unaware of the shadow moving through the corridors. He pauses, a flicker of movement catching his eye, prompting a silent question to form in the stillness of the courtyard. Scanning the darkness, his gaze hardens, searching for the source of the disturbance that dared to breach their inner sanctum. Tang Suwun moves with purpose, his steps light and rhythmic, slipping past the patrols like a ghost in the moonlight. Suddenly, a surge of internal energy erupts, a brilliant flash of gold cutting through the gloom of the night. The force is immense, a testament to his growing power as he pushes himself to the absolute limit of his physical form. Tang Siwun notes that while his level has risen, the skills of the Fire Rain Squad, the clan's elite combat unit, still require significant refinement. Gazing down at the sprawling Tang clan village, he realizes that to truly protect this place, he must first forge a weapon worthy of his path. The contrast is stark. The vibrant memories of a prosperous past are now overshadowed by the cold, cracked reality of the present. He remembers the exodus, the day everyone turned their backs and left the clan to wither away in isolation. Clenching his jaw, he whispers a promise to the wind, telling the ghosts of the past to wait just a little longer. The weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders once more, echoing the burdens he carried in his previous life. Determined to change fate, Tang Siwun declares that he will make the clan even more prosperous than it was in its golden age. His foot falls heavily on the stone path, each step a declaration of war against the stagnation that has plagued his family. Standing before the massive structure, he knows the first ripple of change will begin right here, at the heart of the forge. His hand grips the hilt of his blade as he arrives at the 10,000 Iron Hall, the legendary forge of the Tang clan. He knows entry usually requires strict permission, but at this hour, he expects the halls to be empty and silent. As he pushes the heavy doors open, the familiar creak of wood is met with an unexpected presence that stops him cold. A deep, gravelly voice cuts through the darkness, asking what could possibly bring the young master here at such a late hour. Tang Siwun quickly offers a formal greeting, though internally he curses his luck for running into the one person he wanted to avoid. Before him stands a core member of the clan, a man so respected he doesn't even need to carry the Tang surname. This is Gu Yongyun, the Black Hand craftsman and the undisputed master of every blacksmith within the Tang clan's walls. The sheer pressure radiating from the elder is suffocating, forcing Tang Siwun to maintain his composure under a piercing gaze. He is the clan's greatest elder, a man even Tang Siwun's father treats with the highest level of reverence and caution. Gu Yongyun stands like a mountain, his scarred body a map of a lifetime spent amidst fire and steel. Though he devoted his life to the clan through his bond with the previous leader, he always remained indifferent to their political infighting. Tang Siwun vividly remembers the day the Manhua escort agency declared independence, a day that changed everything. Gu Yongyun, who had only cared for crafting divine swords, eventually chose to leave the clan alongside Dang Hoyil. The memory of the elder looking back with eyes full of resentment before turning away forever haunts Tang Siwun's thoughts. He still doesn't understand the source of that hatred, but he knows those eyes were cold and irreversible, forcing him to reconsider his plans. Breaking the silence, he offers a sincere apology for the intrusion, hoping to de-escalate the tension in the room. He explains that an urgent idea struck him, and he felt compelled to put it into practice immediately, despite the hour. To his surprise, Gu Yongyun simply nods, giving him curt permission to proceed with his work. Stunned, Tang Siwun asks for clarification, only for the elder to repeat his command with an impatient edge. Gu Yongyun tells him to stop dawdling and reveals that someone has been waiting for him to emerge from the shadows. From behind the heavy machinery, Haeyoung peeks out, her voice trembling as she announces the arrival of the young clan leader. Tang Siwun is taken aback by her presence, but Haeyoung immediately bows, offering her deepest gratitude for his past help. Tears glistening in her eyes, she whispers that seeing him alive is the only thing that truly matters to her now. The Tang clan senior guard approaches Tang Siwun, acknowledging the clan leader's strict order that confined him for 7 days and nights. He adds that if not for the young clan leader's intervention, things would have been different. Tang Siwun reacts with subtle surprise. The senior guard then dismisses the female Tang clan member, telling her not to disturb Tang Siwun and to leave with him. As the senior guard walks away, the female Tang clan member expresses her gratitude to Tang Siwun for allowing her to use his equipment, which is like a weapon to a martial artist. She wonders if they already knew each other, promising to thank him properly next time. The senior guard then turns to Tang Siwun, addressing him as young clan leader. Tang Siwun, holding his sword, responds respectfully, asking if the hall master needs something. Tang clan's senior guard pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face, seemingly contemplating his next words. With a dismissive wave, the senior guard simply states, "Never mind," and continues to walk away with the female Tang clan member, leaving Tang Siwun to observe their departure. Tang Siwun stands alone in the courtyard, a question mark hovering over his head, clearly puzzled by the abrupt and vague interaction. He decides to put the matter aside for now, focusing on his own objectives. With a firm grip, Tang Siwun pushes open a heavy wooden door, a subtle creaking sound accompanying his action. As light floods the dark corridor, Tang Siwun steps into a new chamber, his determination palpable. He asserts that he cannot miss this rare opportunity. A profound statement echoes, describing how for a martial artist who has reached true mastery, weapons are no longer a goal, but merely a means to an end. Tang Siwun, however, dismisses this philosophy as complete nonsense. He reveals his reasoning. In this world, divine artifacts exist, possessing a caliber that transcends even martial arts themselves. Observing a sword on display, Tang Siwun remarks on its mid-grade quality, finding the skill of the 10,000 iron hull pitiful. His hand reaches out, firmly grasping the hilt of a robust, heavy sword. Tang Siwun lifts the massive blade, pondering if this is truly the creation of the master of 10,000 iron hull. He concedes that the craftsman deserves the title of master, but ultimately deems the weapon insufficient for his needs. Tang Siwun's expression hardens as he considers the blood cult, noting that even without the 10 divine artifacts he provided, they possess numerous demonic weapons and armaments. He walks past a roaring forge, acknowledging that while these weapons may not match the 10 demonic artifacts, they are perhaps even more terrifying and vicious. Tang Siwun sheds his outer robe, revealing his muscular build, stating that to destroy such formidable armaments, he requires divine artifacts that are equal or superior. He begins to put on black leather gloves, explaining that while he wouldn't normally wear them for blacksmithing, this task is different. With a powerful stomp, Tang Siwun activates the bellows, sending a burst of air and sparks into the forge. The forge roars to life, flames licking high around a crucible of molten metal. Tang Siwun declares that what he is about to do is no ordinary blacksmithing. A sword is plunged into the heart of the raging fire, glowing intensely as it absorbs the immense heat. Tang Siwun's face, illuminated by the forge's glow, shows an intense, unwavering focus, a testament to his declaration. His eye narrows, reflecting the fierce determination needed for the extraordinary task ahead. A flashback begins, transporting us to the distant past, to a previous world that has now become a mere past life. His joy at discovering the ability to create divine artifacts was short-lived as the blood cult's massive invasion began. In this past life, Tang Siwun clutches his head in agony and confusion, gasping, "Kook," as he questions his whereabouts. He sits disoriented in a dark, desolate space, the cold reality of his situation settling in. His face contorts in a silent scream of anguish, tears streaming down his face, reflecting profound despair. Tang Siwun's jaw clenches tightly, a raw display of frustration and inner torment. He slowly sits up, his mind reeling as he questions, "Am I alive?" Tang Siwun walks through the gloomy hall, a profound sense of isolation weighing on him as he wonders why he is the only one left. He encounters an illusion or memory of the Tang clan founder, who proclaims him a metallurgist capable of creating divine artifacts. Tang Siwun reacts with a jolt of recognition. The Tang clan founder, known as the Blood Demon, speaks of a legendary story, one that only the Tang clan's founder could achieve. With glowing red eyes, the founder observes Tang Siwun, noting that he seems to have mastered this legendary feat. Tang Siwun, chained and on his knees, defiantly vows to kill him. Tang Siwun screams in unbridled fury, his rage boiling over as he struggles against his restraints, determined to end his tormentor. He is violently lifted by the chains, gasping in pain, his body contorted as he is suspended in the air. The Tang clan founder, his eyes burning with malevolent power, commands Tang Siwun to forge him a sword, offering his life as a reward. Despite his battered state, Tang Siwun defiantly spits out, "Bullshit, go to hell," refusing to yield to the founder's demands. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, thrusts his ornate sword into the ground, its blade crackling with ominous red energy, a clear display of his overwhelming power. He presses Tang Siwun, asking if he truly doesn't care if his remaining clansmen die, twisting the knife of his defiance with a cruel ultimatum. Tang Siwun clenches his fists, his gaze fixed downwards, a silent battle raging within him. The Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, turns away, dismissing Tang Siwun's earlier outburst as a mere trick. He cares not if Tang Siwun believes him, his words dripping with cold indifference. He boasts that unifying the martial world is inevitable, a matter of time, even without divine artifacts, emphasizing his absolute confidence and power. Tang Siwun's face contorts in raw fury and despair as the founder delivers another chilling threat. The heads of his clansmen will be delivered as a gift next time. Kneeling, Tang Siwun grapples with the founder's words, internally acknowledging that such a cruel being wouldn't keep his clan alive. Yet, a sliver of hope, a desperate if, forces him to consider the unthinkable. With a heavy heart and a grim determination, Tang Siwun realizes he has no choice but to comply, the weight of his clan's survival resting solely on his shoulders. He makes the agonizing decision, declaring he will do it, his voice heavy with resignation and a hidden resolve. Tang Clan founder, Blood Demon, explains that divine artifacts are forged from the subject's martial arts, hinting at the true cost of his offer. He then makes his demand explicit. If Tang Sichuan still desires the power, he must share his martial arts, revealing the insidious nature of the bargain. Tang Sichuan's face is a mask of pain and unwilling acceptance. The narration shifts, detailing how over 15 years, 10 unique weapons were born, each imbued with formidable power. Simultaneously, the founder mastered 10 martial arts, including the Blood Demon's heaven-defying energy. These formidable creations became known as the 10 demonic weapons, each a testament to the founder's terrifying prowess and the dark arts he commanded. The era saw the rise of the most vicious divine craftsman under heaven, a figure known only as the Demon Craftsman, whose creations reshaped the martial world. A powerful foot descends, radiating intense heat as the narrative delves into the impossible feat of melting meteorite iron with mere firepower. Yet, with the activation of the metal circulation technique and the art of divine artifact creation, the seemingly impossible becomes reality as the iron begins to melt under the intense heat. Molten metal flows, shimmering with otherworldly light as the raw material transforms, ready to be forged into a weapon of immense power. A massive wooden hammer is wielded, poised to strike, symbolizing the arduous and precise craftsmanship required for divine artifact creation. Tang Sichuan, now embodying the role of the Demon Craftsman, delivers a powerful, resounding blow with the hammer, sparks flying as he shapes the molten metal with expert precision. Another precise strike, the metal glowing intensely as it takes form, each impact a step closer to completing the divine artifact. Tang Sichuan gazes at his creation, a weapon capable of simultaneously blocking and cutting through anything, a testament to its unique and devastating properties. The symbol of blood silk demon Empress Seo Su Rin materializes, a dark silhouette entwined with golden ribbons, hinting at the origin and power of the heaven silk. Tang Sichuan, now surrounded by ethereal golden ribbons, reflects on the heaven silk. Originally, it consisted of 9 sheets, but due to material scarcity, he could only create 1. He extends his hand, summoning the golden ribbons, proclaiming that despite the limitations, it doesn't matter, as he has a greater purpose in mind. His eyes gleam with fierce determination as he channels his energy, preparing to create something far beyond the ordinary heaven silk. Energy surges from his hand, forming intricate patterns, as he declares his intention to forge a thread that far surpasses the heaven silk, a truly unparalleled weapon. This new creation, a sibling work to the 10 demonic weapons and superior to heaven silk, is revealed, the heaven net. Suddenly, a swift, shadowy figure descends from above, a hidden blade glinting with lethal intent, aimed directly at Tang Sichuan. The assassin strikes with brutal force, but Tang Sichuan reacts instantly, deflecting the attack, his newly acquired skills put to the test. The attacker's weapon glances off Tang Sichuan's ponytail, a near miss, as another figure, Chief Manager's son, watches with a look of intense surprise. Chief Manager's son, still reeling from the unexpected turn, questions the nature of Tang Sichuan's defense, wondering if it was a mere thread. Tang Sichuan, with a cool, knowing smirk, observes the attacker's sloppy technique, deeming it beneath a true martial elite. The attacker is revealed to be the former dragon successor guard commander, who quickly corrects Tang Sichuan, stating his name is simply Sun Yugan. Sun Yugan, with a fierce grin, declares Tang Sichuan's timing perfect, hinting at his own agenda. Tang Sichuan, his expression calm amidst the chaos, simply states he was just about to test something out. The scene transitions to an advertisement, momentarily breaking the narrative flow. Sun Yugan reiterates his name and repeats that Tang Sichuan arrived at the perfect time, his eyes burning with a dangerous intensity. Tang Sichuan, his fist glowing with inner energy, confirms his intent. He was just wanting to test something out. Unleashing a glowing sword, Elder Chen lunges forward, demanding that Tang Sichuan not flinch, dismissing his opponent's tactics as merely a thread-like trick. His blade ignites with fierce energy. Elder Chen boasts he will sever Tang Sichuan's threads in a single, decisive blow. Elder Chen's face contorts in a sneer, questioning if Tang Sichuan's tricks could ever truly work against him. A spectral blue hand emerges from Tang Sichuan, lashing out with incredible speed, forcing Elder Chen to react with a pained grimace. Tang Sichuan's ethereal threads ensnare Elder Chen, who struggles to evade the binding attack. Elder Chen, caught in the threads, internally laments his plan to leave no trace, especially as Tang Sichuan reveals he has bound him with a unique weapon. Tang Sichuan, surrounded by crackling blue energy, challenges Elder Chen, eager to see how long his opponent's primary weapon can endure. threads constrict around Elder Chun, slamming him downwards with crushing force as Tang Suwun maintains his relentless assault. Elder Chun, trapped and enraged, curses his predicament, frantically searching for an opening or a way to counter. Tang Suwun observes Elder Chun with a keen gaze, recognizing that his opponent is using Hazen Gangi to defend and evade his attacks. Tang Suwun's hand glows with intensified blue energy as he declares his intent to reveal the true secret art of the Shinyo sect. Shinyo sect's ultimate art, Sianhui Mubong, activates, manifesting as swirling, powerful blue energy that wraps around Tang Suwun. A sharp, focused strike from Tang Suwun's technique slices through the air, impacting Elder Chun with brutal force. Elder Chun lets out a guttural scream, clutching his bleeding ear, acknowledging that with such an injury, there is no longer any point in concealing his identity. With a furious glint in his eye, Elder Chun curses himself for not unleashing his full power sooner. Elder Chun roars, activating a crimson sword aura that erupts around him, transforming his entire presence into a deadly weapon. The crimson sword aura surges forward, a powerful wave of energy that slams into Tang Suwun, sending him reeling. Elder Chun, radiating confidence, declares his victory, asserting that a complete sword aura can only be countered by another, a realm Tang Suwun hasn't reached. Tang Suwun is caught within the devastating crimson aura, enduring the full force of Elder Chen's attack. Tang Suwun's eyes flash as the sword aura explodes around him, the impact reverberating with immense power. The force of the blast hurls Tang Suwun through the air, sending him crashing into a nearby pillar with a heavy impact. Elder Chun, kneeling and spitting blood, stares in utter disbelief, questioning the nature of Tang Suwun's inexplicable defense. Tang Suwun stands unfazed, enveloped in a shimmering blue energy, a shield-like structure of concentrated threads manifesting around him. Elder Chun, blood still dripping from his mouth, expresses his shock at a mere thread-based shield capable of stopping his powerful shoulder strike. Tang Suwun calmly explains that the attack was blocked, revealing that the Shinyo sect's Sianhui Mubong, similar to Chilpasam, does not merely harden the skin. Tang Suwun further clarifies that his technique reinforces anything surrounding the body, transforming it into impenetrable armor. Tang Suwun demonstrates the true nature of his power, stating that what appears as mere thread is actually Qianra, retaining the strength of Unchil, further enhanced by Sianhui Mubong. Tang Suwun unleashes a devastating strike, explaining that with this power, even a ballista bolt would be driven deep inside his opponent. Elder Chun takes the full impact of Tang Suwun's attack, the sound of bone-crushing force echoing through the air. Elder Chun cries out in agony as blood splatters from his mouth, signifying the immense damage he has sustained. Battered and bleeding, Elder Chun stares at Tang Suwun in terrified realization, muttering that his opponent is nothing short of a monster. Tang Suwun, now radiating a menacing aura, dismisses Elder Chen's confidence, stating his skill is clearly lacking, while Elder Chun internally brands him a monster. Elder Chun, aghast, struggles to comprehend how a mere novice, who hasn't even reached a proper realm, could wield such overwhelming power. Tang Suwun places a hand on Elder Chen's shoulder, reassuring him that he won't kill him, as he intends to hand him over to the discipline hall. Tang Suwun's eyes glow with a sinister red light as he smiles, revealing his true intent to rough up Elder Chun a little, just like he did to Li Ho Song before handing him over. Elder Chen's face contorts in terror at the mention of Li Ho Song, clearly understanding the horrific implication. Elder Chun clenches his fist in desperation, declaring he would rather die than have his dantian shattered and be crippled, a fate worse than death itself. Tang Suwun prepares another attack, his glowing blue threads coiling with ominous energy, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Tang Suwun unleashes a final, devastating flurry of blue energy, casually remarking that he had expected more of a struggle, but Elder Chun is simply embarrassing himself. The battle echoes through the misty bamboo forest, with Tang Suwun's casual dismissal still ringing in Elder Chen's ears. Elder Chun flees desperately through the dense bamboo, his ragged breathing betraying his exhaustion. Shame burns in Elder Chen's eyes as he curses his retreat, humiliated to be running from someone he considers barely second-rate. Yet a chilling memory flashes in his mind, Tang Suwun's eyes burning with an intensity that belied his casual demeanor. He recalls pouring every last drop of his remaining chi into his footwork, believing it would guarantee his escape. He was convinced that at this level, Tang Suwun wouldn't be able to pursue him, confident in his overwhelmingly superior inner chi reserves. But the immediate threat wasn't the only problem. Elder Chun knew his real dilemma lay in what to do next. The Alliance would never take him back after this disgrace, leaving him to ponder the unthinkable, defection to the unorthodox faction along the Yangtze. A sly smirk crossed his face as he considered his options, realizing that the top-secret information he possessed could still secure him a decent position elsewhere. Suddenly, his calculating thoughts were shattered by a surge of pure terror, his eyes widening in utter shock. He realized the horrifying truth. Traitors, no matter how they tried to return, were always treated the same. Tang Sichuan, effortlessly closing the distance, mocks Elder Chun, questioning his intelligence for choosing such a place to flee. The chilling smirk, Tang Sichuan reminds him that the bamboo of the black bamboo forest boasts strength stronger than steel itself. Elder Chun desperately twists, cursing his depleted energy that prevents him from manifesting a sword aura to defend himself. Driven to desperation, he decides to abandon his retreat, switching tactics to a direct thrust with his broken dagger. Elder Chen's desperate thought is to pierce Tang Sichuan's heart in one strike, unaware that Tang Sichuan is already prepared. His attack is abruptly halted as a shadowy, black energy ensnares his broken dagger, leaving Elder Chun utterly bewildered and asking if his attack worked. A sinister purple glow emanates from Tang Sichuan's hand, from which black energy tendrils lash out. Elder Chun is violently flung backward, his body twisting helplessly through the air as Tang Sichuan observes with cold detachment. Crashes hard against a thick bamboo stalk, the impact visibly jarring his body as pain contorts his face. A guttural cry escapes Elder Chun as he's enveloped by swirling red and black energy, his form writhing in agony. Tang Sichuan stands unmoving, revealing the true nature of his attack, the Kanra technique, which, once it bites its prey, never lets go. Elder Chun, bound by the blue energy lines, recognizes the terrifying technique, gasping out the name, Esianchin Jinji? Suspended helplessly, Elder Chun finally comprehends the full extent of Tang Sichuan's power, realizing he's dealing with a true lunatic. Desperate, Elder Chun pleads for his life, begging Tang Sichuan to spare him. Tears stream down Elder Chen's face as he grovels, claiming he was only momentarily blinded and begging for a single chance at forgiveness. Tang Sichuan's gaze is utterly cold, his single word a dismissive condemnation. You worm. Elder Chun is violently tossed into the air once more, gasping for breath as Tang Sichuan turns away, issuing a final, chilling command, never appear before his eyes again. On the ground, Elder Chun prostrates himself, profusely thanking Tang Sichuan for his mercy as the protagonist walks calmly away. Tang Sichuan's ponytail sways gently as he departs, leaving Elder Chun to his fate. A faint, cruel smirk plays on Tang Sichuan's lips, revealing the true nature of his mercy. Behind Tang Sichuan, Elder Chen's face contorts into a sinister, vengeful sneer, believing he has outsmarted his opponent and vowing Tang Sichuan will realize his mistake in the afterlife. But before Elder Chun can act, a devastating purple energy blast slams into him, the narrator declaring that such carelessness is death itself for a martial artist. Elder Chen's eye widens in a final, agonizing moment of realization and shock as he collapses. Tang Sichuan stands in a powerful, battle-ready stance, a glowing purple blade manifesting before him as Elder Chen's lifeless form falls into the depths of the forest. Tang Sichuan, completely unfazed, reveals his awareness, stating that if Elder Chun expected him to be surprised, he was sorely mistaken. In the very beginning, Tang Sichuan admits he never once trusted Elder Chun. With Elder Chen's betrayal finally avenged, Tang Sichuan stands victorious, his purple energy still crackling with untamed power. Tang Sichuan regards his surroundings with calm intensity, declaring he was never surprised by the betrayal. A blade of pure purple energy materializes in Tang Sichuan's grip as he asserts, with chilling conviction, that he never truly believed in his betrayers. The raw power of the weapon pulses in Tang Sichuan's hand, its sharp edge glowing with dangerous intent. The battle concluded, Tang Sichuan stands amidst the bamboo, his bare torso revealing the aftermath of his intense exertion. A heavy sigh escapes Tang Sichuan, the exhaustion of the fierce confrontation etched onto his face. Gazing down at the defeated Elder Chun, Tang Sichuan notes with chilling resolve that only one remains. Under the pallid crescent moon, whispers of the escort dragon guard leader's assassination attempt on Tang Sichuan echo through the night, met with disbelief and outrage. A furious official slams his fist, raging that this disaster could have been averted if they had only heeded the alliance leader's wishes and punished the escort dragon guard earlier, leaving another official to stammer in response. The furious official demands how they intend to rectify this catastrophe, while another responds, claiming they never anticipated such an outcome. As tensions rise, one man shouts for the elders to handle the compensation plan, while another attempts to de-escalate, urging him to calm down. Meanwhile, the composed figure of a venerable elder observes, as Tang Sewun's actions send ripples of change throughout the entire Orthodox Murim. In the chief escort's office of the Tang clan residence, a shadowy figure asks if a decision has been reached as a rat scurries across the rafters above. Yung Dao, the inner and outer hall's deputy chief steward, questions the wisdom of inviting a top-class vagrant warrior, fearing potential complications. He wonders aloud if it's truly acceptable to secretly undertake the escort mission, which serves as the Murim Alliance's compensation. Chief Manager Sun, with a confident smirk, dismisses the concerns, stating that even a request from the Murim Alliance holds little weight. He confidently asserts that with a supreme peak martial master on their side, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Chief Manager Sun then points out that since the operation will be conducted in utmost secrecy, no problems could possibly arise. As he reaches for a cup, Chief Manager Sun advises that a man must always think big, implying grand ambitions. The reflection of Chief Manager Sun's face distorts in the water as he reveals his true, treacherous plan to bring the current Tang clan to ruin after the escort mission, promising Yung Dao the seat of the new clan head. From above, the two men sit across from each other, Chief Manager Sun observing Yung Dao intently as the weight of the insidious offer settles. Yung Dao, overwhelmed by the proposition, covers his eyes, grappling with the implications of Chief Manager Sun's treacherous scheme. Chief Manager Sun cackles maniacally, affirming Yung Dao's decision to join his conspiracy. Chief Manager Sun's face contorts into a sinister, red-eyed grin as he revels in his cunning, proclaiming that Tang Sewun, though a near hindrance, ultimately allowed him to monopolize the Murim Alliance's compensation and transform disaster into immense fortune. Sunlight bathes the intricate roof of a traditional building, signaling the passage of time. Tang Sewun, now clad in a dark, practical outfit, moves with silent agility across the rooftops, his movements swift and precise. With explosive force, Tang Sewun unleashes a flurry of attacks, his movements a blur of speed culminating in a powerful kick infused with crackling blue energy. Sweat glistens on Tang Sewun's brow, his intense gaze fixed forward, the lingering blue energy a testament to his rigorous training. Tang Sewun lets out a relieved sigh, acknowledging that his recovery is now mostly complete. He collapses onto the floor, groaning that his entire body aches, wondering if 4 full days have truly passed since his ordeal. He recalls the brutal backlash from pushing his innate core energy to its absolute limits, the agonizing pain radiating from his deformed energy core, engulfing his entire body. The sensation was akin to hundreds of blades piercing him, causing him to repeatedly lose and regain consciousness in a tormenting cycle. He admits that while he aimed to gauge his current strength, he severely overused his innate core energy in the process of divine artifact creation. Clenching his fist, Tang Sewun reflects with a hint of regret that using the 1-point kill was unnecessary just to defeat Sun Wugen. The narrator introduces Xiao Surin, the Blood-Weave demonic empress, a formidable assassin whose origins in the Divine Maiden sect made her renowned as the greatest spellcaster in the Central Plains. Curses, too, were intricately carved into the Heavenly Net, a prototype of the formidable Heavenly Weave itself. He realizes that his only currently unlocked secret art is the 1-point kill, embedded directly into his ring finger. As his hand glows with residual power, Tang Sewun confirms the 1-point kill's ability to never lose its target remains intact, emphasizing the urgent need to quickly recover his remaining energy. Crouching, Tang Sewun muses that Sun Wugen, despite being in the later stages of the Peak Realm, is weaker than even a basic squad member of the infamous blood cult. He continues his internal power scaling, estimating he'd be an even match for the blood cult's vice captain, who is in the early stage of the Supreme Peak Realm. However, against the captain in the later stages of the Supreme Peak Realm, he believes 50 exchanges would be his absolute limit. A single, sharp blade slices cleanly through a blade of grass, a silent testament to precision and readiness. But precision alone isn't enough. For true power, there's the demonic weapon of divine slaughter, the formless flight dagger. With this weapon, the tide of battle will surely turn. It'll be a different story entirely. But there's a critical limitation. He can only wield its immense power for about 3 minutes right now. Suddenly, a stern voice cuts through the air, ordering him to step aside. Tang Sewun pauses, a silent question forming in his mind. Tang Sewun hears a concerned voice. "Young lady, this puts us in a difficult position." He realizes who it must be, his thoughts echoing, "Sister?" The guard firmly states that the clan head's orders are absolute. The clan head ordered that no one can be allowed in. Tang Hairyung retorts, clarifying the true intent of the order. That order was placed to guard against a possible assassin. It couldn't have been meant to treat me coldly. The guard stammers, but as Tang Hairyung sweeps past him, issuing a sharp warning, "Don't get in my way." Tang Siwon observes Tang Hairyung's arrival. She acknowledges him with a simple, "You've come," before suggesting, "Let's take our seats first." The siblings settle at the table, a quiet tension filling the space between them as the tray sits untouched. Tang Hairyung's stern expression is unmistakable. Tang Siwon's thoughts race. Is she angry? Tang Siwon reflects on his past actions, acknowledging, "Well, she did tell me not to cause any more trouble after what happened with Li Hozong, and then I went and started another incident. Her anger toward me is valid." Despite his understanding, a hint of fear creeps into Tang Siwon's mind. "Still, she won't actually try to whip me, right? I'm not exactly at an age where I can get beaten like when I was a kid." Tang Hairyung breaks the silence, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. "You look pretty fine for someone who went through all that commotion." Tang Siwon offers a humble apology. "I'm sorry, sister." Internally, he confirms his fear. She's definitely angry. Tang Hairyung pours a concoction into a bowl, instructing him, "Drink this first." Tang Siwon, curious, asks, "What is it?" Tang Hairyung explains the potent remedy. "I simmered 100-year snow ginseng for 2 days. It'll help nourish your body." Tang Siwon looks at her with a mix of gratitude and refusal, saying, "Sister, how could I accept this?" He continues, remembering her past triumph. "This was the prize you received for placing in the Dragon Phoenix Summit, and you're giving it to me?" Tang Hairyung dismisses his concern, claiming, "It's useless to me. I was just leaving it to rot." Tang Siwon thinks to himself, "That's a lie." He recalls her immense achievement. She fought her way up by herself and rose to the rank of the current era 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, a title reserved for the 13 martial artists who won the Dragon Phoenix Summit. His thoughts continue, "But she's still stuck in a long plateau. I can still see how happy she was, gritting her teeth after breaking through a wall in her training." Tang Hairyung insists, "In any case, you should be the one to take it." Tang Siwon refuses, "I can't drink it." Her expression hardens as she asks, "So you're going to ignore my sincerity?" Tang Siwon observes her intimidating gaze, thinking, "That expression used to scare me when I was little. Now that I'm looking at it, it feels pretty awkward." Suddenly, a wave of distress washes over Tang Siwon, his face contorting in pain, scars appearing as if from a past struggle. A fleeting, bloody vision flashes before his eyes. A shadowy figure, the Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, wielding a formidable sword bathed in a crimson glow. The vision intensifies, revealing the Tang clan founder, Blood Demon, in a moment of agony, clutching his chest amidst the blood-soaked aura. The terrifying vision abruptly ends as Tang Hairyung's voice cuts through his daze, sharply calling out, "Tang Siwon!" Tang Hairyung urgently asks, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" as Tang Siwon struggles to catch his breath. Taking a deep breath, Tang Siwon reassures her, "I'm fine. It was just a moment of dizziness." Tang Hairyung's concern turns to stern resolve as she commands, "Hurry and drink the herbal decoction. If you refuse again, I'll really punish you severely." Tang Siwon simply stares back, a silent acknowledgement of her unwavering will. He concedes internally, realizing, "There's no way I can defeat that stubbornness. If anything, I should accept her sincerity and guide her to a much higher realm in martial arts." Taking the bowl, Tang Siwon requests, "Then please guard me for a moment." Under the vast, starlit sky, the ancient architecture of the Tang clan stands silently, a witness to the profound events unfolding within. Tang Hairyung's watchful eyes remain sharp as Tang Siwon enters a deep meditative state, blue energy swirling around him, a faint, ethereal figure manifesting in his wake. Tang Siwon's thoughts drift. "I wasn't even hoping to gain inner energy. I just wanted my damaged body to recover." Tang Hairyung observes the powerful energy emanating from Tang Siwon, a realization dawning on her. "But the value of 100-year snow ginseng is more than that. Didn't I absorb at least 15 years worth of energy?" Tang Hairyung asks, "Are you done?" Tang Siwon responds, "Yes, it helped me a lot." Feeling completely revitalized, Tang Siwon expresses his gratitude. "My body feels so much lighter. Thank you." Still relishing his newfound lightness, Tang Siwon turns to his sister and asks if her iron fan remains her primary weapon. She confirms, gesturing to a small, gleaming key-like object, a symbol of her identity. With a confident smile, Tang Siwon tells her to meet him at the forge once his punishment is lifted, promising her something significant. Suddenly, a voice announces the clan leader's arrival. Tang Siwon is startled to see his father, Tang Gung, and wonders what prompted this sudden visit. Tang Gung strides into the room, his imposing presence filling the space as he surveys the unexpected scene before him. Tang Sichuan and his sister greet the clan leader respectfully. Sichuan notes that his sister seems just as surprised by their father's appearance as he is. Tang Gung remains silent, his expression thoughtful as his gaze sweeps across the room. Panicked, the sister worries about having taken the 100-year snow ginseng without permission. She stammers, insisting that things are not what they seem. Tang Gung cuts her off with a dismissive gesture and orders her to leave. Relieved to have avoided punishment, she quickly thanks him. As his sister hurries away, Tang Sichuan mentally brands her a traitor for leaving him alone to face his father. Tang Gung's eyes glow with a faint purple hue as he calls out Sichuan's name, his expression unreadable. A bead of sweat forms on Tang Sichuan's brow as he responds, unable to hide his unease. Tang Gung's voice deepens and his gaze becomes piercing as he reveals he knows about Sichuan's hidden strength. He confronts Sichuan, stating he knows he concealed his true power during his confrontations with Li Hozong and Sun Wugan, even keeping it from the alliance leader. Stunned, Tang Sichuan asks how he knew. Tang Gung replies with the simple intuition of a father who has watched his child grow. Tang Gung closes his eyes briefly, clarifying that he has not come to interrogate him. Tang Sichuan's internal turmoil is evident. He feels a desperate urge to confide everything in his father. His mind is filled with unspoken words, longing, gratitude, and a profound apology to the man before him. Tang Gung turns and asks why Sichuan never sought him out. Sichuan wonders if it was due to his own past transgressions. Tang Gung corrects him, admitting the fault lies with himself. Sichuan is left bewildered by his father's unexpected confession. Tang Gung's hand clenches his knee, a silent testament to the heavy burden he carries. From his seat, Tang Gung reflects on a lifetime devoted to the alliance and the path of chivalry, admitting his rigid adherence led to the Tang clan's decline. Observing his father, Sichuan acknowledges his debt to the clan but remains firm in his own convictions, refusing to regret his choices. Tang Gung's gaze sharpens as he adds, "Until now," hinting at a profound shift in his perspective and regrets. Sichuan looks down as his father's internal monologue reveals a bitter self-reproach for failing to protect his only son. In the flickering candlelight, Tang Gung calls out Sichuan's name, and Sichuan gives a quiet affirmation. Tang Gung acknowledges Sichuan's harsh methods but affirms his inherent righteousness, advising him to stay the course. Tang Gung declares his intention to change, to walk Sichuan's path and become his refuge, but mentions a condition. Tang Gung asks for a single promise. Facing him across the table, Sichuan asks what it entails. Condition is that Sichuan must never lose his sense of chivalry, regardless of his unconventional methods. Tang Gung's expression hardens as he directly confronts Sichuan about the overwhelming bloodlust he senses. He warns that if Sichuan focuses solely on executing villains, he risks becoming indistinguishable from them. Sichuan remains silent, absorbing the weight of his father's words in deep contemplation. Sichuan admits he is uncertain about the true meaning of chivalry, believing that those who deserve death should simply be killed. He argues that some villains are beyond redemption, yet he acknowledges and understands his father's concerns. Sichuan concludes by affirming he is aware of the dangers he must guard against on his chosen path. A silent understanding passes between father and son, marking the beginning of a new chapter in their complex relationship. Tang Sichuan raises a single finger, his voice steady as he establishes a new law for his path forward. He declares that for those who have lost their way, he will offer mercy just once. Unless their sins are beyond redemption or they truly deserve death, any wrongdoer will be granted a single chance to change their fate. Tang Gung closes his eyes, a heavy silence falling between them as he absorbs the weight of his son's resolve. Under the watchful gaze of a crescent moon, the Tang clan estate stands silent, marking the end of an era and the birth of a new code. Half a month passes in the blink of an eye. The once quiet streets leading to Tang territory are now teeming with life and commerce. Carriage rolls through the bustling market. Inside, travelers express surprise at the sheer number of people gathered in what was once a desolate region. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere is tense. A senior disciple warns her junior to watch her words, noting that their observations could be taken as an insult. Chong Yun, a first-class disciple of the Amei sect, scoffs at the warning. Beside her, Ha Young listens in silence as the tension between their pride and reality grows. With a mocking smirk, Chong Yun questions how a lowly clan like the Tang could ever hope to criticize the prestige of the great Amei sect. Her arrogance is cut short by a sharp, commanding voice from the shadows of the carriage, demanding she cease her disrespectful tongue immediately. Abbess Jianhua, the Amei sect leader, sits with cold intensity. She orders her disciples to focus on physical training and mental awakening instead of idle gossip. The abbess narrows her eyes, sensing something fundamentally wrong. The energy of this place does not match the reports of a clan in decline. She looks out at the thriving crowd, confused. Rumors claimed the Tang clan had hit rock bottom, yet the reality before her tells a completely different story. In the streets, commoners are agitated. They shout at one another to stop pushing, as the line to the Tang residence stretches further than the eye can see. From their vantage point, the Amei members are stunned. There appear to be more patients seeking aid here than at their own world-renowned sect. The locals are full of praise, whispering in awe about the young clan head. They claim his medical skills have reached the heavens themselves. They speak of a legend in the making, a healer who can cure any illness with a single needle, rumored to have been trained by a divine master. The crowd recalls the ancient glory of the Sichuan Tang clan, masters of both the forge and the pharmacy, now seemingly reborn through one man's talent. Chong Yun cannot contain her indignation. She loudly questions why anyone would wait in this line when the Amei sect skills are clearly superior. A commoner scoffs at her, retorting that Amei is for the rich. For ordinary folk, Tang Sichuan is not just an option, he is their only hope. Man adds that just days ago, Tang Sichuan completely cured someone whom even the Amei sect had deemed a lost cause. Chong Yun begins to protest, but she is instantly silenced by the chilling authority of Abbess Jianhua. The abbess reminds her disciple of their true purpose. They are here to offer a formal apology to the Tang clan on behalf of the Murim alliance. She commands them to conduct themselves with proper courtesy, acknowledging that the Tang clan's heir clearly possesses skills worth learning from. With a final, stern warning, Jianhua makes it clear, any trouble caused will result in severe punishment, regardless of rank within the sect. As they approach the gates, Ha Young offers to announce their arrival, but the abbess decides to wait. She wants to witness these skills for herself. Inside, the pace is frantic. A loud voice calls for the next patient to enter, the cycle of healing moving with incredible speed. The Amei group enters the courtyard, watching as patient after patient is processed with mechanical efficiency. It is a sight they have never witnessed before. Abbess Jianhua watches the exit door, her brow furrowed. The speed of the consultations is beyond anything logically possible for a thorough diagnosis. Chong Yun whispers to her master, her voice dripping with suspicion. She finds the pace absurd, suspecting foul play. She theorizes that the Tang clan must be using trickery, perhaps numbing the patient's pain to disguise symptoms rather than actually curing them. In her mind, this is nothing more than a fraudulent practice, a dangerous game played with the lives of the desperate. Tang clan member approaches them with a polite smile, apologizing for the wait and inviting the Amei delegation to follow her inside. As they walk, Chong Yun's inner monologue continues to boil. She views this as an insult to the medical arts, stealing both money and time from the sick. Her eyes burn with a cold, judgmental fire. To her, the Tang clan's resurgence is built on a foundation of lies that she is determined to expose. They are led into a quiet waiting area. The attendant bows respectfully, assuring them they will be attended to very soon. Abbess Jianhua remains silent, her sharp eyes scanning the room, sensing the presence of the man they came to see. The door slides open with a soft creak. A pair of intense, focused eyes peer out from the inner sanctum, acknowledging their arrival. There, seated with calm but undeniable authority, is Tang Sichuan. He waits for the Amei sect leader to speak, his presence filling the room. The confrontation begins not with a clash of steel, but with a heavy, expectant silence as the two powers finally meet face to face. Behind the sliding doors, the heavy silence is broken only by hushed whispers. Haeyoung notes the surprisingly lax security, while her companion dismisses Tang Sichuan as nothing more than an obnoxious presence. Suspicion burns in Haeyoung's eyes as she watches from the shadows. She is convinced this is all a fraudulent act, vowing to strike the moment she uncovers even a shred of proof. Inside the room, the mood is heavy with desperation. A mother pleads with Tang Sichuan to save her child, but he remains a pillar of calm, promising that a cure is indeed possible. Tang Sichuan begins his examination, asking the young girl about her symptoms. With a trembling voice, she explains that every other physician has told her she would never walk again. Inspecting the girl's leg, Tang Sichuan asks if she ever moved suddenly to avoid an impact. The mother is stunned, wondering how he could possibly know such a specific detail. The mother recalls an incident 3 months ago involving a carriage, confirming his theory. Tang Sichuan simply nods, his suspicions about the injury now fully validated. He identifies the condition as jokasu. The nerves near her shin bone were severely damaged, leading to the paralysis that robbed her of her ability to walk. Watching from their hiding spot, Haeyoung is infuriated. She can't fathom how Tang Soo-won managed to produce a flawless diagnosis in a single glance. Even the Amei sect leader is taken aback. She realizes that his medical insight is unparalleled, describing his diagnosis as nothing short of perfect. Confusion ripples through the observers as they watch Tang Soo-won's every move, questioning the true extent of the young man's hidden power. The mother looks on with a mix of hope and fear, asking if he can truly provide the treatment he promised. Tang Soo-won prepares his tools with surgical precision. Drawing a specialized needle, Tang Soo-won prepares to act immediately. A faint glow emanates from the tool as he readies his inner energy. Haeyoung scoffs, calling the needle as black as Tang Soo-won's own heart. She remains convinced that he is using underhanded tactics. The Amei sect leader gasps as she witnesses the sheer amount of energy being channeled through such a delicate instrument. She wonders how he can maintain his composure while handling such immense internal force with a needle so thin it seems it should snap. The Amei sect leader realizes this needle is far superior to anything she has ever seen, even those from the legendary White Knight Forge. It is a divine artifact. Haeyoung feels a sense of unease. She realizes her frequency whispering technique isn't reaching her targets, a sign that something is very wrong. A miracle unfolds as the young girl stands, cheering in disbelief that she can move her leg. The mother falls to her knees in gratitude, thanking Tang Soo-won profusely. The Amei sect leader observes the result with professional awe. He hasn't just treated the symptoms, he has perfectly reconnected the damaged meridians. A faint smile plays on Tang Soo-won's lips. To the Amei sect leader, there is only one word to describe him: an outstanding, unparalleled genius. Suddenly, a cold realization washes over the Amei sect leader. She realizes the gravity of their intrusion and the potential consequences of their actions. Tang Haeryung appears like a ghost behind them, warning the Amei sect leader to control her temper. They have been caught peeking at the Tang clan's most guarded secrets. As the mother and child prepare to leave, the girl promises to visit again. Tang Soo-won jokingly tells her not to, as coming back would mean she's sick again. The young girl beams with a bright smile, insisting she just wants to see him. Tang Soo-won softens, telling her to come by only when she has a craving for sweets. Mother and daughter walk away, their lives forever changed. The child is overjoyed at the prospect of finally being able to play like the other children. The Amei sect leader looks down, filled with regret. She knows that their current predicament is the karmic result of their own deceptive actions. She contemplates coming clean and asking for forgiveness, but the moment for words has passed. A sharp, blinding flash of light suddenly cuts through the room. An explosion of energy erupts as Haeyoung is forced back. The hidden observers are no longer hidden, and the atmosphere shifts from medical to lethal. Tang Soo-won stands tall, his voice cold as ice. He explains that he only let them slide because he had a patient to treat, but that mercy has reached its limit. He declares that they will pay the price for secretly spying on his clan's secret arts. His hand grips his weapon, the intent to kill now palpable. His eyes burn with a crimson light as he questions if they truly thought they would be leaving this place alive after such an insult. Tang Soo-won faces the three women, his daggers drawn. The room is now a battlefield, and the weight of his killing intent pins them in place. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger whistles through the air, a blur of steel aimed with lethal intent. The projectile slams into the wall behind them with enough force to shatter the stone, a clear warning that the next one will not miss. Tang Soo-won moves with blinding speed, his form a mere shadow as he closes the distance between him and the intruders. His grip on the dagger is firm, his movements fluid and precise. He is no longer a physician, he is the deadly scion of the Tang clan. He advances through the dust and debris, his robes fluttering in the wake of his own power. The confrontation has truly begun. Haeyoung is paralyzed with shock. She recognizes the phantom grasp technique, a legendary move that only high-level masters should be capable of executing. The Amei sect leader tries to intervene, pleading for calm, but Haeyoung's temper flares as she lashes out at Tang Soo-won. Haeyoung screams in defiance, demanding to know how he dares to attack them. The mask of the secret observers has been torn away, leaving only blood and steel. The swift hand of an assailant cuts through the air, poised to strike, continuing the brutal confrontation. Tang Haeryung prepares for an incoming threat, her stance suggesting a firm defense amidst the chaos. Tang Gung watches the unfolding battle, his expression grim and observant. Tang Soo-won, airborne, launches a fierce assault, declaring to his opponent that he suspects impure intentions. With a powerful declaration, she unleashes the rampant Tempest sword art, aiming to strike her target down. She reels from a powerful blow, a sharp ooch escaping her lips as she's sent flying. As she collapses, a robed male figure stands tall, observing her fall with an unreadable expression. A firm hand grasps her shoulder, preventing her further descent and offering support. The robed figure swiftly deflects Tang Siwun's incoming strike, shielding her from further harm. Her face contorts from the lingering impact, her eyes squeezed shut in pain. Tang Siwun unleashes a glowing blade, asserting that his opponent has no chance to evade the attack. Tang Siwun's attack slams into his defense, creating a visible shockwave of energy. The two combatants collide in a dazzling explosion of martial energy, their power shaking the very air around them. Haeyoung catches the female Tang clan member, her voice filled with concern as she calls out, "Master!" Tang Siwun unleashes a swift hidden weapon, targeting him with precision. Tang Siwun and his adversary engage in a rapid exchange, their movements a blur of offense and defense. He blocks Tang Siwun's relentless assault, internally acknowledging his unwavering resolve and strength. As Tang Siwun presses his attack, he recognizes the young master's extraordinary martial prowess. A foot lands with decisive force, creating a small impact ripple on the ground. A hidden weapon gleams as he recalls his master's directive to observe more than just Tang Siwun's medical skills. Tang Siwun moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion through the air, preparing his next move. Tang Siwun's blade flashes with ethereal energy, cutting a path through the air towards his target. He expertly dodges a projectile, realizing Tang Siwun's cunning strategy to attack from another angle. Tang Siwun prepares his final, decisive strike while he braces for the inevitable impact. He is taken aback, noticing a subtle, unsettling smile on Tang Siwun's face amidst the fierce battle. Haeyoung cries out, "Master!" in alarm, her eyes wide with concern for his safety. His eyes widen in sudden realization, a chilling premonition seizing him as he understands the true threat. His head snaps back, a jolt of panic as he realizes an attack is coming from behind him. Tang Siwun unleashes a furious, glowing strike, a battle cry of "Ha!" erupting from his throat. He lets out a pained "Ugh!" his face contorted in agony from the unexpected impact. Tang Siwun's weapon connects with devastating force, a burst of energy marking the impact on him. He is sent hurtling through the air, defeated, as Tang Siwun observes his fall with unwavering gaze. He crashes to the ground, his body radiating a faint golden aura as he struggles to recover from the powerful blow. His face is etched with pain, his eyes wide and unfocused, signifying his complete defeat. A swirling vortex of energy lifts him, tossing him around like a rag doll, a final display of overwhelming power. He collapses, a pained "Gah!" escaping his lips as he hits the ground, utterly defeated. He is flung across the room by an unseen force, while Tang Siwun stands firm, the architect of his defeat. The female Tang clan member clutches her head, groaning, "Ugh, my head hurts," as Haeyoung supports her. The female Tang clan member, despite her own pain, urgently asks, "Haeyoung, are you all right?" to her companion. He looks up, his face etched with disbelief and shock as he mutters, "Oh my!" at the turn of events. Continuing his stunned reaction, Tang Siwun flexes his arm, a ripple of raw power emanating from him, as if assessing the true extent of his capabilities. A gleaming sword lies discarded on the ground, a testament to the battle's intensity, as Tang Gung realizes, "I went all out without realizing it." Tang Gung stares in utter disbelief, observing the delicate weapon. "I didn't expect a 20-year-old to use the phantom grasp technique so masterfully." "A thread?" he mutters. The phantom thread, a seemingly innocuous weapon, whips through the air with lethal precision, poised to strike again at any moment. With a fierce glint in his eyes and a small blade now in hand, Tang Siwun boldly challenges his opponent, "Come at me again." The Amei sect leader observes the unfolding spectacle, pondering inwardly, "I've never heard of a martial art that uses threads. Did he reach that level all by himself?" The aftermath of the unseen attack leaves two Tang clan members sprawled on the ground, defeated, as the feet of Tang Gung and the Amei sect leader stand over them. Tang Gung's voice booms with authority, his expression stern, as he calls out to his forces, "Martial artists of the Tang clan, suppress the enemy." Tang Gung commands, his hand outstretched, as his loyal Tang clan senior guard and other members surge forward with determined fury. The Tang clan warriors unleash a flurry of attacks, their movements a blur of focused aggression, a testament to their clan's martial prowess. A phantom image of the Tang clan founder, the Blood Demon, flashes, revealing the ancient, legendary power inherent within their lineage. As Tangung is sent reeling through the air, caught by an unseen force, the amazed sect leader cries out in alarm that the Tang clan head. Tang Sewun's eyes widen in horror as he recognizes the falling figure, his voice filled with shock as he mutters, "Father?" Heung and the Tang clan senior guard shout in unison, "Sewun, young clan head," as Tang Sewun lunges through the air, desperate to intervene. Heung, her face etched with concern, first asks, "Are you all right?" before sharply commanding, "Stop right there," to an unseen individual. Heung stammers, trying to clarify her intentions and de-escalate the situation. I only wish to be of help." A chilling crimson glow emanates from Lady Hua's eye, hinting at a hidden, sinister power stirring within her. Lady Hua's expression hardens, a cold, calculating gaze sweeping over the scene, her true intentions veiled in mystery. The imposing, multi-tiered structure of the Storm Hall stands silent, its grand architecture a prelude to the tense confrontation within. Inside the Grand Storm Hall, an assembly of Tang clan figures gathers around a large table, their expressions grim and expectant. The Amei sect leader addresses the assembly, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Tang clan head, you've known me since the days of our youth when we were the rising generation. This is all a misunderstanding." Tang Gung retorts, his voice sharp with suspicion and his eyes narrowed. What exactly is the misunderstanding here? Tang Gung presses on with his accusations, his gaze intense. "The fact that you hid your identity and entered the Tang clan estate? Tang Gung's accusations escalate, or the fact that you find it suspicious that the likes of the Tang clan could have patients lining up?" The Amei sect leader quickly interjects, "That's not what I meant." Tang Gung slams his fist down, his voice rising in volume and intensity. "If that's not it," his eyes burning with accusation, Tang Gung demands, "then is it the fact that you dealt a heavy blow to inflict internal injuries on my son?" The other Tang clan members, including Chief Manager Sun, listen intently as Tang Gung continues, "After everything that happened, we find your intentions of visiting our estate suspicious. Are you here to finish the task that the escort Dragon Guard couldn't finish?" Distressed and flustered, the Amei sect leader protests vehemently, "Tang clan head, how could you say that? That's completely absurd." Heung blames herself, her expression filled with regret as she thinks, "This is all my fault. If I hadn't jumped in and attacked." Her thoughts continue to churn with worry for Tang Sewun. Is that man from earlier all right? I hope he's not seriously injured. The Amei sect leader and the female Tang clan members exchange worried glances, the tension in the hall palpable as the situation escalates. The distinct sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the hall, drawing all eyes to the entrance as a new presence makes itself known. Tang Sewun enters, executing a respectful bow before the assembly. "I, Tang Sewun, the young clan head, pay my respects to the clan head," he announces. He offers his sincerest apologies, a calm expression on his face. "My sincerest apologies. I've caused such unnecessary concern." Tang Gung, relieved, asks, "Are you feeling all right?" Tang Sewun reassures him, "Yes, I was able to recover after resting for a little bit." Tang Sewun clenches his fist, a subtle realization dawning on him as he thinks, "It seems I have accumulated quite a bit of fatigue, looking after many patients lately." Tang Gung questions, his brow furrowed, "Fatigue? You didn't incur any internal injuries?" Tang Sewun, surprised by the question, repeats, "Internal injuries?" A system notification highlights the anomaly. The Golden Stillness Divine Art's inner energy should have left his body in tatters, yet he has no internal injuries? Tang Sewun then clarifies, "Oh, there's been a misunderstanding." Tang Sewun addresses the Amei sect leader directly, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. "I apologize for putting you in a tough spot, sect leader. I heard that a divine healer was going to give me some teachings, but I wasn't expecting the Amei sect leader to come in person." The Amei sect leader, maintaining her calm, advises them not to dwell on the incident. Meanwhile, the female Tang clan member bows deeply, offering her sincere apologies. Tang Hairyung watches the scene unfold, an internal question echoing in her mind. What grave mistake could compel a disciple of the Amei sect to kneel? A heavy footfall echoes through the hall as Tang Gung approaches, his presence commanding attention. Tang Siwon observes the kneeling female Tang clan member, internally questioning how a disciple of such a prestigious sect could kneel so readily. He then declares that while the Tang clan is known for grudges, they do not force people to kneel for simple profanity. With a gesture of surprising magnanimity, Tang Siwon extends his hand, inviting the female Tang clan member to rise. The female Tang clan member looks up, a flicker of confusion in her eyes as she wonders if Tang Siwon is downplaying her mistake as a mere insult. She ponders how she could possibly hold ill will against someone like him. The female Tang clan member, still flustered, attempts to thank him but quickly corrects herself, reiterating her apology. The Amei sect leader then offers her gratitude for his understanding. The Amei sect leader offers a placating remark about youthful temper. Meanwhile, Tang Siwon internally questions if the situation can truly be resolved by a mere act of kneeling. The Amei sect leader compliments Tang Gung, noting that his son truly embodies his heroism. Tang Gung modestly dismisses the praise, but the Amei sect leader insists she never offers empty compliments. Tang Gung then expresses his pleasure that she views him so favorably. The Amei sect leader suggests moving on now that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Suddenly, she recalls a crucial message from the alliance that she had completely forgotten. Before proceeding, the Amei sect leader offers a token of apology. She will grant the Tang clan's Heir 3 requests. A chilling smirk plays on Tang Siwon's lips, his eyes gleaming with an unnerving blue light as he contemplates his newfound advantage. The Amei sect leader's thoughts drift to her past, recalling how she possessed a keen insight from a young age. She remembers being feared and outcast by her village, who believed her possessed. Yet, a divine Nun Bo Yun recognized it not as a curse, but a blessing, a skill akin to golden eyes. Haeyoung, witnessing Tang Siwon's calculating expression, wonders if her own discernment, her golden eyes, could have been mistaken about him. Haeyoung observes Tang Siwon, noting the disappearance of his earlier heroic demeanor. She struggles to discern his true character, a growing unease settling within her. The Amei sect leader considers Tang Siwon's first request, the closed mine on Yu Mountain. She notes its strategic proximity to the Qingqing sect, making it a difficult concession despite its perceived low value. The Amei sect leader winces in pain, clutching her chest as her chi core reacts. Despite her discomfort, she assures Tang Siwon that the Amei sect will do their utmost to fulfill his request. Tang Siwon then states his second demand, access to the Murim Alliance's forge. Haeyoung's frustration boils over as she realizes Tang Siwon is ruthlessly exploiting their mistakes. The Amei sect leader apologizes, explaining that the forge is beyond her authority and requires the permission of the Alliance's greatest smith. She then abruptly clutches her left arm, a surge of pain evident on her face. Tang Siwon confidently asserts that he will personally convince the smith to grant him access. Haeyoung continues to ponder Tang Siwon's true nature, bewildered by his actions yet unable to detect any overt evil intent from him. Tang Siwon thanks her for her understanding, then delivers his final request for the army strategist to be assigned as his personal bodyguard. Tang Gung vehemently protests, admonishing Tang Siwon not to pursue such seemingly meaningless demands. Tang Gung questions the logic of requesting a strategist as a bodyguard, urging Tang Siwon to prioritize benefits for the clan. Tang Siwon internally dismisses their short-sightedness, believing only a fool would attempt to extract profit from such a delicate situation. He understands that showing any hint of contempt would cost him the respect of Abbess Jianhua, a consequence he cannot afford. With a resolute expression, Tang Siwon affirms his decision, convinced this is the optimal path forward. A sudden realization flashes across Tang Siwon's eyes, a subtle shift in his intense gaze. Haeyoung looks up at Tang Siwon, her expression questioning his sudden shift in focus. Internally, Haeyoung wonders why Tang Siwon's gaze has suddenly fixed upon her. Tang Siwon's piercing gaze remains fixed, his expression a mask of inscrutable intent. The narrator explains that the martial arts alliance fractured into two distinct factions after the blood cult assassinated its leader. One faction, the Anti-Blood Alliance, advocated for seeking aid from unorthodox groups, while the other staunchly upheld the dignity of the orthodox path. Within the opulent halls, the factions convene, their discussions shaping the future of the martial world. Chief Manager Sun listens intently, his expression grave as the weight of the Alliance's future rests on their decisions. Amidst the political machinations, Lady Hua lies gravely wounded, a stark reminder of the brutal realities of their world. Elder Chun stands ominously over the fallen Lady Hua, his feet stained with blood, a silent testament to the violence he has wrought. Narrative shifts, revealing a crucial piece of information. One of the three leaders spearheading the anti-blood alliance was. Her fierce gaze pierces through the darkness, a formidable figure radiating power, her sword shimmering with an ethereal glow. Her presence is undeniable, a silent promise of impending conflict as her robes flow, hinting at swift, decisive action. The Amei sect leader's voice echoes with conviction, asserting that if revenge was truly desired, it should have been directed at them. She challenges her opponent, questioning how their actions are any different from the blood cults. Her face contorts with rage as she condemns her adversary for corrupting an innocent, declaring that for that transgression, she will personally deliver the final blow. The narrative adds another layer to her fury, highlighting the one responsible for corrupting her friend. What's more, the implications run deeper. A moment of raw emotion unfolds as Tang Sichuan embraces the injured woman, his words a heavy apology for his delayed arrival. A sharp cry of clan heir jolts Tang Sichuan, his expression shifting to one of surprise and concern. The Amei sect leader observes Tang Sichuan's momentary lapse, asking if something is amiss, reminding him that the bodyguard situation is handled. Tang Sichuan, regaining his composure, offers a swift apology, admitting he was momentarily lost in thought. With a gentle, concerned tone, the Amei sect leader remarks on Tang Sichuan's apparent unwellness, her hand reaching out to him. The Amei sect leader urges Tang Sichuan to prioritize his recovery, instructing him to rest until he is fully restored. The Amei sect leader then turns to official business, announcing her intention to reveal the alliance's formal reward and strategic stance. Chief Manager Sun, reviewing a scroll, details the reward, the existing escort service but with an expanded capacity. He specifies that 2 additional mid-rank requests or 20 low-level requests can now be made. Chief Manager Sun, with a questioning gaze, asks the Amei sect leader if she was informed about a mid-rank request already underway. She confirms, recalling the Manhua escort agency's departure for his request 7 weeks prior. The Amei sect leader calmly states her belief that the agency will arrive soon, only to be abruptly interrupted by a frantic figure bursting in, shouting a dire warning of impending trouble. The injured messenger struggles for breath, his ragged gasps punctuated by a chilling revelation. "It's the poison demon." Amidst a swirling red aura, the injured messenger's words trail off, confirming the poison demon has taken something or someone, as 2 shadowy figures flee in the distance. Elder Chun stands ominously over the fallen Lady Hua, his feet stained with blood, a silent testament to the violence he has wrought. Lady Hua's desperate plea for salvation barely escapes her lips. A chilling cackle escapes Elder Chen's lips, his hands glowing with malevolent energy as he gloats about securing the goods, his sinister presence radiating dark power. Hayoung's eyes widen in shock, her expression mirroring the sudden dread that grips the room as she processes the grim news. The Amei sect leader's calm demeanor shatters, replaced by an expression of profound alarm as the distressed face of Lady Hua, or perhaps another victim, appears in her mind's eye. A stark revelation echoes, naming the catastrophe, the Martial Alliance escort theft incident. Tang Sichuan's expression hardens, his eyes reflecting the stormy purple energy that swirls around him, signaling a deep, unsettling realization. The shocking truth is laid bare. The entire escort agency's disappearance, once a mystery, was the insidious work of the poison demon. Whispers of disbelief question if the poison demon was truly alive, and if this ancient foe was indeed the clan's mortal enemy. Chief Manager Sun's hand clenches in determination as he asserts the possibility of more survivors, issuing swift orders to leave only essential personnel and prepare for immediate departure. With unwavering resolve, the Amei sect leader declares her intention to accompany them, stating that the poison demon is a public enemy to the entire alliance. Her robes billow around her, a clear indication of her swift and determined movement, ready to join the pursuit. Chief Manager Sun offers a respectful bow, expressing his sincere gratitude for the Amei sect leader's invaluable assistance. Chief Manager Sun turns to Tang Sichuan, instructing him to remain and lead the family, but Tang Sichuan, with a firm tone, addresses him as clan head, signaling his disagreement. Tang Sichuan, meticulously pulling on his gloves, declares his intention to join the reinforcements, but only after he has captured Tang Hoyol for stealing the clan's reward. Chief Manager Sun vehemently protests, reminding Tang Sichuan of his injuries and his inability to handle the foe alone. Tang Sichuan insists he will manage it himself, but Chief Manager Sun counters sharply, warning that by then, it will be too late. With unwavering resolve, Tang Siwun insists on taking on the opponent himself, stating that the foe is on par with Sun Wugan, and urges Chief Manager Sun to depart immediately. Tang Siwun's mind races, acknowledging the unknown variables that may arise, but his resolve is clear. He must eradicate the very root of this burgeoning evil. Cloaked in a crimson aura, Tang Siwun declares his two-pronged assault. First, he will eliminate Tang Hoyol, then relentlessly pursue the poison demon. The scene shifts to the office of the chief escort, where a male figure stands over a fallen body, the air thick with tension. The male figure's face contorts with worry as he clutches a bag of gold, realizing that once the Amaze sect leader discovers his actions, she will arrive swiftly. The male figure frantically attempts to flee, his mind consumed with the need to escape with all the checks and precious treasures he can carry, but a sudden thought makes him pause. A blinding explosion erupts, shattering the tense silence and sending debris scattering in every direction. The male figure recoils in terror, clutching his head as he demands to know the identity of his assailant. A calm voice responds, noting that he appears even better than the rumors suggested. The chilling words hang in the air, a direct and unexpected challenge to the male figure's reputation. The chilling words hang in the air, a direct and unexpected challenge to the male figure's reputation. Tang Siwun's foot descends with a heavy, deliberate step, kicking up dust as he advances. Tang Gung's face contorts in a furious grimace, his eyes wide with rage as he curses his opponent, declaring, "Damn you." Tang Siwun stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he declares his purpose to his uncle. "I'm here to collect your sins." Tang Siwun maintains his solemn posture, his declaration echoing in the tense atmosphere, ready to face his uncle. Tang Gung's expression shifts to one of bewildered surprise, clearly taken aback by Tang Siwun's blunt accusation. Raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence, Tang Gung questions Tang Siwun, asking, "What are you talking about all of a sudden, dear nephew?" Tang Gung attempts to deflect, claiming Tang Siwun misunderstood, as an assassin had suddenly been sent after him, but Tang Siwun cuts him off, demanding he cut the bullshit. With a piercing gaze, Tang Siwun challenges Tang Gung, instructing him, "If you're truly a descendant of the Tang clan, show some dignity and offer your neck." A sinister smile spreads across Tang Gung's lips as he agrees, a faint green energy beginning to pulse around him, stating, "Hoo, fine." Engulfed in a vibrant green aura, Tang Gung declares an end to their pretense, announcing, "Let's stop playing around then." Tang Gung moves with blurring speed, his green energy leaving a powerful trail as he charges forward. With a powerful strike, Tang Gung launches himself forward, while Tang Siwun is seen reacting to the sudden, explosive attack, a fierce impact shaking the air. Tang Gung, still radiating green energy, taunts Tang Siwun, questioning, "All right now, are you acting this arrogant?" Tang Gung continues his taunt, suggesting Tang Siwun's confidence stems from the trash behind you, referring to his two female companions. Haeyoung furiously retorts, ordering the villain to shut your mouth, "You villain," but the female Tang clan member cautions her, "Hyo and getting worked up won't help." Female Tang clan member expresses her concern, reminding Haeyoung that even with the Tang clan's decline, they mustn't take Tang Hoyol lightly. The female Tang clan member internally reflects, grateful that their master sent them together, acknowledging that man is at least on the same level as I am. Tang Gung grins, musing aloud about the Amaze sect leader heading straight for the raid site, wondering, could heaven be on my side? Female Tang clan member clenches her hand near her sword, a silent thought running through her mind. Tang Hoyol, even without master, nothing changes. The female Tang clan member swiftly draws her sword, offering Tang Gung a chance to surrender like your underlings did. "Then I'll spare your life." Tang Gung reacts with surprise to the demand for surrender, then internally scoffs, realizing, I guess they all ran away. Tang Siwun observes Tang Gung, discerning his tactic of feigned hesitation to lower their guard, noting internally, his filthy tricks are the same as ever. Tang Gung mutters under his breath, dismissing his fleeing subordinates as that useless lot. Female Tang clan member's eyes widen in alarm as she realizes the potency of a certain attack, capable of felling even a martial artist of the peak realm. Tang Gung glows with a malevolent red energy, aiming a hidden weapon as he declares his intent. "First, I'll take one down." A system notification flashes, identifying the projectile as one of the forbidden items of the JIANGHU, the soul-seeking arrow, as Tang Siwun shouts, "Hyo, pulling her to safety." Haeyoung falls, her eyes wide with terror as the projectile narrowly misses her, while Tang Gung's taunting voice urges her, "Come on." Despite the fear in her eyes, a determined resolve settles on Haeyoung's face, a faint aura of energy around her as she internally reassures herself, "Don't worry." Haeyoung's eyes sharpen with intense focus as she deftly deflects an incoming attack with a small blade, dark energy trails marking the impact. Haeyoung moves with incredible agility, her blade a blur as she parries multiple projectiles, creating bursts of light on impact. Tang Sewon shields Haeyoung, threads tightly wrapped around his arm, as Haeyoung groans in pain, exclaiming, "Ih." Haeyoung, still reeling, questions the origin of the arrow, asking, where did that arrow come from, and are these threads? The female Tang clan member explains that the threads are the main weapon of the Tang clan's young master, while Haeyoung offers a grateful, thank you, realizing that if it weren't for him, Hyoung would have been gravely injured. From above, Tang Gung looks down at the trio, clicking his tongue in annoyance, lamenting, such a shame. He could have easily killed one of you. The female Tang clan member glares fiercely at Tang Gung, her sword ready, as she denounces him, "You shameless bastard." Tang Gung simply maintains a calm, almost amused expression, completely unfazed by the insult. The onslaught continues relentlessly as shadowy whips lash out, striking with deadly precision. A chilling voice echoes, demanding that no tales be told of this encounter. Haeyoung barely manages to dodge a whip, her eyes wide with shock as she realizes the overwhelming speed of their assailant. The whip slams into the ground, narrowly missing Haeyoung's head. She internally assesses the enemy's strength, concluding he is at least 2 realms above her own peak level. Haeyoung turns to Tang Sewon, suggesting they combine their efforts. She offers to take the lead and coordinate their attacks, urging him to cooperate. Tang Sewon, with a stern gaze, immediately rejects her proposal, asserting his authority and declaring that he will be the one giving orders. As Haeyoung tries to protest, Tang Sewon cuts her off, instructing her to step back if she cannot follow his commands, stating his intention to fight alone. Haeyoung stares in utter shock and confusion, unable to comprehend Tang Sewon's audacious decision to face the overwhelming threat by himself. Another whip cracks, and Tang Sewon's voice rings out, giving a precise command to Haeyoung to move 1 step to the upper right, guiding her through the attack. Under Tang Sewon's unexpected guidance, he, Haeyoung, and the female Tang clan member move in perfect synchronization, narrowly dodging the sweeping whip strike. Haeyoung realizes with a gasp that Tang Sewon had not only perfectly predicted the attack's trajectory but also somehow sensed her hidden struggle. The enemy warrior, wielding his whip, cackles menacingly, taunting them and challenging how long their perceived luck will last. As the whip descends once more, Tang Sewon's voice cuts through the air, calmly directing his allies to move from the lower right. Haeyoung's eyes widen as a profound realization dawns on her. This isn't mere luck. Tang Sewon possesses an uncanny ability to see through the enemy's every move. Tang Sewon's gaze sharpens, his mind processing every angle, every potential attack, his hand gripping his blade in anticipation. The sounds of intense combat reverberate through the grand halls of the building, the battle continuing to rage. As the relentless attacks continue, Haeyoung voices their growing desperation, realizing they cannot maintain their defensive stance indefinitely. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk plays on Tang Sewon's lips as he internally acknowledges the unexpected turn of events. Haeyoung, seizing a moment, calls out to Tang Sewon, trying to confirm his attention and reassert her desire to lead the defense. Tang Sewon casts a sidelong glance, a thought crossing his mind about Haeyoung's apparent naivete in this dire situation. The enemy's hand tightens around the whip's handle with a sharp click, preparing for another devastating strike. With a furious roar, the enemy warrior lunges forward, aiming a lethal blow and commanding them to die. Tang Sewon swiftly moves to shield Haeyoung and the female Tang clan member, shouting a warning to Haeyoung as the enemy closes in. Tang Sewon's keen senses discern a hidden tactic. The enemy used the whip's crack to mask the sound of an incoming arrow. As they continue to evade the relentless attacks, Tang Sewon mentally identifies the true danger they must guard against. Tang Sewon's grip tightens on his dagger, his focus unwavering as he prepares for a counterattack. The female Tang clan member cries out as a whip lashes out, narrowly missing her during the chaotic skirmish. Tang Sewon swiftly interposes himself, deflecting the incoming whip strike to protect the female Tang clan member from harm. Haeyoung expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Tang Sewon, while he, in a rare moment of internal reflection, finds himself missing a more ruthless version of her. The enemy warrior's face contorts in rage, berating them for their defensive tactics and questioning their martial training. Driven by fury, Haeyoung charges forward, defending her master's honor, but Tang Sewon immediately warns her to stop her impulsive attack. Haeyoung's sword clashes with the whip, but the enemy warrior scoffs, dismissing her attack as insignificant. The whip expertly coils around Haeyoung, trapping her in its grasp as the battle takes a dangerous turn. Opponent's face contorts in a sneer, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent as he tightens his hold, refusing to let Hayoung escape. He unleashes a surge of verdant energy, his body crackling with power, internally vowing to tear his adversary to pieces, despite not understanding the source of his confidence. The potent whip strikes with immense force, sending shockwaves through the air as it lashes out, a destructive green aura enveloping the impact zone. Analyzing the attack, Tang Sewon observes that if it were true whip energy, it wouldn't wrap only a part of the whip but would coil around the entire length. He deduces that if the opponent can only manipulate a segment, then even if he's fully mastered the peak realm, he's essentially demonstrating he's barely crossed the threshold. Tang Sewon notes the startled reactions of Hayoung and the female Tang clan member, questioning how they expect to fight the blood cult's grotesque abominations if such a simple flaw startles them and goes unnoticed. He resolves to use this encounter as an impromptu training session for them in advance, preparing them for future battles. With a decisive move, Tang Sewon prepares to launch a flying dagger. He instructs Hayoung, who is destined to become one of the 3 leaders of the Anti-Blood Alliance, and Chongyun, who will also play a major role in the future, to be ready to move the fight outside the moment he throws it. The opponent scoffs, dismissing Tang Sewon's incoming dagger as a mere trick, asking what he thinks he can achieve with tricks like that. A smug grin spreads across his face as he mocks Tang Sewon for playing games with some strange threads. The opponent lunges, declaring his intent to kill Tang Sewon first, his whip ready to strike with lethal force. A sudden impact sends the opponent reeling, a surprised ugh escaping his lips as green energy bursts around him. His eyes widen in shock, momentarily stunned by the unexpected counter, disbelief silently etched on his face. The opponent stands amidst the swirling dust and debris, his back to the viewer, assessing the situation after the hit, the previous chaos settling around him. His smirk returns as he dismisses Tang Sewon's successful strike as nothing more than shallow tricks. Tang Sewon, Hayoung, and the female Tang clan member watch as the opponent launches himself into the air, mistakenly believing they are running away. He shouts, "Bahaha, you're already running away." The opponent laughs maniacally as he pursues, promising to send them off peacefully and urging them to stop struggling. Tang Sewon's gaze sharpens, his expression resolute and calm as he prepares for the next phase of the battle. Hayoung and the female Tang clan member stand ready, their faces etched with determination, awaiting Tang Sewon's command. Tang Sewon announces the commencement of their counterattack, his presence commanding attention as he holds his dagger aloft. His intense eyes fixate on his companions as he issues a final, stern directive: prepare yourselves. Hayoung and the female Tang clan member respond with unwavering resolve, their readiness evident in their focused expressions. The trio stands united, a formidable force poised to strike, their combined will radiating power in the open air. The opponent, now in a wider, open area, realizes their fleeing was a strategic move to secure a more favorable battlefield, questioning whether they had intentionally led him to a wider area. The defiant snarl, the opponent swings his whip, acknowledging the strategy, but declares with a confident smirk that said, his powerful whip slams into the ground, creating a shower of debris as Tang Sewon and his companions deftly dodge, the opponent proclaiming, nothing will change. Tang Sewon, airborne and agile, explains that the basics of combat start with choosing a favorable battlefield. He continues his tactical exposition, revealing his plan isn't to directly counter the whip, but to utilize its movements against the opponent. Instead, Tang Sewon intends to attack by thrusting and pushing back his opponent with aggressive, precise strikes. Having closed the distance with incredible speed, Tang Sewon delivers a silent lesson: don't let your guard down just because you blocked. The opponent, still mid-swing with his whip, remains oblivious to Tang Sewon's proximity and impending attack, his focus solely on his weapon. Tang Sewon moves with blinding speed, weaving past the coiling whip as rocks fly, explaining that the whip becomes more dangerous when he breaches the opponent's defenses, the whip coiling harmlessly in the air as Tang Sewon gains a critical, close-quarters advantage. Tang Sewon's dagger connects with the opponent's face, eliciting a guttural cry of "Ryargghh" in pain and surprise. With a decisive move, Tang Sewon positions himself behind the reeling opponent, his whip now rendered ineffective, the battle decisively turning. Hayoung and the female Tang clan member gaze in awe. Hayoung acknowledges that Tang Sewon's incredible practical knowledge alone is remarkable, calling it amazing. Tang Sewon's eyes sharpen, his expression shifting from calm observation to intense focus. The unfolding situation demands his full attention. A subtle shift in his posture, a ripple of power beneath his robes, indicates his readiness to engage. In the training hall, Tang Gung finds himself encircled, dark energy swirling around him as an unseen force tightens its grip. Outside, a powerful impact erupts, sending a shockwave through the air and shaking the very foundations of the Tang clan estate. A swift, arcing blade cuts through the air, forcing Tang Gung to duck low as an attack narrowly misses him. Leaping Strike is poised to descend as Tang Gung struggles to evade the relentless assault. With a defiant roar, Tang Gung unleashes a counterattack, his flexible weapon whipping through the air. Ha! Tang Gung cries out in agony, ensnared by dark, binding threads. An unseen voice echoes, demanding he cease his useless struggles. The female Tang clan member finds herself caught in a barrage of sharp, black projectiles, barely deflecting them with her blade, while another is also engaged. Overwhelmed, the female Tang clan member is sent reeling backward, the dark threads closing in around her. Tang Gung's face contorts in a scream of rage as he draws a sword and leaps into the fray to assist. A blade flashes, narrowly missing Tang Gung's face, eliciting a sharp UJH of surprise and pain. Agile and swift, a flurry of sword strikes engage multiple unseen foes. Tang Gung hits the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration and letting out a sharp TSK. Damn, Tang Gung thinks, observing the relentless assault. Just when one is pushed back, another comes charging in. Sinister chuckle, Kikek, escapes unseen lips, followed by a compliment on attempting a battle of attrition. A hand grips a glowing green whip as a voice declares such tactics futile before overwhelming power. Green lightning crackles, radiating immense, malevolent energy from an unseen figure. A terrifying command rings out, tear apart and scream, as green energy spirals outward. The female Tang clan member is caught in the crushing embrace of the green energy, her eyes wide with terror. Her face contorts in a silent scream, unable to break free from the overwhelming force. Suddenly, Tang Sichuan steps forward, his hand outstretched, black threads of his own power manifesting to counter the attack. Defying the odds, a figure manages to dodge and deflect the green energy threads with remarkable agility. Even while ensnared, another figure twists and parries, refusing to yield to the relentless pressure. Unseen thoughts echo, did those rookies just dodge my attack? They even countered from broken stances. Disbelief washes over an unseen observer as they witness the unexpected resilience and skill. Enraged, a figure snarls, preparing to unleash an even more devastating attack with a glowing whip. The surge of golden energy, a counterattack, deflects the assailant's power with fierce determination. A swift, focused strike cuts through the air, aimed directly at a now-distracted figure. A gaze falls upon intricate patterns on a robe, a sudden realization dawning. Threads? A sharp, decisive impact reverberates through the air. With a powerful, calculated strike, Tang Sichuan sends a figure reeling, finally turning the tide of battle. The ground shatters underfoot as Tang Sichuan's strike sends shockwaves through the very foundation, confirming the tide has truly turned. The enemy combatant is hurled through the air, their trajectory uncontrolled, as Tang Sichuan maintains his dynamic assault, moving with lethal grace. Tang Gung, eyes narrowed in pain and frustration, clutches his whip, a guttural ugh, escaping his lips as he struggles to regain his footing. Tang Sichuan stands at the epicenter of a swirling, emerald vortex, his power manifesting as a destructive force that rips through the environment. Tang Gung's face contorts in a desperate scream, green energy flickering around him as he unleashes his own power, trying to match Tang Sichuan's might. Swift, precise movements, Tang Sichuan manipulates a series of razor-thin black threads, his hands a blur as he prepares a counterattack. Tang Sichuan executes an agile dodge, sword poised, a grunt of effort escaping him as he evades an unseen attack and positions himself for a strike. Tang Gung is caught, his body violently contorted as the invisible threads yank him, a pained AH tearing from his throat. Tang Gung's face is a mask of pure fury, his eyes glowing with malevolent green energy as he screams "Ew" at Tang Sichuan, who remains unfazed. Tang Sichuan stands composed, hand outstretched, green energy swirling around him, a calm yet resolute expression on his face, effortlessly deflecting the assault. A powerful clash erupts, a blinding burst of green and red energy signifying the collision of their formidable techniques. The energy dissipates in a focused, directional blast, leaving behind a trail of destructive force. Tang Sichuan lands gracefully, his sword still drawn, as a voice from off-screen expresses concern. "Ugh, young Master Tang." Tang Gung grins smugly, believing he has triumphed, declaring, "I've taken care of the eyesore." Mid-air, Tang Gung boasts, "And plan for the future. It will be my victory," his confidence soaring as he looks down at the battleground. Suddenly, Tang Gung's smug expression falters, replaced by confusion as he mutters, "Huh," sensing something amiss. Tang Gung's body is abruptly ensnared by numerous black threads, suspending him helplessly in midair, his momentum completely halted. The threads tighten, pulling Tang Gung downwards with immense force, his body twisting in a desperate struggle against the invisible bonds. Tang Gung crashes to the ground, the impact of his fall echoing as he lands amidst a flurry of dust and debris. Tang Gung hits the hard surface, his body recoiling from the force, a cry of pain escaping him as he struggles to comprehend his sudden predicament. An intricate web of black threads spreads across the ground, radiating outward like deadly tendrils, forming an inescapable trap. The threads constrict with explosive force, creating a violent burst of energy as they tighten their grip on Tang Gung. Tang Gung is completely immobilized, bound tightly by the black threads, his face etched with shock as he gasps, "Ugh, what is this?" Tang Sichuan's silhouette looms over Tang Gung, a chilling smirk playing on his lips as he asks, "Where are you rushing off to?" His voice drops, the question hanging in the air with a sinister undertone. "Uncle!" Tang Gung's face pales with terror and disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he stammers, "This lunatic, he blocked all of my attacks." Bound and desperate, Tang Gung pleads, "Sichuan, just this once, please forgive me. Am I not your uncle?" Tang Sichuan turns his back, the glowing threads around him emphasizing his cold demeanor as he repeats, "Forgive you?" He continues, his voice devoid of emotion, "I have made a promise with my father recently. To any sinner." Tang Sichuan looks up, manipulating the threads with a grim resolve, stating, "I promise to give one opportunity." Tang Gung's face brightens with a flicker of hope, but Tang Sichuan's voice cuts him off, "But it excludes those who should die." Tang Sichuan's cold gaze meets Tang Gung's horrified expression, delivering the final, crushing blow. "That means you're not even a target." Tang Gung lets out a raw, guttural scream, his mouth wide open in pure, unadulterated terror. Tang Sichuan's eyes glow a terrifying red as he conjures a spiraling vortex of black threads, his intent undeniably lethal. Tang Sichuan's hand clamps down on Tang Gung's face, eliciting agonized cries of "Ugh" from the trapped man. Tang Sichuan maintains his brutal grip, while Heung looks on in horror, gasping, "Why young Master Tang?" at the brutal display. The victim, still in Tang Sichuan's brutal grip, lets out a final, agonizing shriek as his life force drains away. His face contorts in a horrific grimace, eyes wide with terror and pain, as the brutal display continues. Slumped and defeated, the victim coughs blood, his last breath a defiant curse. "See, curse you, even if I go to hell." Tang Sichuan stands impassively as the victim's final words echo, "I will curse you," a desperate vow against his tormentor. With the deed done, Tang Sichuan turns his back on the dying man, his robes flowing as he walks away from the scene. The victim collapses fully to his knees, his head bowed in utter defeat as Tang Sichuan's figure recedes. Tang Sichuan glances back, his expression unreadable, leaving only the aftermath of his brutal efficiency. Heung observes the scene with a mix of horror and contemplation, thinking, such a cruel method. It's enough to mistake him for a murderous demon or a demonic practitioner. Her brow furrows in concern as she continues, "There's no way Tang Sichuan would be one, but I have no choice but to confirm." As Tang Sichuan stands alone, Heung's internal monologue presses on. If he is indeed a madman, he should feel exhilaration, thrill, and excitement. A keen, discerning eye watches Tang Sichuan, searching for any flicker of emotion. Tang Sichuan's profile reveals no joy, only a profound self-loathing, and Heung perceives within him an endless emptiness, even an unfathomable sorrow, so he acted like he was calm and collected. She realizes an ordinary person, having experienced a brutal life, has merely become numb on the surface. "I can't even begin to imagine the weight of that." Heung sighs, her thoughts deepening, "But why on earth does he?" She wonders, "Keep looking at me as if he knows me?" Tang Sichuan stands resolute, a faint glow surrounding him, his gaze distant. Heung's silent question hangs in the air. Why does he wear such a sad expression? A promotional message encourages readers to access advanced chapters. A mysterious woman gestures for silence, hinting at secrets and exclusive content. The channel invites viewers to join their Discord community for more updates. Tang Sichuan's hand rests on the fallen victim, confirming the grim reality of his actions. He observes the lifeless body and thinks, he's dead. Tang Sichuan reaches for the victim's belongings, deciding, I should take all of these just in case. Among the spoils, he identifies crane feather venom, the most lethal among plant-based poisons. He also finds a soul-seeking arrow, a forbidden item, concluding his assessment with, it's not a bad haul. Tang Suwun adjusts his attire, a moment of calm before introspection. Standing over the deceased, a profound question surfaces in his mind. Have I grown numb to killing? A single tear or bead of sweat escapes his eye as he reflects. I did execute an evildoer, but still. He grapples with his own nature. To think I'd be naturally calculating gains and losses first. He looks towards Haeyoung, a chilling realization dawning on him. It's like I'm thinking like a demonic arts practitioner. Tang Suwun's gaze is sharp, his internal conflict evident in his intense expression. Haeyoung watches him, her concern deepening as she observes his troubled state. Tang Suwun cradles Haeyoung, who appears injured and distressed, offering comfort in the wake of the violence. A quiet apology surfaces. Sorry I'm late. Perhaps for the distress Haeyoung endured. Haeyoung retches violently, clearly overwhelmed by the gruesome spectacle. A female Tang clan member rushes to Haeyoung's side, asking, "Are you okay?" Haeyoung, still shaken, replies, I was just startled, that's all. Tang Suwun acknowledges the severity of his actions, stating, "It seems the Tang clan's law for dealing with traitors was a bit too extreme for people of other sects," and offers, "My apologies." The female Tang clan member reassures him, explaining, "No, it's fine. The use of soul-seeking arrow or crane feather venom is punished with immediate execution in the Alliance too." Tang Suwun stands, observing the two women, the weight of his actions lingering in the air. As Tang Suwun observes the two Amei disciples, one of them, Haeyoung, addresses him, asking if his earlier statement was true, while Tang Suwun himself questions the situation. Haeyoung then performs a deep, respectful martial arts bow, her hands pressed together in a gesture of profound gratitude. She formally introduces herself as Haeyoung, a disciple of the Amei sect, and offers her sincere thanks to Tang Suwun for saving them, even if it felt belated. Another Amei disciple, Chongyun, echoes Haeyoung's sentiment, expressing her own thankfulness. Tang Suwun, however, humbly dismisses their praise, urging them to rise and stating he wouldn't go so far as to claim he saved their lives. Haeyoung, still in her bow, insists that without Tang Suwun's black threads, his potent hidden weapons, they would not be alive. Tang Suwun, growing slightly exasperated by their persistent gratitude, reminds them that excess courtesy becomes discourtesy. Despite his words, the two women remain steadfast, with Chongyun affirming that they were truly lacking, and Haeyoung gently disagreeing with Tang Suwun's self-assessment. Haeyoung internally muses on the irony. So many people are desperate to align with her, yet Tang Suwun adamantly refuses to be acknowledged as their savior. Meanwhile, a female Tang clan member expresses her thanks to Haeyoung, while a Tang clan senior guard wonders if this kind and grateful Haeyoung is truly the same person who used to glare at men with icy, blade-like intensity. Reluctantly, Tang Suwun states he will accept their thanks for now. He informs them that a carriage has been prepared and instructs them to quickly join Abbess Jianhua. One of the women, likely Haeyoung, asks if he will accompany them. Tang Suwun firmly declines, revealing his intention to continue the pursuit alone. Chongyun begins to acquiesce, but Haeyoung interjects with a resolute no, declaring that they will accompany him. Tang Suwun is taken aback by Haeyoung's insistence, questioning her resolve to accompany him. Internally, Tang Suwun sighs, acknowledging that there's nothing he can do when Haeyoung is this stubborn. Tang Suwun explains that while he doesn't mind their presence, he cannot continue to look after them. One of the women, likely Haeyoung, asks him to clarify what he means. Chongyun, observing Tang Suwun, realizes he is attempting to bear the entire burden by himself. With renewed resolve, Haeyoung clenches her fist, ready to face the challenges ahead. She firmly states that it doesn't matter, they will follow him and prove to be helpful. As Tang Suwun and Haeyoung begin their pursuit, Chongyun, trailing behind, questions why they are abandoning a perfectly good carriage. The three set off, Tang Suwun leading the way, with Haeyoung determinately keeping pace and Chongyun following with a mix of confusion and effort. The narrative shifts, announcing Sichuan's Supreme King, Chapter 15, Pursuit, signaling the commencement of their arduous journey. The scene opens to a vast, rugged mountain range, bathed in bright sunlight, highlighting the treacherous terrain they must traverse. Chongyun, already struggling, gasps for breath as she scales the sheer rock face, her exhaustion evident. The three disciples ascend the perilous cliff, Tang Suwun leading with practiced ease, followed by Haeyoung, while Chongyun visibly lags behind. Suddenly, a foot slips on loose rocks, signaling a dangerous moment for one of the climbers, likely Chongyun. Chongyun begins to slide down the steep incline, dislodging more rocks as she loses her footing. Terror flashes across Chongyun's face as she clings desperately to the cliff, crying out that they will surely die. Haeyoung, looking down with concern, urges Chongyun to wait a moment while Tang Suwun continues his ascent, seemingly unfazed. Tang Sichuan observes Chong Yun's struggle, noting that her stamina has reached its limit and advises her that it's not too late to return and join the others as originally planned. Young, with unwavering determination, thanks Tang Sichuan for his concern but asserts that Chong Yun, as an Amei disciple, would not call for a halt due to mere exhaustion, especially during an important mission to track the poison demon. Haeyoung insists that Chong Yun's cry for help must be for a more serious reason. Meanwhile, Chong Yun internally admits that her exhaustion was indeed the reason she called out. Chong Yun forces a laugh, quickly fabricating an excuse that she only called out because their directions seemed to have gone astray. Tang Sichuan, unfazed, reassures her that he has been constantly correcting their course by checking the tree rings, so there's no need to worry. With a brief pause to rest, Tang Sichuan declares it's time to depart again, as the three prepare to resume their climb. Chong Yun, still on the ground, wonders internally if Tang Sichuan is a herbalist or how he knows the mountains so intimately, utterly baffled by his navigation skills. Chong Yun, still on the ground, wonders internally if Tang Sichuan is a herbalist or how he knows the mountains so intimately, utterly baffled by his navigation skills. As Tang Sichuan effortlessly scales the treacherous cliff face far ahead, Chong Yun can only think, he's not even getting tired. After their arduous climb, Tang Sichuan addresses his companions in a forest clearing, stating that from this point it would be better for them to split up and search separately. Tang Sichuan elaborates on the plan, instructing each person to scout independently, then regroup and compare notes in an hour. With a burst of speed, the group disperses into the dense forest, leaving trails of disturbed air and rustling leaves. Tang Sichuan navigates through the sun-dappled woods, internally assessing their formation and concluding that maintaining their current distance should be sufficient. He crouches low, demonstrating the fundamental principles of tracking, examining the surroundings in meticulous detail. Tang Sichuan extends his hand, a subtle energy radiating from his fingertips as he explains that even the slightest man-made trace can be detected. His eyes close in intense concentration, sweat beading on his brow as he delves deeper into his senses, searching for the elusive target. With grim determination, Tang Sichuan's inner monologue echoes his unwavering resolve. Poison demon, Ye Yulsung, I'll find you, no matter what. The scene shifts to a shadowy memory where an unidentified male figure, holding a hammer, lets out a sinister laugh. He praises his disciple, an unidentified male disciple, for his blacksmithing, declaring it the best. The unidentified male figure explains the miraculous properties of the black scale bracelet the disciple crafted, stating it grants immunity to 10,000 poisons, can expel poison, and even manipulate it. The unidentified male disciple marvels at the masterpiece. Memory darkens as the unidentified male figure taunts his disciple, reminding him there was a reason he was kept alive. The disciple, gripping his hammer in furious defiance, screams for him to shut up. The unidentified male disciple's rage boils over, revealing that he only forged the divine artifact because his master threatened the remaining members of his clan. A powerful stomp echoes, emphasizing the disciple's intense frustration and anger. He unleashes his fury, declaring he would have never created such a divine artifact under any other circumstance. The unidentified male figure, his hand resting on the very hammer of his enraged disciple, mockingly asks if he regrets his actions. He continues to gloat, asserting that the disciple must have clearly understood the true value of the poison arts and medical techniques he received, and how perfectly his martial arts suited him. The unidentified male figure presses his taunt, claiming a bright kid like the disciple couldn't possibly be unaware, then coldly reminds him, whether you like it or not, we're master and disciple, right? The perspective shifts abruptly. An unidentified male figure, dazed and confused, awakens, questioning his surroundings. Where am I? Clutching his head, he struggles to recall, remembering he was definitely running from the poison demon. Looking around the cavernous, dark space, a chilling realization dawns on him. Did I get caught? A heavy sensation overwhelms him as he senses something profoundly wrong, his body and mind feeling strangely burdened. He clenches his fist, the chilling truth settling in. Something's wrong. He looks up at the chaotic ceiling, a horrifying vision of debris and bodies making him gasp in terror, feeling as if he's hanging upside down. Indeed, the unidentified male disciple hangs bound and inverted in the cave. Below him, the unidentified male figure, his captor, taunts him, suggesting his slow recovery is due to being trash. With a cruel smile, the unidentified male figure poses a chilling question. Do you know what's the most important thing for making a flower bloom? The unidentified male disciple, in agonizing recognition, stammers, the poison demon? Blood drips from the disciple's arm as he struggles with a horrifying confusion. How can one person have two voices? Unidentified male figure stands over the severed limb, holding a small blade, and coldly threatens to remove the disciple's other arm if he doesn't answer. Pressing his torment, the unidentified male figure urges him to hurry and answer. What's important for making a flower bloom? Under duress, the unidentified male disciple painfully replies, "As soil and water and sunlight." The unidentified male figure laughs, feigning surprise at the disciple's knowledge, then agrees that no flower can bloom without those elements. Then, revealing a sinister, glowing red-hilted sword, the unidentified male figure declares there is one exception. A flower that blooms from this seed needs none of that, for it hates all purity. The unidentified male disciple, horrified and confused, internally questions the master's words. It's clearly a treasured sword, and he's calling it a seed? The unidentified male figure presses the crimson gem on the sword's hilt, activating its dark power. He floats amidst the carnage, the glowing sword radiating an ominous light surrounded by the bodies of his victims. With a chilling declaration, the unidentified male figure unleashes a wave of crimson energy, proclaiming that his flower blooms on blood, not water. Destructive power of the blood demon's sword erupts, engulfing the cave in a vortex of dark, sanguine energy. The destructive power of the blood demon's sword erupts, engulfing the cave in a vortex of dark, sanguine energy. Amidst the carnage, a grotesque, cracked egg-like structure pulsates, revealing the ominous heavenward tear blossom. Elder Chun, a sinister figure in a wide-brimmed hat, stands atop a mound of fallen warriors. With arms raised, he revels in the crimson power, declaring his intent. Once the heavenward tear blossom fully blooms, he will ascend to become a true poison master. His eyes glow with malevolent red energy as Elder Chan extends a hand towards a pulsating orb of dark power. He envisions a future where he will turn every martial artist, orthodox or unorthodox, into his subservient puppets. The blood-red liquid churns violently, forming a dark, swirling vortex as Elder Chen's power intensifies, threatening to consume all in its path. Far from the impending doom, Tang Sewun's sharp, blue eyes blaze with unwavering resolve, a stark contrast to the darkness that looms. Bathed in the warm glow of the sun, Tang Sewun traverses a serene forest path, his journey leading him towards an unknown confrontation. A female Tang clan member spots Haeyoung approaching through the sun-dappled trees, relief evident in her voice as she greets her and confirms her arrival. Female Tang clan member's expression clouds with concern as she reports finding traces of a survivor, but the trail abruptly vanished. Haeyoung's brow furrows, realizing the same phenomenon occurred on her side of the search, indicating a shared, perplexing obstacle. The female Tang clan member explains that the survivor's trail was suddenly cut off, speculating that a high-level mobility art like the Verdant Traverse was used. Alarmed, the female Tang clan member worries that if the poison demon has reached the evolutionary realm, they will need to summon an elder from their sect for assistance. Suddenly, Tang Sewun strides into view, a small, dead animal slung over his shoulder, calmly declaring that bringing an elder won't be necessary. Tang Sewun explains that the culprits merely erase their scent before fleeing, then demonstratively offers the animal for Haeyoung to smell, demonstrating the effect. Haeyoung leans in cautiously, and her eyes widen in surprise as she realizes the complete absence of any natural odor. Tang Sewun, kneeling to examine the animal, confirms that it was indeed subjected to a scent-dissipating perfume. The female Tang clan member elaborates, describing the perfume as a divine artifact capable of erasing all traces of a user's natural scent, confirming that there is truly no smell at all. While acknowledging the poison demon's martial art hasn't peaked, the female Tang clan member questions how they can be tracked. Tang Sewun confidently replies that by enhancing his own senses, he can pursue them. Tang Sewun's body glows with a potent blue energy as he prepares to move, commanding his companions to continue the chase. Female Tang clan member stares in astonishment, recognizing the immense power Tang Sewun is channeling as innate core energy. Tang Sewun sprints forward, a beacon of blue light, leaving the female Tang clan member in awe of his selfless determination, burning his life force without hesitation. Tang Sewun glances back, his expression resolute as he indicates the path forward. The female Tang clan member reflects on his chivalrous nature, realizing there's no other way to describe such a person. Tang Sewun leads the way through the now dimly lit, mystical forest, the air growing colder as they approach their destination. Tang Sewun's gaze hardens as they finally arrive at the entrance of the ominous cave, a grim determination etched on his face. Behind a tree, Tang Sewun and the female Tang clan member recoil, covering their noses from the overpowering stench of blood that even the scent-dissipating perfume cannot mask, confirming their target is nearby. Tang Sewon observes their surroundings, noting with relief that there are no visible sentries or guards protecting the cave entrance. Tang Sewon turns to the female Tang clan member, instructing her to rendezvous with the main force as planned and request additional support. The female Tang clan member expresses her frustration at her limited martial arts, realizing she would only hinder the operation. Despite her reluctance, she ultimately agrees to follow his orders, understanding the necessity. Tang Sewon thanks the female Tang clan member for her cooperation, then turns his attention to Haeyoung, preparing to give her new instructions. He asks Haeyoung to join him for the dangerous operation ahead, her focused gaze indicating her readiness. Tang Sewon questions if she is capable, to which Haeyoung confidently affirms her ability, ready to face the challenges. Together, Tang Sewon and Haeyoung venture deeper into the cavern, the entrance receding behind them into the encroaching darkness. Haeyoung looks around, a concerned expression on her face, noting that the interior of the cave is far darker than she had anticipated. Her eyes begin to glow with a faint blue aura, indicating she is activating her enhanced senses to perceive the hidden dangers within the gloom. The cave walls are riddled with countless glowing red mechanisms and traps, a perilous labyrinth awaiting them. Tang Sewon offers a reassuring smile to Haeyoung, acknowledging that her presence and keen senses are a vital asset in navigating the treacherous environment. As Tang Sewon takes a step, Haeyoung's voice rings out in a sudden warning, her enhanced vision detecting a hidden trap directly beneath his foot. Tang Sewon freezes mid-step, narrowly avoiding the trap as Haeyoung urgently points it out. He curses under his breath, realizing the immediate danger they face. The danger is immediate. Tang Sewon's hand hovers just above a hidden pressure plate, a subtle blue glow indicating the trap's activation. He instinctively pulls back, a stark no echoing in his mind as he narrowly avoids disaster. Haeyoung urgently warns Tang Sewon, explaining that even a hollowed-out boulder is a trap. She reveals the mechanism. A crossbow bolt will instantly fire the moment his hand makes contact. Tang Sewon, visibly annoyed by the close call, asks Haeyoung to warn him a little earlier next time. She quickly apologizes, realizing her timing was less than ideal. Tang Sewon questions why Haeyoung isn't using her frequency whispering technique. Haeyoung responds, stating there's no sign of anyone nearby, implying the technique is unnecessary or ineffective in this situation. With a resolute expression, Tang Sewon decides they must increase their speed, instructing Haeyoung to continue calling out the locations of any traps they encounter. Haeyoung, with fierce determination in her eyes, readily agrees to Tang Sewon's command, preparing herself for the arduous task ahead. A crossbow bolt violently shoots out from a hidden trap, narrowly missing Tang Sewon's leg as they navigate the treacherous path. Haeyoung's voice rings out, guiding Tang Sewon through the labyrinth of traps. She precisely identifies safe footholds, instructing him to step only on protruding surfaces and utilize the wall tiles, warning him of indented tiles 3 steps ahead. As they deftly avoid the traps, Tang Sewon reflects on Haeyoung's unique ability. He recalls how terrifying it was when she was an enemy, but now it provides an unbelievably reassuring advantage. Tang Sewon's eyes glow with a faint blue aura as he remembers Haeyoung's dragon eyes, an ability capable of reading the flow of all things, making her an unparalleled guide. He continues his internal monologue, recalling that these very dragon eyes were what she used to track him relentlessly when they were adversaries. A close-up shot emphasizes the careful placement of a foot, highlighting the meticulous precision required to navigate the treacherous, trap-laden environment. As they move deeper into the cave, Tang Sewon suddenly reacts with a sharp gasp, his attention drawn to something horrifying ahead. The camera pulls back to reveal a gruesome sight. Numerous bodies are impaled and hanging from the cave ceiling, bathed in an eerie red glow, a grim testament to the brutality of their foe. Haeyoung looks on in horror at the scene of carnage, questioning how anyone could commit such a heinous act, her voice filled with disbelief. Tang Sewon's face hardens, his expression grim and resolute as he takes in the horrific aftermath of the attack. Among the hanging bodies, a lone survivor weakly calls out for help, covered in blood. Haeyoung spots the child and immediately declares that there's a survivor. Haeyoung, without hesitation, announces her intention to save the child first, preparing to spring into action. With agile grace, Haeyoung leaps upwards, a blue energy trail following her as she moves to retrieve the imperiled survivor. Her hand reaches out, firmly grasping the survivor, pulling them free from their horrifying predicament. Haeyoung descends swiftly, carefully bringing the injured child down to the ground where Tang Sewon awaits. With the child safely on the ground, Haeyoung quickly assesses their condition, noting the severe blood loss and emphasizing the urgent need for immediate treatment. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoes through the cave, startling Tang Sichuan and Haeyoung, who react with wide-eyed shock as a new threat emerges. Dark, ominous energy begins to seep down from the cave ceiling, prompting Haeyoung to question what is happening as the atmosphere grows heavy with dread. The cave entrance is consumed by a menacing red aura, with countless dark, spike-like projections descending, signaling a powerful and dangerous new development. An explosive wave of red energy erupts from the cave entrance, radiating outwards with immense force, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Haeyoung's eyes widen in alarm as she recognizes the terrifying phenomenon unfolding before them, her expression filled with dread. With a look of grave concern, Haeyoung identifies the source of the chaos. The heavenward tear blossom has gone berserk, unleashing its destructive power. Haeyoung instinctively pulls Tang Sichuan into a protective embrace, shielding him from the impending shockwave as he looks at her in surprise. Haeyoung's face is serene, her eyes closed, as if concentrating all her energy to protect them from the devastating blast. Haeyoung slowly opens her eyes, confused, questioning what happened as she realizes they should have been hit by the powerful shockwave. Dark, ethereal tendrils of energy swirl around Tang Sichuan and Haeyoung, revealing that Tang Sichuan somehow protected them from the full force of the blast. Haeyoung looks at Tang Sichuan with a mix of surprise and apology, murmuring a soft, "I'm sorry." Tang Sichuan, holding the injured child, firmly instructs Haeyoung to take the child and evacuate immediately. Haeyoung, taken aback, questions his command. With his back turned, Tang Sichuan declares that this is their best chance to defeat the bastard responsible for the carnage, emphasizing that they cannot waste any more time. Tang Sichuan, his resolve unyielding, reiterates his command, urging Haeyoung to take the child to safety. Haeyoung, understanding the gravity of the situation, agrees with a determined look, promising to return as quickly as she can. As Haeyoung carries the child away, Tang Sichuan offers a final warning, telling her to be careful in the dangerous environment. Standing alone amidst the fallen, Tang Sichuan is consumed by regret, wondering if he could have saved them all if he had arrived just a little sooner. His face contorts in anguish, grappling with the heavy burden of his choices, realizing the thousands of casualties that could have been caused by Tang Hoyol if he hadn't made a difficult decision. The weight of his past decisions and the countless lives at stake fuel a cold resolve within the young man. His internal struggle culminates in a singular, deadly focus. He will eliminate his target, his mind set solely on the task. Moving with stealth and purpose, the young man navigates the treacherous depths of the dark cavern, a faint mystical glow illuminating his path as he descends deeper into the unknown. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, scans the gloomy surroundings. His expression is one of intense concentration, every fiber of his being honed for the impending confrontation. From his vantage point, the young man spots a figure below, a soft groan escaping his lips as he identifies his target amidst the shadowy recesses of the cave. The elder struggles, hunched over a basin, gasping for air as a strange aura emanates from the liquid. He is clearly in distress, attempting to absorb a potent poison. The elder cries out in agony, his body racked with pain as the formidable poison overwhelms him. The absorption attempt has failed spectacularly, leaving him vulnerable. The young man watches, a purple crystal pendant hanging nearby, assessing the perfect moment to strike. His eyes gleam with calculated precision, recognizing the golden opportunity. With the target weakened, the young man prepares his attack, his weapon glowing with dark energy. The thought solidifies in his mind, now is the time to act. He unleashes a devastating surge of purple energy, a powerful, formless attack aimed directly at the struggling elder, who lets out a primal scream as the impact hits. Engulfed in a swirling vortex of crimson and purple energy, the elder is slammed backward, the force of the strike radiating outwards. The impact sends the elder reeling, his conical hat flying from his head as he is violently thrown across the cavern floor, a testament to the raw power of the assault. The elder's body is propelled through the air, caught in the devastating wake of the attack, his form twisting amidst the crackling purple energy. To the young man's astonishment, the elder lets out a mocking laugh, seemingly unaffected by the powerful blow that should have incapacitated him. The young man's eyes widen in disbelief. Despite the brutal assault, the elder's maniacal laughter echoes through the cave, a chilling sign of his unexpected resilience, as the young man's own expression turns to a grimace of frustration. The purple energy continues to lash out, driving the elder further back, yet he remains on his feet, his defiance a shocking display of endurance against the concentrated attack. The young man's mind races, a burst of shock and confusion overwhelming him. He cannot comprehend how the elder could withstand such a direct hit. The realization dawns on the young man. The elder didn't just survive, he deftly avoided the lethal core of the attack, minimizing the damage. The elder slowly straightens, his body still radiating a faint red glow, proving his resilience as the young man watches from a distance, recognizing the true threat. Sinister smirk spreads across the elder's face. He finds the attempt intriguing, a challenge that invigorates him rather than defeats him. The elder's aura intensifies, his body now emanating a vibrant red energy. His interest is piqued, transforming the encounter into a thrilling game for him. The young man barely registers the blur of motion before the elder is upon him, moving with incredible speed. The young man is caught off guard by the sudden surge of agility. The elder lunges, a whip-like weapon extended, directly confronting the young man with a menacing presence. The elder narrows his eyes with a glint of malice as he observes the young man, expressing surprise at his presence. Visibly enraged, the young man snarls a warning at the elder, his anger flaring at the confrontation. The elder simply smirks, unimpressed by the defiance, as the young man prepares to unleash a flurry of attacks. The young man launches himself into the air with incredible agility, twin daggers glinting, ready to engage the elder in close-quarters combat. The air crackles as the daggers clash against the elder's defenses, a burst of energy marking the intense impact of their exchange. The young man presses his assault, his blades a blur of motion, striking with fierce determination and precision, refusing to give the elder any quarter. With blinding speed, the young man unleashes a barrage of strikes, his movements a dazzling display of martial prowess, forcing the elder onto the defensive. The elder recoils from the relentless assault, his body blurring from the rapid impacts, struggling to keep pace with the overwhelming offensive. The young man maintains his relentless pressure, driving the elder back with another swift attack, preventing any chance of recovery or counteroffensive. The elder lets out a pained grunt, his body contorting as he struggles to withstand the continuous onslaught, the fight intensifying with every blow. Continuing his assault, Elder Chun lunges forward, a burst of energy erupting from his strike. Tang Sichuan braces himself, prepared to meet the impact head-on. A sharp pain pierces Tang Sichuan's arm, drawing a trickle of blood, yet he calmly assesses the damage, confirming the blow is indeed bearable. Tang Sichuan acknowledges his limited chi prevents the use of his formless flying dagger, but he notices Elder Chen's compromised state. A determined glint in his eye, he decides to risk it, believing the opportunity is worth the gamble. Elder Chun frantically searches his surroundings, demanding to know the whereabouts of the divine item, completely unaware of Tang Sichuan's hidden maneuver. With a smug grin, Elder Chun attempts to dictate terms, instructing Tang Sichuan to hand over the item obediently. However, Tang Sichuan swiftly cuts him off, mocking his previous pained screams and telling him to drop the relaxed act. Tang Sichuan's gaze sharpens, his hands gripping his weapon as he mutters the name of a formidable technique, God Revering Tears. Elder Chen's eyes widen in shock and fury, exclaiming that Tang Sichuan is misusing the technique, utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Enveloped in a sinister red aura, Elder Chan observes Tang Sichuan with newfound intrigue, acknowledging his knowledge of the God Revering Tears. He ponders the hidden secrets Tang Sichuan might possess, his curiosity piqued. Elder Chan unleashes a devastating lunge, his hand glowing with crimson energy as he closes in on Tang Sichuan, radiating immense power. The air shatters with a violent impact, crimson energy exploding outward from the clash. Elder Chen's glowing hand hovers menacingly over Tang Sichuan's shadowy form, poised to deliver a crushing blow. Tang Sichuan's silhouette is engulfed in a maelstrom of dark, spiky energy, indicating a desperate counterattack or a powerful defensive maneuver. Elder Chen's face contorts in a snarl of frustration and disbelief, his teeth gritted as he reels from the unexpected resistance. Elder Chun stares in utter disbelief as Tang Sichuan's hand, radiating purple energy, firmly blocks his attack. He curses, unable to comprehend how his exclusive technique was thwarted. Tang Sichuan stands amidst a swirling vortex of pure demonic chi, unleashing his power. Elder Chun, witnessing this, exclaims in shock at the incredible purity of the demonic energy. Elder Chun lets out a booming laugh, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and newfound respect, declaring Tang Sichuan to be a truly interesting individual. With a wide, confident smile, Elder Chun makes a bold declaration, announcing his decision to take Tang Sichuan as his disciple. Tang Sichuan responds with a sinister smirk, pondering his next move. He dismisses Elder Chen's offer, stating he has no need for a foolish master. Tang Sichuan unleashes a sweeping attack, mocking Elder Chun as someone who would lose both arms from failing to control poison chi. He finishes with a chilling laugh. Elder Chun, still smiling, accepts the challenge, playfully telling his disciple that he'll endure a beating first. Tang Suwun's eyes widen in surprise as a powerful red aura emanates from Elder Chun, revealing his true strength. From above, Elder Chun is revealed to be surrounded by numerous fiery red apparitions, a formidable encirclement ready to strike. Tang Suwun stands his ground, dwarfed by a colossal, glowing red manifestation of Elder Chun, a true display of his overwhelming power. Tang Suwun gazes upwards, his back to the viewer, confronting the immense presence of his opponent. Elder Chen's fist glows ominously, ready to strike, as he declares his intent to disable Tang Suwun, starting with one arm. Tang Suwun's arm takes the full force of the blow, the impact radiating outwards. Elder Chun looms over Tang Suwun, who is now ensnared by countless dark, binding threads, trapping him in place. From an aerial perspective, Tang Suwun is seen completely immobilized by the intricate web of dark threads, his surprise evident as he questions the technique. Tang Suwun watches intently as Elder Chun is also caught in the same binding threads, a surprising turn of events. Tang Suwun reveals his cunning, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares gotcha, revealing that Elder Chun has fallen into his trap. Tang Suwun activates his immortal garment Seem Transform, initiating the first technique of this intricate skill as glowing threads begin to tighten. Elder Chun struggles against the binding threads, his eyes wide with panic as he cries out, wait! Elder Chun curses, realizing his inner cheese transformation is agonizingly slow, leaving him vulnerable and unable to escape the tightening bonds. The technique's true name is revealed, limb-cutting chains. Elder Chen's body is violently pulled, his limbs straining against the relentless threads. A momentary flashback reveals the true nature of Tang Suwun's technique, the immortal garment Seam of the Divine Maiden sect, a skill primarily focused on defense and incapacitating opponents. Now, as Tang Suwun's immortal garment Seam ensnares his foe, the opponent marvels at its unexpected strength, acknowledging truly a surprising thread. The hardness exceeds that of diamond. The narrator reveals the true nature of the technique being deployed, a martial art solely designed for the purpose of destroying and killing the enemy. Tang Suwun strikes with precision, his dark threads lashing out as his opponent recoils, letting out a chilling "Kihihi." As the opponent falls, still caught in the threads, he exclaims in disbelief, "My disciple hid such a special martial art." Tang Suwun maintains his relentless assault, his hand outstretched, weaving the intricate diamond-hard threads with deadly precision. The threads extend far above, creating a complex web that dominates the cavern, all under Tang Suwun's command. Crimson aura envelopes Tang Suwun as his eyes ignite with a fierce red glow, preparing a swift, decisive strike with his hidden blade. Activating the point kill technique, Tang Suwun unleashes a devastating, focused strike enveloped in a swirling vortex of crimson energy. A faint purple aura lingers around Tang Suwun as he glances back, his expression resolute after the powerful assault. The opponent's hand transforms into a gnarled, shadowy claw, emanating dark smoke as he mutters, "Amazing, amazing." Floating high above, the opponent surveys the scene, remarking, "Really?" as Tang Suwun's gaze sharpens, noticing the opponent's corrupted limb, his left hand. With a shocking declaration, the opponent booms, "I want to take you as my disciple." Tang Suwun grimaces in pain, a sharp ugh escaping his lips as he struggles against the opponent's relentless assault, even as the strange offer echoes in his mind. The opponent's face contorts into a maniacal grin, his voice raspy as he declares, "Even if my body melts away with blood." His form blurs with destructive energy, the opponent's manic laughter echoing as his power surges, pushing past all limits. Upside down in a surge of red energy, the opponent declares his twisted resolve, "I must see all my disciples' hidden powers." Tang Suwun maneuvers deftly in the air, twin blades glinting as he prepares to unleash a counterattack against his crazed opponent. Tang Suwun's fist connects with brutal force, sending a shockwave of red energy through the opponent's face. The opponent is hurled backward by the powerful blow, yet the dark threads and crimson energy still pulse around him, a testament to his resilience. Relentlessly, Tang Suwun follows up with another swift strike, catching the airborne opponent before he can recover. Blood splatters from the opponent's face, yet he roars with perverse joy, exhilarating. "It feels like my entire body is burning in hellfire." Tang Suwun's eyes narrow in fierce concentration as he realizes the horrifying truth. He was surely at his limits, yet he's faster now. The cavern erupts in a flurry of blows as Tang Suwun and his opponent clash, their movements creating shockwaves that ripple through the air. Tang Suwun's speed becomes almost illusory, his form blurring into multiple afterimages as he presses his assault, overwhelming the senses. With a powerful surge of energy, Tang Suwun unleashes a devastating kick, sending a concentrated blast towards his foe. The opponent cries out, "Ah," as he reels from the direct hit, momentarily stunned by the force of Tang Siwun's attack. His eyes blazing with dark intent, the opponent grips his sword, declaring his sinister hunger, "I want to quickly taste my disciple's meridians." The opponent's crazed expression intensifies as he reveals his ambition. "With the demonic arts you possess and the divine item, I will surely rise to the rank of a poison person." The opponent, defying gravity, sprints along the cavern wall, taunting Tang Siwun, "This can't be the end already, can it? Hurry." The opponent descends with brutal force, lunging down with a powerful punch, aiming to crush Tang Siwun while he's vulnerable on the ground. Tang Siwun strains, sweat beading on his brow as the opponent's relentless demand echoes, "More." The opponent falls through the air, surrounded by a chaotic web of threads and crimson energy, his voice booming, "Entertain me more." Exhausted, Tang Siwun collapses to one knee, his blade clattering to the ground beside him, seemingly at his breaking point. Standing triumphantly over the kneeling Tang Siwun, the opponent revels in his power, asking with a sinister grin, "Isn't poison truly beautiful?" The opponent reveals the chilling truth. The substance that has paralyzed Tang Siwun is none other than Red Crown Crane, one of the 8 extreme poisons. With a taunting grin, the opponent challenges Tang Siwun, demanding to know his next move. A look of surprise crosses the opponent's face, a single, intrigued sound escaping his lips. Despite the paralysis, Tang Siwun's fingers twitch with a desperate, burning resolve, his body fighting against the poison's grip. The surge of inner power, Tang Siwun clenches his fist, his eyes burning with an unyielding will to overcome the deadly poison. In a sudden, explosive counterattack, Tang Siwun unleashes a precise strike, a hidden needle piercing the opponent's defenses. The opponent merely sneers, dismissing Tang Siwun's efforts with a condescending remark, calling it childish. The cavern echoes with the opponent's arrogance as he looms over Tang Siwun, who remains on the ground, assessing his next move. "Let's receive some punishment for disappointing this master," the opponent declares, extending his hand to deliver another blow. The opponent reveals another deadly weapon, a glowing needle, stating, "This is the second of the 8 extreme poisons, semi-structured blood." Tang Siwun cries out in agony as the new poison strikes, his face twisting in pain. The impact of the semi-structured blood courses through Tang Siwun's body, its effects immediately taking hold. With a satisfied smirk, the opponent imparts a cruel lesson. "This is your master's teaching that will make your blood spurt and your flesh burst, so take it to heart." The narrative transitions, inviting readers to explore advanced chapters and announcing the beginning of Chapter 17, titled The Offering of Apology 1. Playful reminder appears, asking if the audience will read the content at gensupdates.com. A mysterious woman, with a knowing wink and a finger pressed to her lips, seems to guard a secret amidst soft, shimmering lights. A clear call to action invites viewers to join the community on Discord, with the server link prominently displayed. The screen displays a selection of manhwa, highlighting the regressor can make them all as a new, ongoing series with 20 chapters available. Another title, Demonic Beast Hunter Survival Guide, is featured, currently at Chapter 6. The Mad Dog is presented next, also with 20 chapters released. The list continues with the Resurrection Boy, currently at Chapter 7. Following that is the Shepherd Wizard, with 8 chapters available. Feasting Lord in Another World is highlighted, showing 6 chapters. Chronicle of Rune is briefly glimpsed, hinting at more stories to discover. Another partial cover for Incarnation of the suggests a vast library of tales. Rookie employee Kim Kyolsu is shown, among other hidden gems. The intriguing title Surviving as a Barbarian in Afanta is also available for readers. Another captivating story, a corporate underling who awaits discovery. Finally, This Is the Law rounds out the showcase titles. From a distance, the opponent chuckles, observing Tang Siwun's prone form. I was controlling myself so he wouldn't die. This disciple's body is sturdier than I expected, the opponent finishes, a smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges Tang Siwun's resilience. Tang Siwun lies motionless on the cold ground, his body battered, as the opponent casually steps away, leaving him for dead. Suddenly, the opponent is violently thrown backward, exclaiming in a furious roar, "Are you watching, Tang Yutai?" A searing pain erupts from the opponent's chest as he gasps, "Your grandson is in my hands." Ugh! The opponent cries out, clutching his bloodied hand in shock and agony. The opponent stumbles back, coughing violently, as he questions, "Is this the reaction of the true blood body? Why, already?" The opponent mutters in disbelief, watching Tang Siwun slowly push himself up, his eyes now glowing with a dangerous, dark power. Tang Siwun lets out a frustrated tsk as he regains his footing, his gaze fixed on the opponent. Clutching his chest, the opponent confronts Tang Sichuan. I only took four so far. Are you at your limit already? Tang Sichuan gritted his teeth, a raw grunt of exertion escaping him as the purple energy intensified around his form, pushing past his perceived limits. Tang Sichuan, his presence radiating immense power, declared he would unleash the formidable 8 extreme poisons. The opponent's eyes widened in sheer terror, his face contorting in a grimace of disbelief as he felt the surge of Tang Sichuan's power. Crimson aura of rage enveloped the opponent as he seethed internally, thinking, this little brat. His fury erupted, the opponent screaming as a violent red energy pulsed around him, enraged that Tang Sichuan dared to insult him. Tang Sichuan crouched low, his purple aura shimmering as he internally noted the opponent's massive poison chi. The opponent's hand, imbued with deadly red energy and sharpened nails, lunged forward with a singular, murderous intent to kill Tang Sichuan. The enraged opponent descended with a powerful, glowing fist, aiming a devastating blow at Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan swiftly evaded the incoming strike, sliding across the ground as debris exploded around him from the force of the opponent's attack. Where the opponent's attack landed, a deep crater formed, radiating residual crimson energy and smoke. With a resolute expression, Tang Sichuan mentally activated his ultimate counter, the 8 extreme poisons, specifically the 7-step soul-severing powder. Guttural scream of agony tore from the opponent's throat as dark, corrosive energies from Tang Sichuan's poison began to consume him. Tang Sichuan moved with blinding speed, a blur of purple energy, as he advanced on the writhing opponent. From Tang Sichuan's outstretched hand, dark, ethereal tendrils unfurled. He thought of his master, deeming him a truly generous master, and then considered what might have happened if not. Tang Sichuan hovered above, the dark tendrils from his hand binding the opponent, who struggled violently against the unseen forces. Tang Sichuan landed gracefully, the dark tendrils still active as he mentally dismissed his opponent as a fool with no learning capabilities. The scene shifted to a grand, ethereal landscape depicting the heaven-defying chi, the source of all demonic arts, as countless streams flowed into the vastness of the sea. A powerful, purple-infused punch from Tang Sichuan connected squarely with the opponent's chest, eliciting a painful grunt from him. The two combatants stood apart, their forms radiating residual energy, poised for the next exchange of blows. A chilling, wide grin spread across the opponent's face, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing intensity. The opponent roared, his body once again engulfed in a violent crimson aura as he unleashed another surge of power. Tang Sichuan deftly dodged a concentrated blast of crimson energy, moving with practiced precision. The ground erupted in a blinding flash of red light and dust as the opponent's devastating attack struck, leaving a trail of destruction. The battlefield was obscured by a thick, crimson haze, glowing particles still shimmering in the air from the recent explosion. As Tang Sichuan shifted his weight, a hidden blade emerged from his shoe, a deadly extension of his will, as he thought, the poison demon is the same. Tang Sichuan's gaze sharpened, his face partially shrouded in purple energy as he held the hidden blade, realizing, in other words, this guy is... A small, dark projectile was now embedded in Tang Sichuan's robe, a silent testament to a cunning attack he had endured. The opponent's eyes widened in alarm as a glowing purple projectile, unleashed by Tang Sichuan, descended upon him with lethal speed. Tang Sichuan's mind raced with a crucial realization. The opponent was no different from a walking great elixir. The opponent reeled midair, struck by Tang Sichuan's projectile, a curse escaping his lips as he struggled against the impact. A calculated thought crossed Tang Sichuan's mind. Let's take some beatings first. Tang Sichuan was launched backward by a powerful blue-purple energy blast, seemingly enduring the impact intentionally. Tang Sichuan, back turned to the audience, calmly observed the lingering energy explosion, assessing the opponent's power. The opponent clutched his chest, a harsh cough racking his body, while Tang Sichuan's hand, now speckled with dark spots, revealed the insidious effects of the poison. The insidious poison coursed through the opponent's veins, forcing a desperate thought. What in the world? He unleashed his true power, a dark purple aura engulfing him, realizing this is beyond comparison in terms of realm. Tendrils of dark energy erupted from his hand, twisting and coiling with malevolent force. The opponent, now fully consumed by the dark energy, felt his own essence being manipulated, a desperate question forming. Surely this can't be the END, right? Cracks spiderwebbed across the very ground as the immense pressure of his unleashed power threatened to tear him apart. Chilling, guttural voice echoed, how absurd, as a monstrous visage materialized from the shadows. Undeterred, Tang Sichuan tightened his grip on his blade, his poisoned hand now a weapon of both pain and defiance. A crimson flash sliced through the air, a blur of motion as Tang Sichuan initiated his counterattack. Tang Sichuan reacted with sharp surprise, his eyes widening as he faced the overwhelming power. He moved with lightning speed, his sword a red arc against the oppressive darkness, striking back with fierce determination. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic dance of light and shadow as Tang Sichuan and the opponent clashed amidst the shattered terrain. The very ground vibrated with residual energy, a testament to the raw power unleashed in their deadly exchange. The opponent, a cruel smirk twisting his lips, taunted Tang Sichuan. "You dodged that? You're indeed an interesting child." He activated his formidable, demonic weapon, Centipede, unleashing a barrage of whip-like tendrils wreathed in dark red energy. A blinding red beam of energy erupted from the centipede, tearing through the air towards Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan, with incredible agility, parried the incoming attack, his movements a fluid blur. The powerful strike veered off course, obliterating a massive rock formation in a violent explosion of crimson energy. With precise footwork, Tang Sichuan landed deftly on one of the opponent's energy lines, using it as a stepping stone. The opponent sneered, demanding, "Where did that earlier composure go?" as he pressed his aerial assault. Tang Sichuan grunted, his body tensing from the relentless pressure of the attacks. Again, Tang Sichuan demonstrated his mastery, landing perfectly on another razor-thin energy thread. The air crackled with anticipation, the silence before the storm of their next exchange. The opponent declared his intent now, as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move. With a final, furious roar, he screamed, "Let's end this," and unleashed a devastating crimson energy wave. Tang Sichuan's eyes narrowed, a silent exclamation of resolve as he prepared for a direct confrontation. Golden energy flared from Tang Sichuan's hand, meeting the opponent's crimson blast in a shocking collision of powers. The forces collided, creating a blinding explosion of light and raw power that illuminated the cavern. The opponent watched in disbelief as his centipede attack was not just blocked, but actively being suppressed, exclaiming, "My centipede is being grounded." His face contorted in a snarl of pure frustration and rage, realizing the tide was turning. He pushed back with all his might, a desperate thought screaming, "This won't do," as Tang Sichuan's power began to overwhelm him. The opponent's face was etched with agony, his strength failing as Tang Sichuan's counterattack intensified. With a pained gasp, the opponent was violently hurled backward, Tang Sichuan's triumphant energy radiating from the impact point. Tang Sichuan, swift as a shadow, pursued the retreating opponent, seizing him with a chilling question. "Do you think you can escape?" A brutal slam sent the opponent crashing into the ground, a pained cry of "KUKKK" escaping his lips. The opponent lay defeated in a shallow crater, the last vestiges of his dark energy fading into the rocky floor. A lingering sense of dread hung in the air, the battle's intensity slowly dissipating. Tang Sichuan stood over his vanquished foe, his hand extended, a cold declaration escaping him. "Now, shall I receive the rest?" He gripped the opponent's arm, beginning the chilling process of absorption, drawing out the malevolent energy. The opponent screamed internally, realizing with horror, "He's absorbing the god-revering tears poison QI, which I can't even control. No way. If this goes on, I'll lose everything." Tang Sichuan's hand pulsed with dark, swirling energy as he completely drained the remaining poison and power from his utterly defeated foe. Dark, swirling energy still pulsed around Tang Sichuan, a lingering testament to the raw power he had just absorbed. Tang Sichuan's eyes widened in a gasp of shock, the chilling realization hitting him. He had sacrificed his own arm to complete the draining process. In a vivid memory, Tang Gung cackles wildly, his face contorted, as he taunts Tang Sichuan about his excessive greed. Tang Sichuan looks down at his captive, Tang Gung, remarking on the dullness of his last words as a powerful blue energy beam surges from the ground. Tang Sichuan's gaze is cold as he declares this encounter to be Tang Gung's second and final lesson. Tang Sichuan delivers a chilling lesson. Hesitation in killing will lead to missed opportunities. Tang Gung's eyes widen in terror, recognizing the Chiman formation, as Tang Sichuan coldly asks him what he will do now that physical strength is no longer enough. Tang Gung screams in dawning horror, realizing Tang Sichuan had planned this cruel fate from the very beginning. Tang Sichuan confirms his ruthless plan, stating that if he must forego killing, his foe will take a parting gift with him, as green energy pulses from his hand towards his chest. Tang Sichuan, enveloped in a green aura, delivers his first gift to his writhing master, Tang Gung, a sinister exchange of power. Tang Sichuan declares his intent to bestow a curse, stating that mere poison would only aid his foe. Tang Gung screams in agony as the green curse energy envelopes him, his body racked with torment. The cold command, Tang Sewun dismisses his foe, the blue energy of the formation still pulsating around him. Tang Gung lies motionless on the ground, the lingering blue energy marking the site of his defeat. A devastating force rips through Tang Gung, his body contorting in a final, agonizing scream as he is utterly annihilated. Tang Sewun stands amidst the desolate cavern, a lone figure silhouetted against the fading light of the energy pillar. Tang Sewun's resolve hardens, vowing to definitively kill his foe in their next encounter. A grim determination settles on Tang Sewun's features, the weight of his resolve evident. Tang Sewun glances upwards as the cavern walls begin to tremble and fracture. Tang Sewun's expression tightens with alarm, realizing the intense battle has destabilized the cavern, causing it to collapse. With urgency, Tang Sewun declares his need to escape the crumbling cavern. Tang Sewun leaps desperately through the falling debris, a grim thought crossing his mind. His inner chi is depleted, and escape might be impossible. A sharp pain jolts through Tang Sewun, his eye widening in a gasp of surprise and discomfort. Tang Sewun clutches his chest in agony, green energy flaring as he realizes the problem stems from his malformed energy center. As the cavern crumbles, Tang Sewun struggles with his inner energy, a green light emanating from him, while the defeated Tang Gung lies still in the foreground. Tang Sewun looks around in stunned confusion, questioning why he didn't succumb to the expected seizure. Green energy radiating from Tang Sewun's hand now appears stable, no longer signaling distress. Tang Sewun stares in utter astonishment as his malformed energy center not only stabilizes but begins actively accepting the surrounding inner chi. Vibrant green and white energy lines surge and intertwine, symbolizing the harmonious flow of inner chi. A crimson vortex swirls, revealing a white figure at its core as green energy lines converge, all pointing towards the legendary god revering tears. Tang Sewun's astonishment deepens as he confirms his energy center is now fully accepting the internal energy. The swirling energies intensify, now clearly indicating the path towards the mythical gazing god's tear. A vivid memory of his past life, Tang Sewun collapses in agony, clutching his chest despite having mastered various demonic arts. Even the sorcerers of the notorious blood cult had only just begun to uncover the true nature of these demonic arts, a chilling revelation from Tang Sewun's past. The chilling revelation of demonic arts from Tang Sewun's past echoed as a massive heavenly calamity began to unfold, consuming the very landscape. Amidst the chaos, a voice calmly declared, "How foolish!" A figure from Tang Sewun's memories, serene amidst the impending doom, stated with closed eyes that there was no reason to escape the inevitable. With a confident gaze, the memory of Tang Sewun revealed his philosophy. The heavenly calamity is a blessing, not a curse. The present Tang Sewun, surrounded by a vibrant green aura, pondered the true nature of the immense power he was now wielding, a power that pulsed with an ethereal glow. The mystical green energy intensified, swirling around Tang Sewun's core, hinting at a profound connection to the ancient arts. Tang Sewun observed his art of reverting heaven as it interacted with the toxic energy from a fallen foe. He noted that this power, which previously couldn't consume the heavenly calamity itself, was now drawn to this specific potent energy. His hand reached into a swirling crimson pool, where a grotesque, claw-like entity began to emerge. Tang Sewun questioned what sinister secret lay hidden within the remains of the gazing god's tear. The eerie, claw-like formation pulsed with dark energy, its presence a stark contrast to the surrounding crimson liquid. Tang Sewun stared at his hand, now grotesquely transformed by the claw-like object as the crimson energy intensified around him. The horrifying truth dawned on Tang Sewun. This was a toxin, forged from the sublimation of vengeful spirits, the very root of the gazing god's tear. He realized the root was filled with pure resentment, the ultimate source of this potent poison. Suddenly, the cavern began to violently collapse, massive rocks tearing free and plummeting with deafening impacts. Tang Sewun looked up, a single exclamation escaping him as he realized the full extent of the cave's rapid destruction. With a frustrated curse, Tang Sewun observed the accelerating collapse of the cave, acknowledging that escape in his current weakened state was impossible. Tang Sewun's eyes narrowed with fierce resolve. He questioned if this was truly the will of the heavenly calamity, steeling himself for what must come next. With a grim determination, Tang Sewun forced the hideous, claw-like root of the gazing god's tear into his own mouth. His throat strained as he swallowed the vile object, a desperate and dangerous gamble. A guttural cry of decay tore from Tang Sewun's lips, followed by a choked cough as his body convulsed, racked with agonizing pain. Red energy erupted violently from Tang Sewun's mouth and chest, clashing with the green aura that still pulsed within him, signifying a brutal internal conflict. Tang Sewun lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony, as he perceived the horrifying resentment of the souls killed by the poison demon coursing through him. Surrounded by the ghostly remnants of the deceased, Tang Sewun struggled to rise, refusing to give up so easily despite the excruciating pain that racked his body. Drawing upon an inner well of strength, a powerful, ethereal image of Tang Sewun manifested behind him, ready to strike as he prepared to confront the overwhelming forces within. Tang Sewun formulated a desperate strategy. By manipulating his entire body's energy with the Golden Bell Shield, he planned to make the resentment of the Gazing God's tear collide with the energy of the heavenly calamity. With a guttural H-A-H, Tang Sewun poured his effort into the perilous endeavor, hoping this clash of energies would reveal a clue to his escape. Immense strain forced blood from Tang Sewun's mouth, his face a mask of intense concentration and pain. A primal scream, grah, tore from Tang Sewun as he was engulfed in a violent maelstrom of green and red energy, his body writhing under the immense pressure. Tang Sewun realized with alarm that the energies were not harmonizing as he intended. Instead, they were fiercely battling each other, causing immense internal turmoil. The conflicting green and red energies raged within Tang Sewun's core, running wild and attempting to devour one another, threatening to tear him apart. Sweat dripped from Tang Sewun's brow as he gritted his teeth, his focus absolute. He knew he had to balance these destructive forces if he hoped to survive. Tang Sewun's body crackled with the warring energies, a testament to his desperate struggle to bring them under control. The chaotic forces of red and green lightning pulsed and swirled around him, a raw display of the power he wrestled with. Sparks flew as the internal conflict continued, Tang Sewun pushing his limits to maintain a fragile equilibrium. Finally, Tang Sewun exhaled a relieved phew, having managed to bring the rampaging energies into a temporary, meditative balance. The moment of respite was fleeting. Tang Sewun knew there was no time to waste, as the balance he achieved was precarious. With renewed determination, Tang Sewun gripped a formidable, hammer-like weapon, now infused with the balanced green energy, ready to channel his newfound power. Tang Sewun mentally likened his internal struggle to a blacksmith's forge, where he needed to precisely adjust the energies, like molten metal, to achieve perfect equilibrium. With powerful, deliberate strikes, Tang Sewun hammered the glowing red and green energies, ensuring neither side would overpower the other, forging his destiny in the heart of the calamity. The furious clash continued, red and green energies sparking violently as Tang Sewun worked to decrease the resentment of the Gazing God's tear. He simultaneously filled the gap within himself with the volatile energy of the heavenly calamity, pushing the two opposing forces towards a delicate balance. The raw power coursed through Tang Sewun's limbs, red and green lines of energy visibly tracing paths beneath his skin, resonating with a deep hum. As the energies converged, a glowing green core formed at his dantian, radiating outwards, stabilizing the volatile mixture within his body. Tang Sewun's face was a mask of intense concentration, sweat beading on his brow as he wrestled with the immense forces, guiding them towards perfect harmony. A new stage was achieved, the poisonous blossom's summit convergence, a serene yet potent state manifested as ethereal green flora bloomed around his meditating form. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a fierce, awakened intensity, reflecting the profound transformation he had just undergone. Tang Sewun realized with a clenched fist that if he continued accumulating divine toxic chi like this, he had broken through the wall of the transcendent realm with poison arts alone. He mused internally about the unique nature of this energy, forged by the perfect union of the heavenly calamity and the Gazing God's tear. A subtle, confident smirk played on Tang Sewun's lips, a testament to his newfound power and understanding. His expression shifted from intense focus to a triumphant, almost predatory grin as he fully embraced the implications of his breakthrough. For the first time in all his lives, Tang Sewun felt this unprecedented surge of power, dark tendrils of energy coiling around his glowing fist. Standing tall, Tang Sewun clenched his fist, a fierce determination etched on his face, ready to unleash his awakened strength. He contemplated the future, a slight smile playing on his lips, realizing the potential if he continued accumulating divine toxic chi at this rate. With a sudden, powerful punch, Tang Sewun sent a shockwave through the air, his exclamation echoing the raw force he now wielded. He observed the collapsing cave, realizing with urgency that it was almost time for the structure to give way completely. Gathering dark, ethereal threads around his fist, Tang Sewun prepared to make his exit, a plan already forming in his mind. With a confident smirk and an outstretched hand, Tang Sichuan posed a rhetorical question to himself, ready to head out of the collapsing cavern. Outside, the cave entrance was now a jagged pile of rubble, completely blocking the path amidst the quiet of the surrounding forest. Hayoung knelt before the impassable entrance, her posture conveying deep distress and concern. The cry of despair, Hayoung lamented that the entrance was completely blocked, her face etched with worry as others looked on. She pleaded urgently that they had to force their way in, emphasizing the danger of delaying any longer. Tang Gung, however, dismissed her concerns, stating firmly that working from the outside was more than sufficient. Chief Manager Sun, enraged, accused Tang Gung of dawdling despite being brought to dismantle the formation, questioning if he intended to abandon a member of their alliance. With a furious grimace, Chief Manager Sun declared his intention to abandon them, shouting, "Blast it! That's right, you bastards, I'm abandoning them." He gestured wildly towards the collapsed entrance, demanding how he was supposed to go in there, justifying his decision to abandon those trapped inside. Chief Manager Sun continued, agitated, pointing out that the toxic energy inside was clearly going berserk. Mid-sentence, Chief Manager Sun was abruptly struck from behind by Tang Gung, his question about responsibility cut short by the forceful blow. Chief Manager Sun lay sprawled on the ground, silenced, as Tang Gung stood over him, his expression stern and unyielding. A Tang clan senior guard desperately pleaded with Tang Gung, urging him, "Patriarch, you mustn't," as other members tried to restrain him. Tang Gung fiercely commanded them to move aside, while the Tang clan senior guard desperately begged him to reconsider. With an intense, unwavering gaze, Tang Gung reiterated his command, his voice firm, "I said move aside." The Tang clan senior guard, his face contorted in desperation, challenged Tang Gung, asking what would happen to the clan if they lost him too. Tang Gung, still struggling against his clan members, revealed his true motivation, proclaiming, "The young master is waiting for us in there." Stepping forward with calm authority, Tang Hairyung raised her hand, issuing a decisive command, "Step back, Patriarch." The Mei sect leader steps forward, her expression resolute as she offers her assistance. "I'll go in with him," she declares, ready to face whatever lies within the depths. Hayoung refuses to stay behind, her eyes wide with determination. "We're coming too," she insists, adding that her specialized vision will be vital for their success. Suddenly, the ground beneath them groans and heaves. A violent tremor ripples through the earth, signaling an impending disaster. A sense of immediate peril strikes the group. "Oh!" someone gasps as the mountain itself begins to scream under the pressure. Critical impact. A massive explosion erupts from the cave entrance, sending a pillar of dust and debris high into the air. The women are forced back by the sheer force of the blast, shielding their eyes as they cry out in terror at the unfolding destruction. Horror dawns on the Tang clan guards. The cave has completely collapsed. "The young master is still inside," one shouts, his voice trembling with panic. Tang Gung stares at the rubble, his face a mask of pure shock. The weight of the situation hits him with the force of a physical blow. He stumbles, his hand flying to his head as the world spins. "Ah!" he moans, his composure shattering at the thought of losing his kin. "Patriarch!" the clan members cry out, rushing forward to support their leader as he nearly collapses from the emotional weight. Amidst the settling dust and the cries of the guards, a dark, solitary figure begins to move. A presence emerges from the heart of the wreckage. The figure walks with a heavy, deliberate pace, a ghost appearing through the haze of the mountain's collapse. "Look, someone is there," a guard points, his voice a mixture of hope and paralyzing fear. The dust swirls around the mysterious survivor, hiding their identity from the anxious crowd standing on the perimeter. Hayoung activates her ability, her eyes glowing with an intense teal light as she pierces through the gloom. "Young Master Tang?" she whispers in disbelief. The guards sense a terrifying aura. "Toxic energy. It's such an intense toxic energy," one screams, his face contorted in terror. Tang Gung's eyes snap open, his instincts taking over. "Everyone, prepare for battle," he commands, sensing a threat of legendary proportions. Lady Hua draws her sword with a sharp metallic ring, her jaw set as she prepares to defend her clan against the unknown. The surrounding guards follow suit, their blades gleaming in the dim light as they form a defensive line against the approaching shadow. The Mei sect leader raises her hand, a flicker of golden light appearing as she prepares to unleash her own power. But Hayoung sees what they cannot. She breaks rank, rushing toward the figure with a desperate plea. "Everyone, lower your weapons," she screams, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "What are you? Stop." The figure stumbles into the light, bloodied and broken. "It's not the poison demon," Hayoung cries out, revealing the truth to the stunned warriors. Tang Sewun's legs give out, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He looks up, his vision blurring as he spots the man he's been searching for. "Father," he whispers, the word barely audible as his strength finally deserts him. The guards recoil in shock at the sight of his injuries. "Those spots, are they from the fungal blood palm?" one asks, horrified. Realization spreads through the ranks. These are the lethal symptoms of a forbidden technique, a poison that should have been impossible to survive. Tang Gung's heart stops. "Tang Sewun!" he bellows, his voice cracking with a mixture of relief and agonizing fear for his son. Tang Sewun raises a blood-stained hand, a final, desperate gesture. "Please, don't," he pleads, his eyes pleading for understanding. His head lolls forward, his long hair falling over his face as the last of his consciousness slips away. "Come closer," he gasps, reaching out for a connection before the darkness takes him completely. His body goes limp, falling into the arms of the person who reached him first. Haeyoung catches him, her face pale with worry. "I've got you," she cries, holding him tight as he collapses against her. She looks down at his battered form, her eyes searching for any sign of life amidst the blood and grime. "Young Master Tang," she calls out, but Tang Sewun remains unresponsive, his journey through the cave having taken everything from him. But even as he falls, a darker truth looms over them all. That nightmare from the past, it has returned from the dead. Echoes of a harrowing battle reverberate through the land, as news of Tang Sewun's heroic stand against the poison demon spreads like wildfire. Public announcers dramatically declare the emergence of a new green dragon from the once declining Tang clan. Whispers follow every step, acknowledging the monumental feat. From the shadows of the declining Tang clan, a formidable green dragon has finally revealed itself to the world. The name Tang Sewun is on everyone's lips, a beacon of hope and a testament to unwavering courage. He is said to carry the sacred will of Dang Yuite, destined to confront the terrifying poison demon. A formidable alliance is rumored, with Tang Sewun standing alongside the revered Silver Phoenix of the Amei sect. Yet doubt lingers among the crowds. One man questions the extent of Tang Sewun's heroism, remarking that the hostage rescued was merely a lowly porter, not even a high-ranking escort. He marvels at Tang Sewun storming into such a hellhole for someone who wasn't even kin. The skepticism is palpable, as many find it impossible to believe that the young master of the Tang clan could truly take on the poison demon. Cautious voice warns the gossips to silence themselves, reminding them that such talk in the wrong place could lead to a brutal end. Despite the whispers, the Murim Alliance has officially confirmed the incredible tale. However, the news is grim. Tang Sewun now hovers between life and death, gravely injured from his heroic confrontation. Across the bustling streets, the public shifts from doubt to fervent prayer. They acknowledge him as the true #1 hero of Sichuan, wishing for his recovery. Away from the clamor of the city, within the quiet confines of a traditional room, the gravity of Tang Sewun's condition becomes apparent. Haeyoung, a young woman with unwavering dedication, tirelessly tends to Tang Sewun, wringing out a cool cloth for his fevered brow. She worries deeply, noting that his fever has shown no sign of breaking for over 3 days, a testament to the severity of his injuries. As Haeyoung continues her vigil, 2 figures enter the room, their presence a quiet ripple in the tense atmosphere. Haeyoung quickly turns, her masked face revealing a hint of surprise as she greets her master and acknowledges the arrival of Patriarch Tang Gung. Tang Gung, with a reassuring gesture, tells Haeyoung to rest easy, reluctant to trouble someone who has been so diligently caring for his son. Haeyoung humbly expresses her gratitude for his kind words, while Tang Gung insists that he should be thanking her for watching over Tang Sewun day and night. Despite their combined efforts and Haeyoung's tireless care, Tang Gung admits there is still no significant improvement in Tang Sewun's condition. Tang Hairyung, observing Tang Sewun, laments her own perceived lack of skill, blaming herself for his slow recovery. Tang Sewun's internal thoughts reveal a deeper struggle. He feels he has grown soft in an era of peace, forgetting his duties as a warrior. Tang Gung, understanding the need for rest and privacy, suggests that Haeyoung step out and get some much-needed recuperation, believing Tang Sewun also needs time alone. With a final glance, Haeyoung, Tang Gung, and Tang Hairyung respectfully withdraw, leaving Tang Sewun to his solitude. The room falls silent, the only sound the quiet breathing of the injured hero, left alone with his thoughts and his pain. Tang Sewun lies still, the marks of battle a stark reminder of the ordeal he endured. His eyes, though weary, flicker with an unspoken resolve, gazing upwards as if searching for answers in the stillness. Slowly, with immense effort, Tang Sewun pushes himself into a sitting position, a testament to his inner strength despite his critical state. Suddenly, a chilling vision grips him. A menacing, fanged mouth, dripping with blood, utters a single haunting word, "My disciple." The nightmare intensifies, showing a shadowy figure, then a bloodied form plummeting through the darkness as a sinister voice taunts, asking, "How does it feel?" The vision fades, leaving Tang Sewun alone with the lingering dread of the shadowy figure, a potent reminder that the nightmare from the past has truly returned. The vision's chilling words echo in Tang Sewun's mind, a visceral terror seizing him as he desperately tries to deny the horrifying truth. Menacing figure from his nightmare, eyes blazing with malevolence, snarls that Tang Sewun's pleas are nothing but nonsense. The spectral image of Tang Sewun, wielding a blood-stained sword, is accused of having slaughtered far more people than this, solidifying the vision's grim judgment. The shadowy figure's face contorts into a terrifying, triumphant grin, its glowing eyes fixated on Tang Sewun's inner turmoil. The accusation pierces Tang Sewun's soul. He is a true member of the blood cult, a fate he struggles to accept, his face etched with dread and sweat. His face, half shrouded in shadow, reveals a grimace of anguish and denial, battling the inescapable truth of his past. As the vision's final words echo, Tang Sewun stands alone in a desolate landscape, acknowledging that there is no denying the truth he just witnessed. Back in reality, Tang Sewun kneels, his body still bearing the bloodied marks of his transformation, accepting his fate with a resolute declaration, nor should he deny it. The lingering blood splatters on Tang Sewun's chest serve as a stark reminder of the perilous path he has chosen. His hand, still stained with the crimson evidence of his unique condition, clenches with a silent resolve. Tang Sewun reflects on his progress, revealing that by obtaining the divine toxic qi, he has reached the stage of union of body and poison, placing him just one step away from becoming a true poison human. Despite his incredible advancements, Tang Sewun's gaze hardens, knowing he needs to get much stronger to achieve his ultimate goal. His ambition is clear. His path is to surpass the legendary poison demon and eventually stand at the pinnacle of power. A new development shifts Tang Sewun's focus as he notes the arrival of a crucial item he had requested from his master. The sense of purpose, Tang Sewun turns and walks further into the chamber, anticipating the delivery. As Tang Sewun approaches the bed, he contemplates the rarity of the item, realizing that ordinarily they wouldn't even consider trading such a thing with an outsider. The ornate doors slide open, signaling the imminent arrival of the long-awaited package. Tang Gung enters, accompanied by other Tang clan members, one of whom carefully carries a precious wooden box. Tang Gung expresses his astonishment, recognizing the legendary golden essence pill and its sender, the esteemed Amei sect leader. Tang Gung's eyes widen in disbelief, marveling at the golden essence pill's legendary ability to revive the dying. It is a medicine so precious that its very presence is astounding. Tang Gung directly asks the Amei sect leader if the pill is for Tang Sewun, to which she responds with an obvious affirmation. Bowing in deep gratitude, Tang Gung assures the Amei sect leader that the Tang clan will fully repay her generosity. The Amei sect leader gently rebukes Tang Gung, suggesting his talk of repayment diminishes the sincerity of her actions. With a warm smile, the Amei sect leader explains that Tang Sewun's chivalry has earned him this aid, making it a gift given freely and deservedly. Haeyoung, deeply moved, expresses her profound thanks to the Amei sect leader for her selfless act. Haeyoung declares to the assembled Tang clan members that young Master Tang is their true savior, a sentiment that resonates deeply. The golden essence pill, radiating a soft, potent glow, is carefully revealed within its ornate box. The Amei sect leader gently instructs Tang Sewun to swallow the pill, placing it carefully into his mouth. As the Amei sect leader places a glowing hand on Tang Sewun's chest, she instructs him to let her handle the qi circulation, to which Tang Sewun expresses his trust and gratitude. Internally, Tang Sewun feels a pang of guilt for Abbess Jiam Gua, but quickly recognizes this as a prime opportunity to fully absorb the golden essence pill's potent energy. The Amei sect leader strains, sweat beading on her brow, as she realizes her golden peak divine qi is rapidly being sucked away. Her hand glows with intense energy as she wonders if this draining power is the heavenly calamity that has afflicted Tang Sewun. A swirling vortex of dark purple energy erupts from Tang Sewun's core, confirming the Amei sect leader's chilling realization. A ferocious monster truly resides within him. The Amei sect leader lets out a pained gasp, her face contorted in agony as the immense strain becomes unbearable. Her glowing hand is violently repelled from Tang Sewun's body, unable to withstand the overwhelming surge of energy from within him. The Amei sect leader recoils, her entire body radiating with residual energy, realizing she has reached her absolute limit and can push no further. Tang Gung and Haeyoung rush to support the collapsing Amei sect leader, Tang Gung urgently asking if she is alright after the intense ordeal. Tang Gung urgently questions the Amei sect leader about her condition, who, despite her weakened state, affirms she has done everything within her power. The Amei sect leader's face reveals a deep exhaustion, her gaze distant as she struggles to recover from the intense exertion. A sharp cough escapes the Amei sect leader's lips, drawing further concern from Tang Gung and Haeyoung, who watch her with worried expressions. Tang Gung turns to Tang Sewon, calling out his name with a mix of relief and urgency, acknowledging his presence after the battle. Tang Sewon, his face flushed with lingering distress, apologizes for allowing the poison demon to escape, burdened by his perceived failure. Tang Gung, incredulous, reminds Tang Sewon that he inflicted a mortal wound upon the poison demon, questioning why he would apologize for such a feat. Tang Gung emphasizes the severity of the poison demon's injury, revealing that their investigation uncovered his severed arm within the cave. Tang Sewon, still downcast, admits his strength was insufficient to completely finish off the formidable opponent, his regret palpable. Haeyoung, standing beside the Amei sect leader, reassures Tang Sewon that the alliance will undoubtedly commend his accomplishments, deeming his efforts more than sufficient. Tang Gung, dismissing Tang Sewon's self-reproach, firmly states it's time to change the subject, his expression suggesting a desire to move past the recent ordeal. The Amei sect leader, with a gentle gesture, addresses Haeyoung, then begins to untie Haeyoung's hair, signaling a shift in focus. Haeyoung looks up, surprised, questioning the Amei sect leader's sudden action and words with a puzzled expression. Tang Sewon's eyes sharpen, detecting a unique energy emanating from the Amei sect leader, his senses fully engaged. A realization dawns on Tang Sewon as he observes the Amei sect leader, wondering if she intends to impart the Amei sect's cultivation method directly. The Amei sect leader activates the ruffling wind sword technique, golden energy swirling around her as she demonstrates its formidable power. With fluid motion, the Amei sect leader continues her demonstration, golden energy arcing gracefully around her, embodying the technique's essence. The golden energy intensifies, enveloping the Amei sect leader as she executes a powerful, sweeping motion, showcasing the technique's full form. Close-up reveals the intricate flow of golden energy around the Amei sect leader's hand, highlighting the precision and mastery of her technique. The Amei sect leader concludes her demonstration, settling into a serene, meditative pose amidst the fading golden aura, her mastery evident. Tang Sewon, observing intently, recognizes the profound mystery of reflection within the technique, pondering how to integrate such power into his own martial arts. Tang Sewon remains deep in thought, his profile illuminated by the residual glow of the technique, absorbing every detail of the Amei sect leader's demonstration. The entire room is bathed in a soft, golden light as the Amei sect leader completes her demonstration, with Tang Sewon, Tang Gung, and Haeyoung all observing the profound display. The Amei sect leader lets out a soft sigh of relief, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she concludes the demanding demonstration. Tang Sewon, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, acknowledges the immense benefit this realization will bring to his own cultivation, his face alight with gratitude. Tang Sewon expresses his hope that the technique serves Haeyoung well, then questions the Amei sect leader's willingness to reveal such a profound method to him, a non-disciple. The Amei sect leader, with a knowing smile and closed eyes, cryptically states that everything has a purpose, hinting at a deeper plan. The Amei sect leader then extends an invitation, asking Tang Sewon if he would consider accompanying her to meet her revered master. Tang Sewon, surprised, immediately identifies her master as the divine physician, questioning why such an esteemed figure would wish to see him. A subtle, knowing smile plays on the Amei sect leader's lips, hinting at the significance of her proposal. She reveals her intention to petition her master for a significant request, her gaze falling upon Haeyoung. The Amei sect leader's words hang in the air, a shocking revelation. She intends to ask her master to take Haeyoung in as her disciple. Haeyoung's eyes widen in utter shock, her expression a mixture of disbelief and overwhelming surprise at the unexpected proposal. Haeyoung can only manage a stunned "Pardon?" her voice barely a whisper as she processes the incredible news. The group stands in a moment of quiet contemplation, the weight of the Amei sect leader's proposal settling upon them. Tang Sewon reflects inwardly, acknowledging the immense benefits he has already gained, yet sensing there's more to come. His thoughts then shift to the Amei sect's reputation, a sanctuary strictly forbidden to men, a detail that sparks confusion and surprise. Tang Sewon's internal monologue continues. He considers how much he has already received, feeling a touch of awkwardness. He reiterates his confusion, questioning how he could possibly enter a sacred place where men are strictly prohibited, given the Amei sect leader's invitation. Tang Sichuan acknowledges the formidable reputation of the Amei sect leader, Nun Bo Yun, renowned as the finest divine physician across the entire realm. He realizes that with her unparalleled healing arts, he might finally be able to completely overcome the challenges of the heavenly core. The Amei sect leader reassures Tang Sichuan, assuring him he needn't worry about being permanently bound to the sect, as she intends to arrange for him to be accepted as an outer sect disciple. He adds that this arrangement would resolve his worries about being unable to leave his clan permanently. Meanwhile, a female Tang clan member in the background is stunned, thinking that becoming an outer sect disciple of the grand sect leader is an incredibly generous offer, even for Tang Sichuan. Haeyoung, standing nearby, silently admonishes the female Tang clan member to be quiet. The female Tang clan member continues to ponder, realizing the implications if Tang Sichuan truly becomes the grand sect leader's disciple. Her thoughts race, wondering if this new status would mean Tang Sichuan would become her senior. The female Tang clan member, now composed, respectfully addresses the Amei sect leader. A tense silence hangs in the air as Tang Sichuan contemplates the monumental offer from the Amei sect leader. Tang Sichuan performs a respectful bow, expressing his profound gratitude for the offer, but firmly states that he cannot accept. He offers a sincere apology, leaving the Amei sect leader and the other women visibly taken aback by his refusal. Tang Sichuan explains that the future is rapidly changing, demanding swift action, and the fate of the poison demon remains a mystery that he must uncover. The Amei sect leader, with a pensive expression, acknowledges his words, stating that she now understands the alliance leader's heavy heart. She assures him that she does not perceive his refusal as disrespect towards the Amei sect. Tang Sichuan requests her magnanimity and understanding of his difficult situation. From the side, Tang Gung makes a cynical remark, questioning if her approach is to first deal the blow, then offer the cure. The assembled figures stand in a charged atmosphere, Tang Gung's stern gaze fixed on the Amei sect leader, while Tang Sichuan maintains a respectful distance. Tang Gung reflects on Tang Sichuan's journey, marveling at how he went from simply following the alliance leader to now being offered a position as the divine physician's disciple. He wonders, with a hint of pride, how Tang Sichuan had grown so much, a subtle shimmering aura surrounding the young man. In a desolate, moonlit forest, a sinister voice observes the desolate surroundings, lamenting, "To think you're taking up residence in a place like this." The shadowy figure, Elder Chun, gazes down into the blood-soaked, eerie landscape, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the air. Elder Chun, the sword demon and vice leader of the blood cult, expresses his annoyance, finding the situation a mere nuisance. His blood-splattered feet crunch on the muddy ground, a stark testament to the violence that has unfolded in this dark place. From a pool of swirling crimson energy, the muscular poison demon emerges, his voice a chilling cackle as he asks Elder Chun what brings him to this place. Elder Chun observes the poison demon, noting with a slight frown that his body appears to have grown unnaturally light. The poison demon turns his back, revealing a horrific, missing arm, and taunts Elder Chun, asking if he'd prefer his arm to be attached to him instead. Enraged by the insolence, Elder Chun swiftly draws his blade, threatening to silence the poison demon's presumptuous mouth as well. The poison demon snarls back, challenging Elder Chun, "You didn't come here just to ask about my health, did you?" Elder Chen's eye narrows with cold intent as he reveals his true purpose, declaring, "It seems the blood demon sent you." A sharp glint of realization flashes in Elder Chen's eye. Elder Chen's hand tightens on his sword hilt, a dangerous question hanging in the air. With a furious roar, Elder Chen lunges, his blade flashing as he demands whether the poison demon truly has a death wish. The poison demon's eyes widen in shock as Elder Chen's luminous blade slices towards him. The sword cleaves through the air with terrifying speed, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. With a sickening splash, a severed arm, still clad in a gauntlet, falls into the bubbling red liquid. The poison demon, now horrifically missing both arms, rises from the crimson pool, his laughter echoing eerily as he asks Elder Chen, "Isn't the sight beautiful?" Elder Chen's expression twists in shock as he realizes the poison demon has not only crossed the wall but has reached the absolute peak of the evolutionary realm. He connects the dots, realizing that the poison demon has finally obtained the legendary heavenward tear blossom, the source of his monstrous power. Elder Chun, still reeling from the revelation, questions the poison demon, wondering how he could have lost his arm after reaching such an unfathomable realm. The poison demon erupts into a chilling, unrestrained, maniacal laugh, his bloodied body shaking with mirth. Elder Chen's eyes narrow, burning with cold fury at the poison demon's disturbing laughter. Turning away in disgust, Elder Chen mutters, labeling the poison demon a crazy bastard. The poison demon's chilling laughter echoes through the desolate landscape, a swirling purple aura emanating from him as he remains submerged in the crimson pool, a truly terrifying sight. Continuing from the poison demon's presence, the blood-soaked man stares with a chilling resolve, muttering that he could never bring himself to kill his own precious disciple. He turns away from the crimson pool, leaving behind an ominous promise to meet again soon as he disappears into the dark woods. The scene shifts to the quiet, lantern-lit streets of Gansu province under the cover of a deep, moonless night. Tang Sichuan arrives at a lavish estate, his presence hidden beneath a dark cloak as he observes the target location from the shadows. He enters the room with a heavy bag, his footsteps echoing as he approaches the waiting hosts with an air of cold indifference. He drops the bag on the table, the fabric pulling back to reveal the gruesome proof of a completed contract, a severed head. Lady Hua gasps in horror, but Tang Sichuan simply offers a casual apology for his sudden and unannounced entrance. He takes a seat, dismissively telling them not to mind him, as this was merely a target he handled on his way to the meeting. Chief Manager's son acknowledges the grim work and offers a meal, suggesting that Tang Sichuan should eat after such a long journey. Tang Sichuan takes a sip of the tea, claiming the task wasn't difficult at all as he maintains his stoic facade. The moment the liquid hits his tongue, his face contorts, and he spits it out in a sudden, violent burst of disgust. He complains about the overwhelming bitterness, joking that if he were told it was poison, he would have believed it instantly. Chief Manager's son quickly apologizes, explaining that he was told it was the finest brew, while Lady Hua watches in stunned silence. Trying to ease the tension, the manager orders Lady Hua to bring out desserts to mask the unpleasant taste of the tea. Chief Manager's son shifts the conversation to the real reason for this meeting, his expression growing dark and serious. Tang Sichuan kicks his feet up on the table, cutting straight to the chase and asking exactly who he is supposed to kill next. A contract is placed on the table, backed by the immense wealth and reputation of the Li clan merchant group. With eyes full of hatred, Chief Manager's son reveals the target, the heir of the Sichuan Tang clan, Tang Sichuan. The two sit in a tense silence, the manager completely unaware that the man he's hiring is the very person he wants dead. Tang Sichuan pauses for a moment, the sheer irony of the situation playing out before him as he stares at the lantern light. With a sharp, mocking smirk, he delivers a flat refusal, catching the manager completely off guard with his defiance. He leans in, mentioning the manager's son, causing the older man's heart to skip a beat with a single, loaded phrase. Chief Manager's son's eyes widen in shock. He can't believe the implication that his son might still be alive. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air as a shadow looms against the paper doors, signaling a violent ambush from outside. A bloodied intruder bursts into the room, shouting that Tang Sichuan has been found hiding in this very estate. The man glares with murderous intent, calling Tang Sichuan a demon for hiding while he prepares to strike. He lunges forward with a desperate cry, swearing on his life that he will not fail to end the young master. Tang Sichuan sighs, dodging the strike with effortless grace, clearly annoyed by the clumsy interruption of his meeting. He looks down at the struggling assassin, finding the situation far more interesting than he initially thought. Standing over the defeated man, Tang Sichuan declares that he has suddenly changed his mind about the contract. He turns back to the stunned Chief Manager's son, announcing that he will accept the request to hunt himself after all. When asked why the sudden change of heart, Tang Sichuan slams his blade into the table with a resounding thud. He demands that the merchant prepare a generous reward, his eyes burning with a new, dark purpose as he looks back. He reflects on the Tang clan's secrets, wondering how anyone else could possibly know their hidden, forbidden techniques. A memory of Haeyoung flashes through his mind, her grateful smile a stark contrast to the violence and betrayal surrounding him. The weight of his new status settles in as the female Tang clan member looks at him with genuine admiration, declaring that Tang Sichuan has finally become the clan's greatest martial master. Deep within the cavern's shadows, she vows to repay the kindness he's shown her, but Tang Sichuan dismisses the notion, insisting there's no need for such formalities. He attributes her progress solely to her own relentless training, yet she remains humble, knowing she could never have reached these heights without his guidance. As she continues to pour out her gratitude, Tang Sichuan scratches his head, visibly flustered by the earnest praise and finding the situation increasingly awkward. Shifting focus back to their mission, he looks at the torchlight flickering against the damp walls, wondering if they've truly reached the end of the path. Now that he has ascended to the peak realm, his senses are razor-sharp. He can feel a thick, suffocating poison miasma spreading through the air from deep within. Confirming his suspicion, they prepare to venture further into the darkness, with only the torchlight to shield them against the encroaching gloom. This isn't the work of mere herbs or flowers. The sheer potency of the miasma suggests a massive poisonous creature is coiling somewhere nearby, waiting in the shadows. Tang Sichuan knows a life-or-death struggle is imminent, but the prize is worth the risk. The core essence of such a beast would be the ultimate catalyst for his growth. Every step forward is a calculation, as he realizes this essence is the key to stabilizing and empowering his heavenly core to its full potential. Suddenly, the female Tang clan member halts, her eyes scanning the desolate rock as she notices something peculiar about the surrounding environment. She is baffled. Despite the intense miasma, the cavern floor is completely barren. There are no poisonous plants to be found, absolutely nothing. Tang Sichuan kneels beside a cluster of dark, jagged crystals, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips as he announces he's found exactly what they came for. She looks down in confusion, identifying the stones as mere discarded black waste ore, but Tang Sichuan knows that appearances are often deceiving in the world of poisons. He explains that when this neglected mineral is exposed to air for a decade or infused with inner energy, it undergoes a lethal transformation, releasing extreme toxicity. This is a mineral poison, a legendary substance long dismissed as nothing more than a myth by those who didn't understand its true nature. Shocked, she realizes she's witnessing something she's only ever read about in ancient texts, a first-hand encounter with a substance thought to be extinct. When she asks how he could possibly know such obscure details, he fabricates a story about a miner who once visited the medicine hall with a mysterious ailment. He recounts how he diagnosed the terrible miasma within the patient, who claimed to have worked in this very location for years. She is impressed by his remarkable insight, but Tang Sichuan merely shrugs it off, calling it a stroke of good fortune rather than clinical genius. Inwardly, he knows it's all a calculated lie. This vital intelligence was actually uncovered by the blood cult in his past life. Regardless of the source, this is the lifeline the Tang clan needs to revive their declining poison arts, which have suffered from a lack of resources. Female Tang clan member is filled with hope, imagining her father's pride when they return with the means to restore their clan's former glory. Tang Sichuan shares her anticipation, a dark, knowing smile crossing his face as he looks forward to the chaos this discovery will sow. The atmosphere shifts from tense discovery to confusion as he begins to adjust his robes, leaving her wondering what their next move could possibly be. A heavy sack thuds onto the stone floor, catching her completely off guard as she stares at the unexpected gear he's produced. He points out the tools left behind by the previous miners, noting that they've been handed the perfect means to extract the ore. He reminds her that in the entire clan, only the two of them possess the resistance necessary to handle the deadly miasma radiating from these stones. With a pickaxe in hand, he makes it clear, the grand revival of the Tang clan begins with a little bit of manual labor. The sound of metal striking stone echoes through the cave as he urges her to get to work, wasting no time in harvesting the precious mineral. He critiques her form with the pickaxe, insisting that even mining requires a proper martial foundation to be efficient. As she swings with all her might, her frustration boils over. She silently vows that this is the last time she ever goes on an outing with him. Meanwhile, far from the damp caves, the sun beats down on the Tang clan's grand training grounds, a place of discipline and tradition. The clash of practiced swords fills the air, but beneath the surface, a sense of aimless frustration is beginning to take root among the warriors. A seasoned guard scoffs at the routine, questioning if they will ever be given a real chance to prove their worth to the clan again. The decision to hire a scholar for security instead of their own elite martial artists feels like a slap in the face to the proud Dark Flower Corps. Despite their readiness to lay down their lives, the lack of trust from the leadership is a wound that cuts deeper than any blade. They know the blame lies with them. The young clan head's distrust is a direct consequence of their past failures. The memory of the assassin they failed to stop haunts them, a permanent stain on the reputation of the Corps. The scarred veteran shuts down the rookie's complaints, reminding him that in this clan, survival depends on knowing when to speak and when to stay silent. The tension in the training grounds is thick enough to cut with a blade. Standing over his fallen comrade, a disciple sneers, telling the survivor to blame his own weakness for failing to protect his brother rather than whining like a loser. Fury erupts from the scarred man on the ground. He shouts back, demanding to know how they were supposed to stop Sun Wugen's surprise attack, his eyes burning with resentment at the heartless insult. Dismissing the excuses, the red-haired warrior turns his back, coldly suggesting that if they lack strength, they should spend more time training and less time running their mouths. Provocation hits its mark. With a sudden surge of movement, the scarred man lunges forward, his fingers digging into the other man's robes as the sound of tearing fabric echoes through the courtyard. He pulls his opponent close, his face flushed with murderous intent. He dares the man to say one more word, his grip tightening as the confrontation reaches a boiling point. He roars for another mockery, but the air suddenly shifts. A powerful presence approaches from the distance, casting a long shadow over the brawling disciples. A commanding voice cuts through the noise like cold steel. Ha Huyang, the vice commander of the Dark Flower Corps, steps in and orders them to stop right there. The weight of authority is absolute. The scarred disciple immediately releases his grip and bows his head, his voice trembling as he mutters a forced apology to his superior. Ha Huyang acknowledges the frustration but reminds the men that Tang Sichuan must have his reasons. Despite the explanation, the disciple remains unconvinced, unable to fathom the young leader's choices. The vice commander's mind is racing. He questions the logic of Tang Sichuan appointing a mere scholar as a personal bodyguard, a move that defies all martial common sense. He stares into the distance, his brow furrowed. He can't help but wonder what on earth the young clan head is planning with such an unorthodox recruitment. Meanwhile, the bustling market of Sichuan is alive with the sounds of trade and chatter as the sun begins to dip below the horizon. Haeyoung hums to herself, satisfied with her haul. She's gathered enough fresh ingredients to prepare a proper, nourishing meal for the household. Thinking of Tang Sichuan, she decides to pick up a few more of his favorites as a small gesture of gratitude for everything he's done. Suddenly, a polite voice calls out to her. A stranger asks for assistance, looking completely lost in the winding streets of the city. The man explains that this is his first time in Sichuan, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings with a mix of curiosity and confusion. Peering through his round glasses, he mumbles to himself, trying to orient his position within the massive city. He finally asks the crucial question, which path leads to the prestigious Tang clan estate? Haeyoung observes him closely. He looks like a simple scholar, far from the dangerous martial artists she usually encounters. She decides it wouldn't hurt to guide him. She invites him to follow her, mentioning that she works there as a maid. The scholar beams with relief, thanking her profusely for her kindness. The two make their way out of the city, following a quiet forest path that leads toward the clan's mountain stronghold. The steady rhythm of their footsteps is the only sound in the woods until the scholar begins to speak and doesn't stop. He launches into a passionate lecture about the tragedies of history, specifically how disastrous it is for a great general to serve the wrong master. He cites historical figures from the Three Kingdoms era, waving his arms dramatically as he explains how serving an unworthy lord leads only to a tragic end. Haeyoung offers polite, short answers, her smile becoming strained as she realizes this man is incredibly talkative. The lecture continues relentlessly. Haeyoung starts to regret her decision, wondering if she should just make a run for it to escape the verbal onslaught. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes stops them. A pair of boots appears on the path ahead, blocking their way. Haeyoung gasps in surprise as she recognizes the figures emerging from the shadows. It's the young master and the young lady. As they step into the light, Haeyoung's eyes widen in shock at their disheveled state. Something is very wrong. Tang Sichuan and his companion are covered in dirt and bruises. While Seol groans about her aching body, Tang Sichuan just offers a weary, light-hearted chuckle. Haeyoung frantically asks what happened, but Seol just sighs, stating that the explanation would take far too long. The scholar, Yeosian, steps forward. He ignores the injuries and begins to analyze Tang Sichuan's features with an intense, analytical gaze. He notes the jet-black pupils, the high eyebrows, and the symmetry of the cheekbones, speaking as if he's reading a divine map written on the young man's face. He continues his physiognomy reading, declaring that such harmonious features are only found in those destined to lead the highest courts of the land. His eyes flare with a sudden, fiery intensity. He shouts his final conclusion. Tang Sichuan possesses the face of a dominating king. Seol realizes Haeyoung has brought a physiognomist. Haeyoung quickly apologizes, explaining that the man was looking for the clan specifically. The scholar drops into a formal bow. He introduces himself as Yeosian and announces that he has been ordered to serve as the bodyguard for Tang Sichuan from this day forward. Tang Sichuan's eyes narrow. He recognizes the arrival of a key player in his grand design. The man he was waiting for has finally arrived. This is no ordinary scholar. This is Yeosian, the myriad insight instructor, the man hailed as the greatest teacher in the history of the Orthodox factions. The sun sets over the training grounds, casting long shadows over the battered wooden dummies. A heavy lethargy hangs in the air. Only the rookies are still moving, their efforts lacking the fire of true warriors. Morale has hit rock bottom. Without the captain, the discipline that once unified the unit has evaporated. Tang Gung watches the pathetic display with a grim expression, finally deciding to call it a day. With a wave of his hand, Tang Gung commands them to stop, ending another lackluster session. Cold, familiar voice cuts through the silence. Tang Sichuan has arrived, his disappointment visible. The warriors snap to attention and offer their greetings, but Tang Sichuan ignores the pleasantries. He demands to know when their training turned into a nap session. He glares at the rookies, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he asks if they mistook the training field for a playground. Tang Gung bows in shame, apologizing for the sight. Tang Sichuan merely scoffs, noting he expected little else. Turning to the man beside him, Tang Sichuan prepares an announcement. Behind him, the scholar Yeo Xian wonders if it's finally his time. Tang Sichuan places a firm hand on Yeo Xian's shoulder, signaling a major shift for the clan. He introduces Yeo Xian to the unit, declaring him his newly appointed personal bodyguard. Disbelief ripples through the crowd. They stare at the scrawny scholar, wondering how he could possibly be a guardian. Yeo Xian is lost in his own thoughts, nervously comparing himself to legendary heroes while sweating. Tang Sichuan cuts him off, having no patience for the scholar's internal theatrics. With a sudden movement, Tang Sichuan drops a heavy sack. The impact echoes through the courtyard. Jagged, dark minerals spill out, radiating a faint, ominous energy. Tang Gung asks what they are. Tang Sichuan reveals they are black waste stones, a poison as deadly as any toxin in existence. The warriors recoil. Bringing such a lethal poison here is practically a death sentence. Tang Sichuan scans the crowd, looking for a spark of potential amidst their fear. He observes that while a few may have merit, the rest are currently hopeless. The warriors exchange nervous glances as the harsh evaluation continues. He tells them not to worry, claiming the toxicity is neutralized for now. However, his tone suggests the safety is temporary. Reaching for a stone, he warns them to stay sharp if they hope to survive what's coming. Holding a glowing stone aloft, Tang Sichuan makes a decree. The Tang clan will return to its true roots, the poison arts. The warriors immediately protest, arguing that the poison arts have been unusable for generations. A rookie shouts in frustration, pointing out they've spent years on hidden weapons because the poison path was closed. They demand to know why they should switch now on a mere whim of the young master. Anger fills the room. They claim the clan no longer has any proper poison techniques to teach. Tang Sichuan closes his eyes, suppressing his frustration at their narrow-mindedness. Tang Gung asks who will lead these arts. Tang Sichuan reveals they've already met the man. Tang Sichuan officially appoints Yeo Xian as the great instructor of all combat units, placing the scholar over the warriors. Yeo Xian turns pale. The weight of the appointment hits him like a physical blow. He points at himself in confusion, unable to believe Tang Sichuan is serious. Indignation boils over. The warriors scream that this is an insult and has gone too far. They remind Tang Sichuan they are loyal warriors ready to die for the clan, not playthings. One warrior steps forward, demanding to know why a scholar is being put in charge of their lives. Tension reaches a breaking point, and the training ground teeters on the edge of open rebellion. Tang Sichuan's gaze hardens, his resolve cutting through the thick air like a sharpened blade as he prepares to make his move. He lays down a brutal ultimatum to the gathered crowd. If they cannot trust his word, the group will split right here and now. Tang Gung stands frozen, his eyes wide with shock as he hears the audacity of the proposal. A 10-day training period, followed by a duel to decide it all. The stakes couldn't be higher. If Tang Sichuan's side loses, he will send his strategist away and personally enter the Cave of Penitence. Cold, emerald aura erupts from Tang Sichuan, a physical manifestation of his murderous intent. He warns them all to be prepared for the consequences. Under the cover of night, the training ground falls silent as Tang Sichuan approaches the new recruits, his presence commanding absolute obedience. He scans the small group of men, his voice low and steady as he asks if everyone has finally arrived. The recruits stand stiffly, realizing that the man standing before them is no longer just a young master, but their commander. Daewoo and Zhang Il step forward, announcing their names with a mixture of pride and visible hesitation. Zhang Yi completes the introductions, his face set in a grim mask as he prepares for the grueling days ahead. Tang Sichuan says nothing, his eyes narrowing as he dissects their posture and spirit in a single glance. He closes his eyes for a brief second, calculating the potential of the raw materials standing before him. The recruits exchange nervous glances, the weight of the 10-day deadline pressing down on them like a physical force. Daewoo voices the fear they all share, the worry that they will be nothing more than a burden in the coming duel. Tang Sichuan dismisses their doubts immediately, claiming that Yeo Xian will be the one to make the impossible possible. Yeo Xian cowers behind his sleeves, his humble background as a strategist making him feel completely out of place in this confrontation. Tang Sichuan isn't having it. He commands Yeo Xian to step up and show the recruits exactly what he is capable of. Panic flares in Yeo Xian's mind. He wonders how the young master could have possibly discovered the secret he's kept hidden from the world. He realizes that Tang Sichuan is a man full of mysteries, and with his level of confidence, excuses simply won't work. The strategist knows he has no choice. If he wants to be paid and respected, he must finally reveal his true worth. Tang Sichuan calls Daewoo forward, selecting him as the first subject for Yeo Xian's demonstration. Yeo Xian approaches the warrior, his demeanor shifting as he begins to analyze the man with surgical precision. As Yeo Xian's unique vision activates, his eyes glow with an otherworldly light piercing through Daewoo's facade. Daewoo flinches, feeling an immense, crushing pressure radiating from the small man standing before him. The intensity is suffocating. Even though Yeo Xian is just looking at him, the weight of his gaze is almost unbearable. As the pressure subsides, Daewoo gasps for breath, his heart racing as he wonders if the ordeal is finally over. Yeo Xian doesn't waste a second. He locks eyes with the warrior and demands to know why he is hiding a different martial art in his body. Daewoo tries to play dumb, but Yeo Xian has already seen through the lies. He points directly to the man's hands. He notes that Daewoo's grip strength is comparable to an elite inner guard from the Alliance, far exceeding that of a common recruit. The pulling strength of his arm muscles is extremely well developed, a trait that doesn't match his supposed specialty. Yeo Xian adjusts his glasses, highlighting the unnaturally broad shoulders and wide-set blades that tell a very different story. These are the unmistakable characteristics of a master archer, one who is accustomed to pulling a heavy, high-tension bow. Daewoo is stunned. His choice to use a whip to hide his true skills was a calculated move, but it wasn't a good one against Yeo Xian. Yeo Xian reveals the warrior's true strengths, composure, focus, and a unique vision that allows him to feel the very rhythm of the wind. He concludes that Daewoo's strength must have originated from the Great Steps, leaving the recruit completely exposed. Tang Sichuan watches with a satisfied smirk. Yeo Xian, the instructor of 1,000 insights, has proven to be even more impressive than he imagined. The legendary instructor of 1,000 insights possesses an unparalleled ability. With just one look, he can identify 1,000 talents. With 2 looks, he can pinpoint 1,000 weaknesses, solidifying his reputation as the world's greatest instructor. In the future war against the blood cult, Yeo Xian would cultivate countless rising masters and instantly identify the counters to even the most bizarre martial arts. Tang Sichuan reflects on Yeo Xian's past, acknowledging his miserable end because he chose the wrong master, but now, things are different. The Tang clan's senior guard kneels before Tang Sichuan, apologizing and admitting that his hometown is not the Murim, as the instructor had pointed out. Tang Sichuan regards the kneeling Tang clan senior guard with a silent, contemplative expression. As Tang Sichuan turns to leave for his quarters, the Tang clan senior guard calls out to him with a desperate plea. Tang Sichuan holds a small hidden weapon, his thoughts drifting to an apology for someone named Daewoo. Tang clan's senior guard looks away, burdened by a lingering sense of regret. A moment of stillness falls over the scene, a quiet pause before new developments. The Tang clan's senior guard questions the situation, asking Tang Sichuan what all of this means, to which Tang Sichuan replies that he needs weapons to train. Tang Sichuan reassures the Tang clan senior guard that the weapons should be good enough for now, but the guard hesitantly asks if it's truly okay, questioning the situation. Tang clan senior guard expresses his deep concern, revealing the core of his apprehension, his origin. Tang Sichuan reveals the truth to the stunned Tang clan senior guard, stating that he is a member of the Dang clan's Shadow Flower unit, leaving the guard in disbelief. Tang Sichuan presses the Tang clan senior guard for an answer, demanding to know if he is a person of the Dang clan or not. Tang clan senior guard's hands tremble as he grips a weapon, the pressure of Tang Sichuan's repeated question, "Answer me, are you a person of the Dang clan or not?" weighing heavily upon him. The Tang clan senior guard clutches his chest, his face etched with internal torment as he struggles with his identity. With a newfound resolve, the Tang clan senior guard declares his allegiance, stating that he is a person of the Dang clan. Tears stream down the Tang clan's senior guard's face as he passionately reaffirms his identity, proclaiming himself as a definite member of the Dang clan. Tang Suwun smiles, looking down at the emotional Tang clan senior guard, acknowledging his declaration with a simple, approving good. Tang Suwun's words resonate with finality, stating that the Tang clan senior guard's declaration is all that matters. The Tang clan senior guard, still overwhelmed with emotion, once again passionately declares his unwavering loyalty as a Tang clan member. Tang Suwun looks upon the fervent Tang clan senior guard, his final words of acceptance. That is enough, settling the matter. Chief Instructor Yeo Xian looks on in surprise as Tang Suwun addresses him, responding with a startled, "Why yes." Tang Suwun issues an ambitious command. He intends to dismantle and recreate all the martial arts possessed by these three individuals, but first, Yeo Xian must establish the theoretical framework. Yeo Xian, astonished, questions if such a feat is even possible, but Tang Suwun responds with unwavering confidence, asserting, "Of course." Tang Suwun outlines the grand plan. Yeo Xian will establish the theoretical foundation, and he himself will oversee the completion of the martial arts and poison techniques. The three chosen trainees stand ready, their expressions firm with determination, prepared for the arduous path ahead. Tang Suwun warns the trainees that they will have no time for sleep, to which one of them defiantly replies, "We can sleep when we're dead." Tang Suwun gives the command, "Good, prepare for training," and the trainees respond with a unified, enthusiastic, "Yes, young clan head." The title card dramatically appears, heralding the saga of Sichuan's Supreme King. As night descends, the traditional buildings of the clan are bathed in the soft glow of interior lights, a serene calm settling over the complex. Inside, Chief Manager Sun, seated across from Tang Suwun, expresses his surprise, asking how Tang Suwun managed to figure out his identity. Chief Manager Sun's surprise is palpable as Tang Suwun reveals his knowledge. Tang Suwun then recounts that it all began a year ago when anonymous letters detailing weaknesses in martial arts and their remedies started circulating among the great sects. Tang Suwun recalls the immense uproar these letters caused even before his regression, as they exposed the core flaws in various martial arts alongside precise solutions to enhance them. Chief Manager Sun, eyes wide with revelation, acknowledges that Tang Suwun must have discovered his true existence through those very letters. However, he expresses a grave concern, believing that sending a letter to the formidable Namgung clan was a critical error. Chief Manager Sun warns Tang Suwun that the Namgung clan must still be sharpening their swords, relentlessly pursuing him. Tang Suwun's mind flashes back to a painful memory, a betrayal where a bastard used the letters as a pretext to lure and then discard Yeo Xian like a mere tool. Tang Suwun's gaze hardens, a cold resolve settling in his eyes. He internally vows to Namgung Myong that he will not allow him to succeed in this life. Tang Suwun then speaks, comparing Chief Manager Sun to the legendary Lu Bu among men and red hair among horses. Chief Manager Sun gasps, utterly stunned by the unexpected comparison. Chief Manager Sun's shock intensifies as Tang Suwun reveals the truth, declaring that Chief Manager Sun, or rather Yeo Xian, is the last descendant of Lu Bu. Chief Manager Sun, now standing, is visibly distraught, demanding to know how Tang Suwun could possibly have uncovered such a deeply guarded secret. Tang Suwun dismisses Chief Manager Sun's question, stating that such details are unimportant as he rises from his seat and begins to walk away. Engulfed in a radiant green aura, Tang Suwun declares that he will allow Chief Manager Sun to witness the absolute pinnacle of martial arts, fulfilling the lifelong wish he has yearned for. Chief Manager Sun looks on in disbelief as Tang Suwun's immense power surges, a dazzling green energy radiating from him, creating powerful currents that ripple through the air. Overwhelmed by the sheer force, Chief Manager Sun cries out in astonishment, questioning how a single person could possess such an immense amount of energy. Chief Manager Sun's eyes widen further in realization and dread. He internally exclaims that it's not just one source of energy, but at least three distinct and powerful currents. Tang Suwun stands tall, his body now a conduit for multiple swirling energies, each pulsating with a distinct color around his core, a testament to his incredible power. Tang Suwun holds his hand out, displaying the coalescing energies. He states that this is the pivotal moment when all these diverse energies unify into a single, overwhelming force. With unwavering confidence, Tang Suwun asserts that he can state with certainty that Chief Manager Sun will bear witness to an unprecedented display of power. Tang Suwun clenches his fist, radiating immense power, as he promises Chief Manager Sun that he will witness the absolute pinnacle of martial arts, a height even his ancestors strived for. Chief Manager's son, adjusting his glasses, marvels internally at Tang Sewun's arrogant words, yet a deeper instinct tells him this is no mere bluff. Tang Sewun's calm, resolute expression fills Chief Manager's son with a growing sense of awe, confirming his earlier thought that this power is undeniably real. Chief Manager's son's internal monologue continues, realizing that Tang Sewun is a hidden dragon, a being concealing his true identity, destined to soar to unimaginable heights. With newfound conviction, Chief Manager's son bows respectfully to Tang Sewun, declaring his allegiance and urging him to lead the way. Chief Manager's son, now Yeo Xian, internally ponders that if it is truly Tang Sewun, he might finally reach the ultimate essence of martial arts, a goal he has long sought. Yeo Xian, with a profound sense of purpose, formally greets Tang Sewun, acknowledging him as his lord and finally pledging his loyalty. The scene shifts to a serene, moonlit night, showcasing the traditional architecture of the Tang clan compound, a quiet calm before the next storm. Inside a bustling blacksmith's workshop, Tang Sewun observes as a skilled smith meticulously forges a weapon, sparks flying with each powerful strike. A close-up reveals Tang Sewun's sharp profile, his expression one of intense concentration and determination as he watches the work. The Tang clan senior guard approaches Tang Sewun, who is watching the forging, and asks, "Have you come once again to lend me equipment for my forging?" The Tang clan senior guard, also known as the Iron Hall Master, remarks to Tang Sewun that he somehow knew of his impending arrival. Tang Sewun offers a sly smile, claiming his ears have become quite sharp lately. He then internally muses that now is the perfect time to recruit the Iron Hall Master. Tang Sewun's thoughts drift to a past event, a flashback showing the Tang clan senior guard, Lady Hua, and Elder Chun, as he believes he knows the true reason the Iron Hall Master left the Tang clan. Tang Sewun informs the Tang clan senior guard that he was just returning from taking in a new subordinate, to which the senior guard offers his congratulations. Tang Sewun's expression turns serious as he states that while the new recruit is a step, it is far from enough. He emphasizes that even with Tang Hoyol gone, the clan is still not whole. Tang Sewun warns the Tang clan senior guard that in their current fragmented state, they might not be able to survive the impending calamity. The Tang clan senior guard reacts with surprise, questioning Tang Sewun about the nature of this calamity he speaks of. Tang Sewun's intense gaze conveys the gravity of the situation, his eyes burning with a silent resolve as he prepares to elaborate. The Tang clan senior guard, now serious, urges Tang Sewun to tell him more about this looming threat. Tang Sewun declares his unwavering commitment to unite the clan, to which the Tang clan senior guard asks if he intends to take control of Sichuan itself. Tang Sewun turns his back, his words echoing with ambition. He asks if merely taking Sichuan would be the extent of his goals, before stating his true aim, to forge the strongest clan. A tattered flag bearing the name Tang unfurls in the wind as Tang Sewun corrects himself, clarifying that his ambition extends beyond just the strongest clan. He aims for the strongest group. Tang Sewun stands resolute, his chest bared, as he proclaims that to protect everyone, they must become at least that powerful, the strongest group. Tang Sewun stands resolute, his chest bared, as he proclaims that to protect everyone, they must become at least that powerful, the strongest group. He addresses Tang Gung, stating that to achieve such a monumental goal, he needs him. Tang Gung, however, cuts him off with a firm no. Tang Gung's expression hardens as he reveals his true identity, Jin Mubeek, the Flame King. He clarifies that it's not the Hall Master Tang Sewun needs, but the man who used to be called by that name. Tang Sewun, taken aback, questions Tang Gung's words, asking what he means. Tang Gung looks at him intently, his hand glowing with a subtle inner energy, and simply utters one name, Seol. With a serious gaze, Tang Gung confirms the connection, stating that the girl, Seol, is Tang Sewun's granddaughter. A spectral image of a young woman, presumably Seol, appears behind him, highlighting the profound link. Tang Sewun's thoughts race, realizing the only true variable that changed Tang Gung's fate was his survival through Tang Sewun's intervention. Tang Gung, in turn, internally confirms there's no other reason for Tang Sewun to show him such favor. Tang Gung looks away, a hint of surprise in his expression, admitting that he was unaware Tang Sewun had even uncovered his true identity as the Flame King. Tang Gung then challenges Tang Sewun, asking if he also knows the reason why the title Flame King was bestowed upon him. Tang Sewun, after a moment of consideration, admits he is not entirely sure. With a grim expression, Tang Gung begins to recount his past, revealing that he took every single person involved in his wife's death and burned them with flames, sending them straight to the King of Hell. He continues his tragic tale, explaining that by the time he regained his senses after his crazed spree of revenge, his son and daughter-in-law had already passed away from illness, leaving only his young granddaughter. Tang Suwun, listening intently, states that he took Tang Gung and that child in. He then directly questions Tang Gung, asking why he hid the truth, even from Seol. Tang Gung sighs, explaining that the grudges of the Murim are not easily forgotten. He believed that erasing his existence and simply protecting her from afar was the best he could possibly do for Seol. Amidst the flickering flames, Tang Gung declares his profound gratitude, acknowledging that Tang Suwun protected the only reason for his life. He calls Tang Suwun his lifelong benefactor. Looking directly at Tang Suwun with unwavering resolve, Tang Gung pledges to do anything asked of him to repay that immense debt, simply requesting an order to follow. Tang Suwun internally reflects that in the Jianghu, the word anything is far too dangerous. While having one of the top 100 martial masters as his right hand is a welcome sight, he has a different intention. Tang Suwun looks at Tang Gung, stating clearly, "That is not what I want." Tang Gung, surprised, begins to address him as Hall Master. Tang Gung's eyes widen in shock as he considers Tang Suwun's words, realizing the implications that the entire Murim will soon be swept into turbulent waves and fall into misery. Tang Suwun stands in the forge, his silhouette powerful against the glowing embers. He declares that in the midst of the coming chaos, he will risk his very life to protect the Tang clan. Tang Gung questions Tang Suwun's statement, asking what the young clan head is saying. Tang Suwun clarifies that Seol is also a part of the Tang clan, and his actions were simply natural. Tang Suwun stands opposite Tang Gung, his posture calm and reassuring, telling him that he does not need to feel indebted for his actions. Tang Suwun extends his hand, not for repayment, but for a different kind of pledge. He asks Tang Gung to lend him his strength to protect their clan. Tang Gung's face registers profound shock and emotion, his mouth agape as he fully grasps the weight of Tang Suwun's request and his true intentions. Tang Suwun moves away, leaving Tang Gung sitting on the ground, processing the unexpected offer and the depth of Tang Suwun's commitment to the clan. An unidentified male figure stands over Tang Gung, who is still seated, chastising him for wasting his time. He questions why the man who calls himself the clan head is here, rather than tending to his duties. Tang Gung, now looking up with renewed resolve, responds by asking if the other man isn't also here, calling him Mubik. He states that both he and Seol are members of the Tang clan. A shadowy figure, representing Tang Suwun, extends a hand, asking a poignant question. "Including me and everyone else, aren't we your family?" Tang Gung's eyes are wide, and his thoughts drift to a legendary figure, the Poison Lord, as he considers the profound implications of Tang Suwun's words about family. A silhouette of a figure looks up towards the heavens, a thought bubble questioning, "Are you watching?" It is a silent plea to the legacy of the Tang clan, to the Poison Lord. Tang Suwun stands tall and confident, a spectral image of the Poison Lord appearing behind him. He internally affirms that the will of the legendary figure is indeed being carried on through him. In the forge, Tang Gung walks with purpose towards the glowing crucible, his steps firm and determined, having found his resolve. Tang Gung's hand reaches for a pair of heavy tongs, ready to resume his work as a craftsman, a symbol of his renewed commitment. Tang Suwun observes as molten metal is poured, asking Tang Gung if he doesn't have more important matters to attend to, hinting at his role in the clan. Tang Gung, now holding a hammer, looks at Tang Suwun with a determined expression, advising him to spend his time on more important matters, subtly telling him to focus on his leadership. Tang Suwun watches the molten metal being worked, a soft clang sound effect indicating the rhythmic work of the forge. A subtle, knowing smile graces Tang Suwun's lips, pleased with Tang Gung's unwavering dedication and his decision to contribute to the clan's strength in his own way. A montage showcases the unified Tang clan, with Tang Suwun, Tang Gung, and other members like the Tang clan senior guard and female Tang clan member, all looking resolute and ready for the challenges ahead. In an arena, an unknown male clan member stands victorious over his defeated opponents, exclaiming his triumph. An unknown female clan member cheers him on, proudly stating she knew he could do it. The unknown female clan member asks her victorious comrade if he knows who his next opponent is. He confidently replies, "Yes, of course." Tang Suwun observes the scene, internally noting the young man's joy in combat. He decides that since the young man enjoys it so much, he can continue to push him to grow even stronger. Following Tang Suwun's display of resolve, the tournament officials announce a 15-minute intermission for both sides to regroup. Concerned subordinate approaches Tang Gung, anxiously seeking guidance on their next move. Tang Gung exhales sharply, his expression stern as he dismisses the concerns, declaring that everything is under control. Despite the reassurance, the subordinate remains visibly uneasy, his brow furrowed with apprehension. Nearby, the red-haired fighter, Daewoo, sits in a state of exhaustion, breathing heavily after the intense energy he exerted in the previous bout. Tang Gung confidently predicts that Daewoo will collapse during the next duel, providing a momentary sense of relief to his men. Tang Gung's attention shifts abruptly as he notices Tang Sichuan walking directly toward the fatigued Daewoo. Tang Sichuan stands over Daewoo, his hands glowing with verdant energy as he begins a restorative treatment on the fighter. Tang Gung and the other clan members watch in stunned silence as the unexpected intervention takes place. Recognizing the technique, Tang Gung realizes that Tang Sichuan is performing a specialized acupoint massage. The sight of Tang Sichuan personally restoring Daewoo's vitality leaves Tang Gung completely bewildered. The referee intervenes, warning Tang Sichuan that such direct assistance could provide an unfair advantage, but Sichuan calmly questions that logic. Tang Sichuan explains that he is merely returning Daewoo to his original physical state, noting that he isn't capable of infusing extra energy. Still hesitant, the referee turns to Tang Gung, the Dark Flower Corps captain, for his perspective on the matter. Tang Gung considers the situation, acknowledging their overwhelming advantage in numbers and skill for this friendly duel. He concludes that making an issue out of the treatment would only make them look pathetic given their superior position. Tang Gung concedes that restoring the fighter poses no real threat, and the referee agrees to let the matches proceed. With the dispute settled, the referee announces the start of the second match. Daewoo stands ready, bow in hand. Daewoo unleashes a swift arrow, striking his opponent with overwhelming precision and force. The opponent collapses instantly, and the referee declares another victory for the young clan head's team. A rapid succession of victories follows as Tang Sichuan's team begins to dominate the field. Tang Gung stares in disbelief, his face contorted with rage as he struggles to comprehend the sudden shift in momentum. Another fighter from Tang Sichuan's side executes a powerful strike, driving his opponent back with ease. The opponent is forced out of bounds, and the referee announces yet another victory, this time for Zhang Il. Tang Gung is stunned, questioning how warriors who were low-ranking only 10 days ago could have gained such formidable power. The victorious fighter stands tall, radiating quiet confidence as the tournament continues. Tang Gung realizes with horror that it wasn't just Daewoo who improved. The entire team has undergone a dramatic transformation. After 12 consecutive losses, Tang Gung's team is decimated, leaving only 8 fighters remaining after Zhang Yi's victory. The spectators murmur in astonishment, wondering if Tang Sichuan's team were secretly elite warriors all along. Though frustrated, Tang Gung begrudgingly admits that the perfect countermeasures implemented by Tang Sichuan and his instructor are undeniably effective. A scholar nearby marvels at the feat, noting that in just 10 days, Tang Sichuan's team developed flawless strategies for every opponent. Scholar praises Tang Sichuan's foresight for bringing such a capable instructor to his side. Tang Sichuan's expression remains calm, reflecting the heavy expectations and legacy that guide his actions. Defeated in spirit, Tang Gung acknowledges his misjudgment and internally debates the consequences of surrendering as a commander. Tang Sichuan steps forward, interrupting Tang Gung's thoughts with a surprising proposal. With a confident smirk, Tang Sichuan declares the current format boring and proposes to settle the entire duel with a decisive group battle. Tang Sichuan's audacious challenge hangs in the air, a testament to his strategic brilliance and absolute confidence. The audacity of Tang Sichuan's challenge leaves the opposing faction stunned. Their leader, Tang Gung, his eyes wide with disbelief. Whispers ripple through the onlookers as the implications of a group battle against Tang Sichuan's chosen few sink in, a collective gasp echoing, "A group battle?" Tang Gung voices his concern, highlighting the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, stating the difference in numbers is almost 3 times. Yet Tang Sichuan remains unfazed, his thoughts already calculating the deeper implications, knowing the deputy captain's presence is a crucial factor. Besides, the deputy captain is still there. A subtle smirk plays on Tang Sichuan's lips, confident that this disadvantage is merely a facade, a chance for his opponents to feel a fleeting victory. Well, it's probably just to let them win at least once. The official declaration, the final group battle is set to commence, the tension palpable in the arena. The announcer's voice booms, "We will begin the final group battle." Tang Gung, wary of Tang Sichuan's known cunning, issues a stern warning to his allies. The young clan head seems to be up to something. Do not let your guard down under any circumstances. His team acknowledges, understood. The two factions face each other across the vast arena, a stark visual of the numerical disparity, but also the calm confidence emanating from Tang Sichuan's side. The command rings out, sharp and decisive, as a hand sweeps down. Begin! Immediately, the opposing team leader barks his orders, initiating their strategy. Deploy the Dark Flower Kill formation. His fighters respond with practiced precision, executing the formation, their movements swift and coordinated as they shout, "Deploy!" Amidst the chaos, a shield-wielding fighter calls out for aid. Daewoo, I need support, already feeling the pressure of the unfolding battle. Unfazed, Tang Sichuan counters, commanding his own team to unleash their full power. Release formation. Show them everything you've got. The sheer volume of Tang Sichuan's hidden weapons overwhelms the enemy. A red-haired fighter grunts in pain, realizing the impossible odds. Ugh, there are too many throwing weapons. His comrades scramble to assist, one warning, "Hey, watch out," as another narrowly avoids a projectile, offering a quick thanks. A shield wielder questions if he should engage, only to be met with a furious retort from his superior. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" The superior commands them to maintain the offensive, blinded by the belief that numerical superiority will guarantee victory. "If we keep pushing them back like this, we win, so just push them harder." Despite the command, the shield wielder struggles, grunting under the relentless barrage of Tang Sichuan's hidden weapons, unable to advance. A flurry of razor-sharp projectiles rain down, forcing the enemy to constantly evade, their formation beginning to crumble under the pressure. The battlefield transforms into a deadly dance, as the enemy fighters desperately try to parry and dodge the ceaseless onslaught. From above, the arena is a maelstrom of motion, a testament to Tang Sichuan's ability to control the flow of battle despite being outnumbered. Seizing a perceived opportunity, a red-haired fighter signals a new phase of their attack, shouting, "Now," as a red flag waves defiantly. The opposing strategist reveals their cunning plan. We'll have an opportunity when the enemy gathers in the center, with their backs to the wind. They unleash a volley of green, spherical objects. A fighter from Tang Sichuan's side observes the incoming projectiles, first questioning, "A pill?" Then his eyes widen in dawning horror. "No, that's..." But Tang Sichuan's chilling smirk confirms their fate. It's already too late. He commands his own counterattack, the golden projectiles scattering with deadly intent. Scatter. Golden, needle-like projectiles burst forth, striking the enemy fighters mid-air, disrupting their formation and leaving them vulnerable. Tang Sichuan's confidence is absolute as he reveals his foresight. "Of course, we brought countermeasures." The enemy fighters gasp in horror as the golden projectiles transform, manifesting as insidious green snowflakes, a deadly poison that spreads rapidly. The poison takes immediate effect, felling the enemy one by one as they cry out in agony, collapsing to the ground with a pained ugh. The true countermeasure for the Dark Flower Kill formation is revealed, a devastating technique that turns their own strategy against them. The opposing leader, Tang Gung, watches in utter shock, his face a mask of disbelief as his strategy crumbles before his very eyes. This devastating move is a long-lost secret, now wielded with deadly precision by Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan's intense gaze reflects the profound knowledge he possesses, a mastery that transcends his years, hinting at ancient power. His expression remains unwavering, a testament to the calculated destruction he has unleashed, his victory assured. The legendary Tang clan poison art has been unleashed, turning the tide of battle decisively and securing Tang Sichuan's triumph. The battle concludes, leaving a lasting impression of Tang Sichuan's strategic genius and mastery of forbidden arts.